Did you receive the recording? Did it
It looks,
notify you?
yeah, I think it is.
Perfect.
Okay, music, and we got to get people in. You can make the music a little louder. Hello, how we doing? Welcome, everybody. Woo, welcome to the Confidence Revolution Masterclass. How are we doing today? I see Luke, I see Donna. Our speakers, they're here, they're ready to go. How are we? All right, guys, there's a lot of people coming into the room right now. So amazing that you guys were here early. That's what successful people do. All right, so before we get started, we're just going to let some people filter into the room. We're going to officially get into our interviews in about 10 minutes. And just to get us going, I want to make sure that everybody here knows how to use the chat. So as you're logging in, can you just say, hey, in the chat? Post your name in there, post where you're coming from. Just want to make sure that you guys are able to use that chat today a lot, because this is going to be a super interactive masterclass. You are not going to be bored. I don't know what masterclasses you've attended before, but this is probably going to be a totally different experience. There we go. Hey, Terry, how we doing? Now I'm going to put my view in gallery view for a second because I want to see everybody. All right. Hello, hello. Hey, Sarah, thank you for having your camera on. Marcella, I love that name. Emily, hello. Nice to see you. I love your shirt. I see Diane over here. I see my girl Donna. I see my girl Namisha. There you are. They're my girls. They're my girls. Hey, ladies. All right. I see Angela's here. Awesome. I see so many amazing faces. Okay. All right, Verson, we can go ahead and turn the music off. I'm going to start getting everybody settled in and just welcoming everyone to the class. Some of you guys, this is your first time meeting me. So you're probably like, who is this crazy girl who's been sending me 1,000 emails? I know, I send a lot. And it was so important that I sent so many because I was so committed to you guys having incredible breakthroughs in your lives today. So my name is Katie Sampaio. I'm the owner of Thrive Life Coaching and Fitness and Adventure Retreats. And I am your host for today's awesome masterclass that is called the Confidence Revolution Masterclass, how top performers create financial freedom, overcome roadblocks, and confidently live life on their terms. So I got to make sure that we're all in the same place right now. So if we're in the right place, I want you to be a bit like, why? A bit yes in the chat box. Are you here? Yeah, and I'll even like put your arms up. Like if you're in the right place right now because you are ready to rock it to your next level of confidence to really crush it in your life. I got to make sure you're awake. I know we're starting up early. I'm in France actually, so I'm like way into my day right now. Some of you guys maybe on the West Coast, it's like 7 a.m. and I know you're probably just trying to get your energy up right now. And I'm so committed to our energy getting up so the speakers can really hit you guys strong with the information that they're going to be giving. So, okay, awesome. Now, I want to go over a couple of things before I bring Donna up. She's our first official speaker, and that's going to be our first like kickoff session for today, just so nobody's confused with what's going on. So the first really important thing, okay, so important. I really got to have everybody's cameras on. Oh, I know. So many of you guys like don't want to put your cameras on. And the thing is, are we at a confidence revolution masterclass? What's part of that? Like confidence is showing up, right? It's showing up. And what it actually allows me to do as the host of this masterclass and our amazing speakers, it helps us connect with you more. We like to see your face. It helps us understand if what we're saying is really landing well, or if you're like, what the heck are they talking about? We can read your facial expressions and we can actually coach you better. So this is not an event. And please, guys, can everyone mute themselves who is not a featured speaker? I keep hearing background noise. Thank you so much. Okay. So what was I saying? So it helps us connect with you better. So if you guys could be so brave and courageous to put your cameras on, I would so appreciate it. And I know that our speakers would too. And this is the thing. How many of you guys have been seen in my email that I'm going to be giving away a $5,000 prize at the end of this? I need to know. Hands up if your cameras are on. Do you know what I'm talking about? If you don't know, if your camera is not on, put a big Y or an N in the chat. Yes or no? Do you know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the $5,000 prize? Yes or no? Come on, where's listen, we have how many people on right now? I got like crickets in the chat. I'm not starting the masterclass. Listen, if you're new to me, you're gonna understand real quick how I run things. I am not starting this masterclass until everyone wakes up. All right, because I'm here with full energy. My speakers are here with full energy. I gotta see some action moving in the cameras and the chats. Okay, because what I'm going to do is the person who has their camera on the whole freaking masterclass, yeah, it's the whole masterclass, and who is engaged the most in the chat. That means like you're actually participating. You're not just like snoozing in the background, distracted, doing like 1,000 other things. I'm going to give you a $5,000 Thrive package. Like for real. Donna, who's right here. Donna, can you just raise your hands around for real quick? Okay. So she won this package at the last masterclass in June. Did you? Yes, like it's a real thing. I'm not making it up. All right. So like this is a real thing that you can win today as well. So the more that you participate, the more that you show up, the more that you're focused, and all that does is it allows you to get better results because you're here to take your life to the next level. It's all for you. Okay. So I'm just encouraging you to put that a little bit more front and center today so that you get so much out of this masterclass, so much more than you ever planned. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. So like, make sure that you turn your camera on and that you stay until the end, because I'm going to announce the winner at the very end. And I'm going to announce 2 of them. Second thing, who here invited a friend? Who here invited someone to attend this masterclass today? What? Donna did. I know Luke did. My speakers did. All right, guys, listen, I want you all to take out your phones right now, and I want you to text the link to this masterclass. Versant, can you please post the link to this masterclass in the chat to make it easy for people to find? And I am going to challenge you right now to send that link to one person that you know in your life who would be like so impacted from this information today. You know that if they just had some help from these speakers to be able to tap into their next level confidence, it would make a dramatic impact in their life. Okay, let's do that right now, because you know what's going to happen when you do that? You're also going to have a better chance of winning that $5,000 package, because I'm actually tracking that stuff. I have my team tracking it. All right, all they have to do is put your name as the referral in when they go to sign up. They'll get the Zoom link. They can hop in the room. I'm going to challenge everybody right now. Text this link to one person. live2thrivetoday.com, right there. It's in the chat. So easy. live2thrivetoday.com. Okay. And let's get some more people in the room. Let's be a stand for more than yourself to have a transformation. I don't know about you, but I don't want to live a life just by myself. I want to live a life full of other people that I'm surrounded with that are also into these next level experiences that I also want to have, so that it's so much easier to keep moving forward. It's so much easier to stay in the momentum. Guess what? That starts right now with inviting a few people that you care about to this masterclass. Okay. So I'm going to be a stand for you to do that. Now, the main thing throughout this masterclass, please don't unmute. Okay. Now let's use the chat as much as possible to be interactive. The more that you have your camera on, the more that we can coach you. Now I want to ask really quick, yes or no in the chat box, who here is a VIP? If you're a current client of mine, you're a VIP, but who here has already purchased VIP for the masterclass? Raise your hand if you're on video. If not, go ahead and post in the chat. Okay, yes or no, Y or N in the chat right now. Who is a VIP? Y or N, Y or N. Okay, awesome, Jonathan. I just got to know, because you guys are going to have some special time at the end. So all the speakers are going to come back for an hour at the end, and you're going to be able to talk and unmute yourself and actually have conversations with the speakers. And that's so valuable. I think we had about 40 people at the last masterclass in our VIP section, and it was awesome, like really good. So you want to be part of that. So if you haven't upgraded to VIP, Versant, can you please put that link in the chat right now? As soon as this masterclass ends, I'm raising that price to $67. Right now it's $47. There's over $5,000 worth of bonuses included in that. Every single speaker today, including myself, is giving something away to you guys as part of that package that would usually cost at least $100 per person. Add it up, at least. A lot of these gifts are worth $400, $500, $1,000, you're getting it for $47. On top of that, you get to come back at the end with the speakers and have an hour where we get to really interact with each other to make sure that you're getting all of your questions heard, you're getting served. If we don't have $47 to invest in ourselves, we get to work on that today. All right, like big time. All right. And the other thing that you're going to get is the replay access. So there's not going to be a free replay of this, and you're not going to want to miss any of these amazing sessions that we're going to have today. So if you're a VIP, you're totally hooked up. You got the replay for life. Watch it whenever you want. You have all these awesome gifts. You have this extra time at the end. It's a no-brainer. The minute that this masterclass ends, I'm raising the price to $67. Tomorrow you will see it be $87. This is how I'm going to do it. And then I'm shutting the cart down on Monday. Why? Because I'm actually coaching you already into learning how to take action faster and seize the opportunities so that you are not wasting any time to move forward in your life. I mean, I got to know right now, like, how many of you guys are ready to go? Like, you're sick and tired of things taking so long to get the financial freedom that you really want to have, to be able to unleash your next level of success, to be able to finally get into a relationship where you feel confident. Like, what's like, are you ready to do it? Or do we want to wait another year, another 2 years, another 5 years, another 10 years? Or are we here because it really matters to you right now? And you've been already wasting a lot of time trying to figure out how to do this for maybe years and years of your life. Okay. I'm coaching you right now into taking action faster. So upgrade to VIP right now. If you haven't done so already, I've never had anyone regret getting VIP ever. And I've been doing this for a really, really long time. It's a crazy deal. $47 is like absolutely nothing. All right. Let me see. Let me sure I'm not forgetting anything before I bring our first speaker up and we really get into it today. But let's see here. Yeah, those are the main things. All right, guys. So cameras on. Let's go. $5,000 package. Invite somebody really quick and upgrade to VIP before we get started. Just get it done so you can be fully present. And let's go ahead and bring Donna up to the stage with me. And you're going to meet our very first speaker. All right, Berson, can you please spotlight Donna? There we go. Awesome. And you're muted, Donna, so we'll just have to unmute. How are you doing?
I am doing fantastic. And thank you so much. I mean, this is an amazing invitation. And you guys are like amazing in the audience. And everyone, just real quick, give Katie a huge round of applause because this is not a small feat. It takes a lot of time, a lot of energy. So let's give her a huge round of applause because without her, none of us would be here in this moment.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's nice to be recognized right off the bat. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here. And I'm so excited to get into our conversation today, Donna. So before we get started, I'm just going to let people get to know you a bit better. I'm going to read your bio and then I'm going to get right into it. Okay. Cool. So let me just bring up your bio super quick. Have all these different tabs open here. Okay. All right. So we have Donna Campbell here, and we're going to dive into creating inner confidence alignment to manifest more money. Yes, we're getting into the money conversation first. Like, I'm so excited to have this conversation. And I'm going to be asking you guys a lot of stuff in the chat throughout this as well. So Donna has helped people from around the world live the life they desire and deserve through her heart-centered healing approach. She is known as the Mind Whisperer, transforming the lives of heart-centered business owners and entrepreneurs to increase their income and sales 25% or more consistently. With over 25 years, she is a 6 times international best-selling author, including Financially Fit, Living the Secrets to an Abundant and Prosperous Life, which is all the things we're going to be getting into with her today. And she's a professional speaker. She shared the stage with Mark Victor Hansen, Sharon Lechter, and Les Brown, some big names there. She's been featured on Fox News, NBC, Yahoo Finance, Roku TV. She's also a VIP contributor to the Best Holistic Life magazine. So get excited because Donna knows what she's talking about. And let's just get right on into it. Okay, so what does it mean to create inner confidence alignment to manifest more money? Like, can you break down
Yes.
like what this really even means?
Yes, absolutely. What is so interesting is a lot of us, we utilize things like the law of attraction. Our thoughts create a reality, and thoughts have vibration and frequency to it. So often we will think a thought that says, I'm rich and abundant. But yet, what happens on the deep inside, over 90% of us and 90% of our energy body is an energy of who am I? It's a lack, imposter syndrome. Am I worthy? Do I have enough? Let me check my bank account. And so it's a misalignment between what you're thinking and what you're feeling. Well, how the energy world works, if we go back to physics, it's attracting back to you what you're feeling. Oh, this 90% inside, the less than, rather than what you're thinking. And so having that inner confidence with money, it's that belief in yourself, but it's also in an alignment so that the energy that you are in matches the thought that you are thinking, and it has instant creation 100% of the time.
Boom. I love that. So who here understands what she's saying? Yes or no in the chat. Like, did that resonate with you? Or were you like, oh yeah, this is making sense, the energy piece, because this could be new to some people that are here. So come on, guys, wake up, use the chat. Yes or no in the chat. So we know you're alive out there. All right. Okay, awesome. They're saying spot on. Great. So if somebody here wants to really up level their financial situation, actually, I'm curious to know that too. Who here is really excited to up level their financial situation? Yes or no in the chat. Like, is this something that is a major focus for you right now? Do you care about up leveling your finances, or you're like, nah, I'm good? You can also put nah, I'm good if it's not a priority, but we like to understand as speakers, who are we speaking with? So do we want more money? Yes, in the chat. If we don't, put no. Come on, guys. Boop, boop. Where are we at? I had like.
Now, I have to say, your question is really interesting, a yes or a no, because I don't know very many people who say no, because there's a natural law of increase. And it's a nature law. Nature is always increasing. A flower blooms and it produces 100 seeds. And then because of that, there's 100 more flowers. And so it's our divine nature to always want more. And it may not be more money, but it's what money can provide or bring that it can give you, like confidence that we might want more of. So it's a natural law. So if somebody's saying no out there, why are you going against nature? That's my question.
That's a great point, because it's all about, like, what's the direction that you want to flow and move in, and how do we set ourselves up for success by even, like, how do we think about things, how do we speak about things, how do we answer certain questions, and how does that allow us to get the result? So when you start to teach people about this that do want to get up level their finances, create financial freedom for themselves and their family, like, where's the first place that you start with them? Like, what's something that's like do you have a system set up that kind of helps people move through a process?
I do. It's exactly what I do with my clients. If I'm working in private session, it's exactly what I teach when I teach the full financially fit transformation. And where I start with you, obviously, the first person. And so I'm always asking questions. I want to know what it is that you want to have different, what you would like to have changed, because that tells us the thought. And then we dive into what those things feel like if we have it and when we don't have it. And it's the not having it energy that I'm interested in. By that, for us humans, it's emotions and feelings. What does it feel like when this situation happens? Oh, I have frustration. I have anger. I have anxiety. Well, that's what the universe, the energy is going to return to you. And then we uncover what it feels like if you did have it. Oh, it's happiness, it's peace, it's joy. And through the techniques that I teach, and even working with them, we make that mind transformation energetically. And when that happens, prior events and situations, they don't change, but your perception of what happened shifts. And then you emit a different energy and attract back what you do want. So it's a very much involvement process based on the person, your experiences. We look at what's and where it's locked in the body, because your cells hold cellular memory, and the events in your life that took place. And then we understand what is needed or what is wanted to move forward.
Yeah, that's really powerful. And I feel like a lot of people don't think about this piece when it comes to increasing their financial wealth.
Yes.
More just like, well, what more can I do? What more can I add to my plate? How many more hours can I work? Versus like, there's some deeper pieces here that you're talking about that
Yes.
if we don't get that rewired first, we're going to keep. How many of you guys feel like exhausted? Like to me, it's like, I feel like that what I see a lot is I just got more. I got to go. I got to keep building like more hours into my day in order to generate more income. And that leads to burnout, which is why a lot of people have come to this masterclass today. Cause it's like, hey, we don't want to experience that anymore. Like this needs to be a lot more easy, right? Like
And
let's really. Mhm.
you are absolutely right, because we get caught up in the doing side of things, and we forget how to be. And it's when the being comes in alignment, the doing becomes easier. You're
Yeah,
absolutely.
great. It's super connected. So how do we take people into that next step of learning how to really, I mean, I know this is definitely a personal conversation as well, for sure,
Right.
to get into people's specific struggles and mindsets and traumas that maybe have happened around income at some point in their life. But like for somebody who's here, because I like people on this masterclass to start doing some of this work right now. Like what would be like a step that you take them through, or from
Mhm.
what you just said?
Okay. One of the things that we need to do is to create an awareness, because we're not aware of how we feel on the inside, because we are caught up in that rat race of doing. We forget to check in with ourselves. So the very first thing that you can do is we need to discover and identify a feeling or an emotion that we are currently in. So I often have people set a timer on their phone, and then on that, when it goes off, make it for some odd hour, like, every 2 hours and 22 minutes or something like that, because it's not going to hit at the top of the hour or the bottom of the hour. And when that timer goes off, you stop everything that you are doing and you ask yourself, how do I feel in this moment? And it's going to create the awareness. And I'm going to be willing to bet that many people are surprised that you have stress or worry or anxiety or depression or when you really tap into that. And you can follow this one simple exercise to start changing your physiological body in the moment. If you find yourself in an energy, an emotion or feeling like the stress, worry, pressure, you're going to look and see what the opposite of that is. And if you're in stress, it might be peace. So what you're going to do is you're going to breathe. And when you breathe in, we breathe the oxygen, all the good things our body needs. And when we breathe out carbon dioxide, all the things our body doesn't need. And this is a technique that was taught to me from a yogic healer. And when you breathe in, you're going to breathe in and you're going to mentally think the positive word, peace. And then when you breathe out, you're going to mentally think the negative word, or the item, that the energy you don't want, stress, peace, stress. And you're going to do that for 3, 4, 5 minutes. And then when you're done, you're going to experience a physiological change in the body. Now, just by taking those 3 to 5 minutes, you go back to work doing what you're doing. You're going to have more focus. You're going to have more clarity. You're going to have more balance. It's going to flow a bit more. Why? Because the energy of stress isn't stopping you with all the other additional mind thoughts running in the part that we're not aware of. And it just easily, effortlessly comes out in the doing. And so when you do that, what you're doing is you're releasing the old energy, transforming it. I call it dirt. Discover, identify, release, and transform. And when you do that and you go back, everything is more effortless. Reset the time on your phone, have it go off in 1 hour and 37 minutes, and repeat the exercise. If you find yourself, oh, I'm happy and I'm joyful and everything is good, ask for more. What is better than joy, and what is better than happiness, and how can you have more? And bring the more in and still do the breathing exercise, because it's a natural law. We always want more. So ask for more. And if you don't ask, you're not going to receive it.
Oh, I like what you just said. If you don't ask, you're not going to receive. How many of you guys struggle with asking for what you want? Yes or no in the chat, or put your hand up. Okay, I see. Thank you guys for having your cameras on. Yeah, right. Like that's a big part of confidence though. Like
Yes.
that's huge. So do you help people get comfortable and more confident with that piece that you just said?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's exactly what all of the client session work, coursework, things that I share is designed to do. It's inner confidence. Confidence is about having belief in yourself. And that is one thing that every single person, when these new pieces come in and we do the shifts energetically, confidence is a large part of it, but it's made up of a lot of different elements: faith, trust, belief, all of those things, and it adds to it. So when you go through that transformation, then everything moves forward in this new way. You're in a different frequency. And then when you're in that different frequency, everything else comes. But yes, you learn how to ask. But some of it is also, it happens. You know, I love physics, and Albert Einstein said the future of all healing is going to be the healing of frequencies. And so when we understand our emotions and feelings as a frequency, then we can understand what it is to truly heal. And then if we can truly heal, we can ask for what we want. And with 100% faith, confidence, belief, it's there in that moment every single time. And that's part of the transformation work we do.
Oh yeah, I love that. That's such a great perspective to see this from. Because again, like I think for a lot of people here, this might be like the first time hearing things being broken down in this way. Because we don't talk about this in school. I talk about this with my family, like this is a whole different mindset around asking for what you want, receiving in the world, living in abundance, actually like being able to afford a lifestyle that you want to have, and how to create it in a way where, again, it's about the experience that you want to have while you're creating the money and the wealth. So with your financially fit coaching and the program that you have, how else do you really help someone get their financial situation to a new level, building off of the emotional piece that you just talked about?
It's really understanding where they are, what sort of events they went through in their previous as they had lived, and understanding where their money experiences came from. So we have money experiences in 4 different areas. Most of the time, it's called our direct experiences. It's from the time that you're born to the time that you're in now. We all have experiences with money. Yes, even before you could speak, before you could walk, because it's in the environment. And that's how we learn as babies as well. We learn, we reach up, we grab the keys, eventually we get them and we pull them. It's a very much of a subconscious learning because of the brainwave patterns that we're in. And so you're learning about money in the environment that you're in before you could speak or walk. So at first, the direct experiences. The second area is in our genetics, in our DNA, because things that happen to our families and our lineage from before gives you your own personal financial blueprint on the inside. And with some of the teachings that I share, I show you how DNA and money are encoded together. The third area is what I call social conditioning, or the history. And based on the history or the social conditioning, what's going on in the media world, all of that programs you as well. So we can take a look at it from there. And there's also what's called the soul level. Depending on your belief system, you may or may not believe in before or after lives. It's not about that, because at night, each and every one of us dreams, whether you recall the dream or not. And in those dreams, you are learning different aspects to see if you want to create it in your physical life here. And so there's 4 areas that we take a look at and see, because we're transitioning and transforming energy on all of those levels simultaneously. So that's part of the process of understanding. We always start with the direct experience, but sometimes people say, I think I came here with this. I think I was born with it. And that tells me then it's in the genetics or the DNA. And we'll take a look at it that way. And you can shift and change that as well. So
That's really interesting. The whole genetics piece where, can you talk about that a little bit more? Because I've been learning a bit about that over the past 2 years, and how long, like the trauma even from our past generations, that
Yeah.
how it stays, it really, like, scientifically has been proven that it stays in the body and it shows up in our present day experience. And we're just like, where did that come from? Because
Yes.
it's not your wound, actually. So yeah, can you talk a little bit
Yeah,
about that?
absolutely. My father, he's in his late 80s. He grew up during the Great Depression. Now, just before the Great Depression, there was the stock market crash in 1929, which then the Great Depression came from. He was born during that time. There was a belief system during the Great Depression, and because of everything that was happening in the history and the society of the world, was that I have to hold on to everything just in case I need it. We had to save everything. You didn't know if you were going to need it or not, but you had to have it no matter what. And so from that, my father to this day, because of that belief system, has his cowboy boots that he got married in over 50 years ago that he can't fit into just in case he needs them. Now, my mom's already crossed over, but my dad still has these and can't wear them, but it's just in case. So what's interesting when you're mixing all of these pieces together is from the Great Depression, news media, this is that history, social conditioning piece, started coming out and saying things like a nation crippled. Well, then the people that resonated with that particular belief system, what came after that? A polio outbreak. And the people that were resonating with that, a lot of them had polio. Not everyone did. And that's why certain families, people had polio, people didn't. One person did, 5 people did, but not everyone, even in the same family. So how is that possible? Well, it was also resonating with that particular belief system. As a society, what we ended up doing was electing a president, Roosevelt, who had polio, which pulled us out of that. For me personally, my father, who had this belief system on a genetic level that you have to save everything, I'm born, I have to save stuff. I'm a saver. And not just in saving money, but in saving things just in case I needed it. And when I recognized that pattern, then I was able to let stuff go that I didn't really need. And like, if I haven't worn clothes in like 5 years, I should probably bless somebody with clothes and give them away. But I have this habit of saving things like glass jars. They fascinate me. I love them. I repurpose them. I'm a medicinal herbalist, so I have lots of my herbs and stuff in the glass. But eventually there was so much glass that you couldn't do anything with. So you ended up recycling it because I had to save everything. And in recognizing that, it's trying to overcome lack and scarcity in a different way financially by holding on to everything. And money is designed to be fluid. It ebbs and flows, give and receive. And if you're holding on to it tightly and not paying your bills, it doesn't flow out to generate more to come back to you. And so those are just that's, an example that's kind of really combining all 4 of those areas, but how it can relate to a person in your personal life as well. And so when we do the work, it's not so much that you're understanding these connections, it's how I see the connections, and then you see the pattern, and then you have that aha moment, and then everything in your life changes based on your own experiences.
Yeah. I just saw Angela post in the chat. She's like, I resonate with that so much. I mean, really though, because it's also, I love what you brought up about, if you're not willing to let go of it, how are we ever going to get more of it?
Right.
I think a lot of us grew up with this thought process of, we got to save, we got to, scarcity, like it's never enough. We got to be careful. People are scamming you, like all of this stuff that just keeps us into this place where we're frustrated because it's like, but I want more. And yet it's that receiving from even being able to have it in the first place.
Right. And nature is such a great teacher in a lot of things. That flower has to let go of the seeds to produce more. It doesn't hold on to it just in case it needs the seed. The flower doesn't need the seed anymore. You have to release it to have more. So, laws of nature and where nature begins. So.
Yeah, I love that. It's so spot on. I think at the end of the day, if we just go back to how nature works and we stop getting so caught up in like what today's society says or how we should do things and how we should think or whatever, it's like, hey, these are the simple foundations of life. And they're the guide on how to really live a life that's abundant and alive, right? Like go back to how a plant grows. And you'll be able to get a lot of lessons right there that you can relate back to your life on how to receive and just get what you want out of the experience. Awesome. Okay, so we're coming close to an end. So I always love to ask the question of what does it mean to create or have next level confidence in your life? Like, what does that mean to you?
Wow. For me, it is having the emotional mindset. And by emotional, I mean knowing what you are, where you're at, your feelings and your emotions, how it ties to the mindset. Because when you have that, you know you have that inner confidence, not an imposter, not a lack, but having that awareness, which will bring to you what you're asking for. And for me, it's always a case of self-awareness. So for example, need is a lack word. I need to have is identifying what you don't have. But even using the word need, something I've looked at in my own practice. What do you need to have what you want? And you identify the feeling emotion. It's like, wait a minute, it's already inside of you. We just have to create the awareness that it can truly expand. And when it expands, you have what that is. So it's a constant evolutionary process and being very mindful with the words that you're saying, because they all have energy attached to them.
Big time. I coach into this so much. And I feel like that's such a powerful note to end on. I'm sure we're going to talk about that more today as well, like the words that you use and how that affects your experience. And just to also get people excited to connect with you more, what is that VIP gift that you've generously?
Yes. I have recorded a bunch of different meditations, and I put together a meditation bundle that I'm giving to everybody from Create Money Now to if you need more love and worthiness in your life. And then even ones with money meditations and chakras and how to bring your energy centers in alignment. And all of the different meditations are designed to bring in the good, positive qualities, emotions, feelings that you need to have more money in your life while releasing the chaos and the stress and the worry and the anxiety. So it's an entire package. It's 3 different products, actually, because it's a bundle. So you have, I don't know, probably 20 different meditations to choose from. They're all short, I promise. I don't like real long meditations myself. So they average between 7 and 10 minutes each. We have that once a day to do.
Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. So if you're a VIP, that's one of the amazing gifts that you get. So Versing, can you please post that VIP link again? Because like, you guys got to understand that these are not some like Joe Schmo. Wasn't I pretty intense with you about like every speaker here, like, hey guys, we got to give everybody a really good VIP gift. Like I'm holding it to a really high standard. So if you haven't upgraded to VIP, make sure that you upgrade to VIP to snag Donna's amazing gift. And just real quick, where can people follow up with you? Where's the best way for them to follow along to connect with you after this?
The best place is probably on Instagram, and all you have to do is direct message. It'll be me personally responding back to you. So just at Donna Campbell Official.
Okay, great. And don't worry, guys, we're going to send out a speaker page at the end of this masterclass where everybody's contact information is linked just to make it easy for you guys to follow up with everyone as well. So don't worry about taking a bunch of notes on that. I'm going to send it to you right when the masterclass is over. And okay, thank you so much for your time and for incredible conversation.
Yes. And you guys have a rest of your beautiful day. This is amazing. I love all of this. And thank you so much.
Hey. Thank you. All right, guys, how are we doing? Okay, so I want to see in the chat right now. I'm going to do this after every talk as well. All right, I really want to understand what you guys are getting out of it. So, what's your biggest takeaway from this conversation? What resonated with you? What is something that was impactful for you? Like, let's use the chat. So let's do reflection work when we're finished with an interview session, so that it helps the important pieces stick in your brain a lot more. So let's hear it. Come on. What was your biggest takeaway from this conversation? Angela said, setting the timer to check in with myself. Yep. Diane, let's go to get more. Let go to get more. Yeah. Big time. Rose, the body keeps score. Yeah, that's an important one. Like understanding what your body is holding on to. Releasing to get more. Yeah, let's thank her, guys. Let's thank her in the chat. Let's make sure that like our speakers are feeling appreciated. They're taking their time out of their day to provide their expertise here for no money at all. And they cost thousands of dollars. Seriously, if you guys are going to go hire them, this is the reality of this. Like I could have easily charged $5,000 for this masterclass today. No, easily. Okay. So like, let's really give it up for them and have some energy when our speakers are up, so that they feel appreciated for coming here on their Friday and spending time to pour into everybody here. Awesome. Yeah, some great takeaways. And really quick before we get into the next session, because listen, y'all are a dead group. I don't understand. Like I'm usually coaching and I'm like, what? Oh, like my clients that are on here right now know exactly how I am. And I love you guys to be on the same page, because you'll take more in. So I got to do an energy check on a scale of 1 to 10, in the chat right now. Where's your energy at? Scale of 1 to 10. Where's your energy at in the chat? Okay, Angela's an 8. Antigone's working on it. 5. Come on, where's everyone else at? Where we at? Come on. So this helps create awareness, because we're going to see that over the next 30-minute session. Does your energy go up? Okay, I want you to create awareness around where are you at right now and what starts to shift as you get poured into you from all of our incredible speakers. Okay, good. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody with the 0, so that's great. Maybe the 0s are like, I'm not going to post in your chat because I don't feel like it. Maybe that's what's happening too. But listen, I'm doing this because I want you guys to really get the most out of this event today, and your energy matters. So, all right, thank you so much, Donna. And let's go ahead and bring our next speaker up. So that is Diane. So let's bring Diane up, and we're going to go ahead and get into this next awesome conversation. And then there we go. How are you?
I'm doing great, Katie. Thank you. How exciting. I got to listen a little bit to Donna and money. Yes.
Yeah, I love starting with the money conversation. So, and now we're going to go into the love conversation. 100%. Like these are my 2 favorite topics, and they're first. So before we get started, I'm just going to read your bio, let everyone get to know you a little bit better, build some authority for yourself over here, and then we'll go ahead and get into this conversation. So right here, we have the amazing Donna. Okay, I don't want to put your last name. How do we say the last name?
Strakowski.
Strakowski. There we go.
That's why I go by Back to Love Doc, because Strakowski's a mouthful. Yeah.
Diane Strakowski, there we go. And we're going to talk about using attachment theory to build confidence and connection in your relationships. So excited to talk about this. So Diane is licensed as a psychologist for over 30 years, and she practices in Northern California. She has an undergraduate degree in psychology, a master's in counseling, and a doctorate in education. And she did her postdoctoral training in Stanford. Whoop, there we go. I lost my whole thing right there for a second. I'm using this spreadsheet. Okay. And she works with singles and couples and helps people primarily with their relationships. And she's an expert in attachment theory. So that's why we chose to talk about this topic with you guys today. I've taught all my clients about attachment theory, and it is a game changer for creating confidence and connection in relationships. So how about let's just start off with, I want to ask a question to the audience really quick, because I want to know who's heard about this. Have you heard of attachment theory? Yes or no in the chat box. Y or N in the chat box. Let's just understand where we're starting from here. Y or N in the chat box. Attachment theory.
Yay. Lots of people have heard of it. That's great. Another question, Katie, I want to know if people are single or partnered too, because
Mhm.
oftentimes this helps me get a sense of what your people need. We've got some singles there, just P for partnered. Perfect. Let me know. And I'll tell you why, because it's really specific. And thank you for that intro about some people. And by the way, I'm grateful that we talked about money. But at the end of the day, most people don't say, I wish I worked more.
No.
Like on your tombstone, people don't say that. They usually want more love, more relationships, more connection. And that's where I come in.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then the question is, oh, harmoniously partnered. I love that. Okay, love that for you, Rose. Awesome. Fantastic. So should I just begin?
Let's start by breaking down, how do you describe attachment theory?
Okay, so I want to tell people attachment theory is not a diagnosis, but it's a way to understand who I am and how I became the way that I am. And there is more science to this than people think. So, what I tell people is based upon your attachment style, love is not one size fits all. And this is why relationships are so nuanced and they're so complicated. And if you ever meet a coach who tells you just do this one thing, you have to be suspect, because it's about you and your attachment style and what you need, particularly under stress, and then who your partner is and what they need, particularly under stress. So John Bowlby was the founder of attachment theory back in the 1950s. He started studying, actually, interesting enough, he studied orphans in World War II and noticed that what happened in your childhood affected you in your romantic relationships. Okay. Then Mary Ainsworth, a student under Dr. Bowlby, did a fascinating research study called The Strange Situation and recognized that there are 4 different attachment styles, not just one, 4 different ones. And then you have to figure out who you are of the 4. Does that make sense? So
Yes, I get
what I say just simply to people, we're all like tea. You don't know who someone is until you put them in hot water. Okay? Because your real essence comes out particularly under stress. Okay. And it's the same thing in The Strange Situation. They were studying infants and how they handled stress. And in that study, there was a stranger that came into the room and they wanted to see how the baby responded. Okay. So let me go over the 4 types. Okay. And I also, if you scroll up, I have a free quiz for people to take to understand who they are. Because when I'm doing therapy with someone, I have to understand who you are. Do you share too much? Do you not share enough? And the way that I think of confidence, Katie, is about security. So I'm teaching you, because confidence, we can all say, is something that you want, right? It's kind in a relationship, it's sort of that swag that, like, if I'm dating or I'm single, it's like asking you out, having the confidence to say, hey, let's get drinks, right? But there's also your communication style. Are you low expressive, high expressive? So I took the attachment styles and I created my own quiz, because honestly, it's a little bit pathological. So the 4 types, 1 is secure, which is where we all want. We all want to be secure. And that means you had parents who were attentive to you and your needs. So when you cried as an infant, your parents responded to you. You're going to feel more confident because you've got what everybody wants, and that is security. Okay. But most of the people don't have that. Okay. Most people are anxiously attached. Okay. It's the highest number. I have 90,000 people who have taken my quiz, and most people have an anxious attachment. But I don't actually like that word anxious, because the word is like anxious ambivalent. I'm not ambivalent. I want love, not ambivalent at all. Okay. I see that from a physiological, biological, psychological way, you are nervous. Your nervous system is highly sensitive. You're highly attuned. Are you rejecting me? If I'm dating and you didn't text back to me, oh my God, what happened? I'm not good enough. You're leaving me. I have abandonment sensitivity. Okay. That person, the nervous person, is going to need to work on different things. I call you nervous Nora or Nick because I want you to like identify and relate. Okay, that's 2. Number 3, you're avoidant. I don't like that word either. I don't know about you. The avoidant people grew up in a family where their parents weren't really there for them. They were kind of low affect people, like you're on your own, be self-sufficient. I call them independent. Okay, why? Because they fear losing their independence. Okay. And they operate from a place of, I'll do it myself. They're going to struggle in their relationships because they don't know how to be vulnerable. And they think they're oversharing. They're sharing too much when really they're not sharing enough. And your partner and other people are waiting on you. Okay. Number 3 is number 4, is the fearful avoidant person. The person who has had some trauma, actually. They had parents who might have been abusive emotionally, physiologically, and thankfully, this is a lower number of people. This is about 6% of the population. So I wanted to understand in the population who falls where, and the majority of people are insecure, meaning they're either anxiously attached or nervous, avoidantly attached or independent, or fearful avoidant, which I call confused. Okay. The majority of people are there. This is why people struggle. This is why our divorce rate is so high. This is why people have difficulties getting into relationships when they're single. Okay. It is, yes, number 4. Absolutely. It's the same as disorganized, but I didn't like that word. It's like, what does disorganized attachment mean? Like, am I messy? So I say it's really true. You come into relationships being a bit confused. Like, what do you want from me? And sometimes we seek what we learned in childhood. So if I had trauma and if I had negativity, I'm almost primed for that. So when you're loving and you're kind, I'm like, whoa, what is this? Okay. And then the point is, no matter where you are, what I love, love, love about attachment theory is that you want to move towards security. Okay. So this isn't like, okay, I'm an anxiously attached person, which I was, I self-identify. I had lots of anxious attachment. Why? Because my parents were there for me, sometimes not others. I needed to learn how to heal my attachment style using science, using psychology. And then I needed to love myself. I needed to not overthink. I needed to feel relaxed in my body. And we're going to get to that in order then to find love, which I found later in life. But I dated a hell of a lot of people. So I actually know this personally. Dated hundreds. Okay, that could be overwhelming to people. But the point is, what do you learn about yourself and how do you move towards that? And then how do you create a secure relationship? Okay, so it doesn't matter where you start, it only matters where you end. And that means that you and your partner together are working towards creating a foundation of security, meaning both of you are getting your needs met.
Mm-hmm. Boom. I'm
Boom.
like, yeah, to all of this right now. Let's do a check-in with everyone. How is this landing? Is this resonating? Have you been able to identify what you feel like your primary style is based off of the descriptions that she's given so far? And if so, can you be courageous enough to post what you think that is in the chat?
Yes, let me just repeat the 4 types. 1 is secure, which is what you want. Okay. 24% of the population is secure. Okay, according to my data. 2 is the anxious type / nervous type. That's about 46% of women, 39% of men. 3 is the avoidant or independent type. That's about in the 20%. And the 4th is the fearful avoidant, or what I call confused, and that's about 6%. So if you total them up, it just depends. There's differences in men and women. but I have a ton of data that says the majority of people are not secure. And we then need to know ourselves, know our partner, work towards healing. It sounds like some people have healed from fear to then get what we want in our relationships. But based upon your attachment style, everybody's going to need something different. Okay. So as an anxiously attached person, I'm going to need reassurance from you. I'm going to need validation from you. I'm going to need you to see me, to hear me, to get me. Okay. Those are my needs because I didn't get that in childhood. But the avoidance / independent, what do they need? They need space. They need peace. They need respect. So when my partner, and here's what happens in partner coupling, opposites attract. Okay. So I, as the anxious person, this is true story, meet my husband, who's a little bit more on the avoidance side. He comes across solid and kind of cool. I think he's secure because he's that way, but he needs space during conflict and I need closeness. Okay. So he backs off and I go, oh my gosh, this spikes up my abandonment fears. And so this is the dance that couples do. But I have to understand who he is. He's not intentionally trying to hurt me. I have to accept his attachment style, but find a way to talk to him to stay in the pocket with me. Does that make sense? Because that's what it is. You are two people who each have your own attachment styles. And the trick is to find a way then for me to understand, for him to say, hey, Diane, we will talk about that later, honey. I love you, but this is a little bit too much for me. I'm getting flooded. And let's together, once we're calm, okay, back to that T, we both have to be calm to come back and talk to each other about what both of us needs and wants.
Yeah, I think that's super huge. Because bringing up what you said at the beginning of it is the attachment style that we're in really showcases itself under stress, under
100%.
conflict.
But here's the other thing, Katie, I was thinking about it. All these words are similar, but slightly different. Like if I think about security even, or if I think about confidence, I'm going to be different depending upon the situation. And this is why there's so much nuance, right? Like at work, I'm a CEO, I'm a boss. I have no trouble telling my employees and my boss what I need. But then I get home and I can't tell my mother I'm not coming home for Christmas, right? Mm-hmm. Like it's contextual. We're going to act different ways based upon our history with those people and based upon how we feel. So then the question is, how can I be more like the secure person? Okay, that is the question. How can I move towards security? And I love your scale of 1 to 10, whether it's energy. And I do the same thing on my scale. So am I a high level anxious type? Am I a low level anxious type? But if I've done my work, if I've done some therapy, if I've worked to heal myself, then I'm still the same. I'm like a nervous Nora type, but I'm just a little bit less of that, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So do people want to know then about like how to be more secure?
I'd say, yeah. Okay. I mean, do we want, guys? Do we want to know that? Like, yes or no in the chat.
Okay. All right. Okay. So there are 4 steps. Okay. If you're going to do anything today, write these 4 steps down. Okay. Because this is rinse, wash, and repeat. All right. The secure functioning person, it's almost like they have a secret and nobody else knows it. And they don't know it because I've always been the way that I have, right? Like if I'm nervous all the time, I'm looking through this lens of nervousness. I don't even know what it means to be different. Okay. 4 things. 1, I have to feel confident. I have to feel relaxed in my body. Okay. Back to the previous speaker talked about the body keeps the score, right? My trauma, my anxiety is in my body. So if I go into a dating relationship, if I'm talking to my partner and my heart is racing, nothing good is going to come of that. Okay. John Gottman, the Gottman Institute, they did something called the laboratory exercise where they put a plethysmograph They measured people's heart rates. And if I'm a couple and I'm in a fight and my heart rate is 100 beats per minute, nothing good is going to come of that. I'm going to say things I don't mean to say. I'm going to hurt my partner. I need to calm down. Okay. You need to have techniques that help you. For me, going on a bike ride is what I do. Okay. It calms me down. I'm out in nature. Nature's healing, but I need to get my heart rate down. Meditation is another way to do that. But the number one thing is your breath. Okay. People minimize this all the time. When I am anxious, okay, if I'm going to have a panic attack, which is a true thing in psychology, it's an increase of adrenaline, my heart is racing. I need to use my breath, because what's happening in a panic attack is I am actually not breathing. I'm holding my breath, and it's going to make things worse. I need to do deep diaphragmatic breathing. Okay. I need to hold the air in my diaphragm and then exhale. The exhale is everything. Okay. Because if my body's calm, I'm going to be able to act with confidence or security. One, figure out a way that you are going to be able to calm your body down. And a lot of this is based upon something called polyvagal theory. Okay. Back to Vandal Besserkoff, who wrote The Body Keeps the Score. We need to have techniques that help our vagus nerve calm down. Breath work, meditation, yoga. Katie, you're a big surfer, right? Being out in nature, things that you do that you calm down. Number one. Okay. Number two, you have a story about love. Back to the epigenetics. Your story is that I'm going to get hurt. Your story is that love never works. Your story is that everybody's going to disappoint me. If you don't change that story, that inner child kind of dialogue, and think, maybe this time it will work. Maybe I can put myself out there. Maybe I can learn to be more vulnerable. Maybe I'm not going to be rejected. You have to do that inner child work. And what we mean inner child parenting, be there for yourself the way that your parents weren't there for you. I need to talk to my younger self, write my 5-year-old self a letter. It wasn't your fault that you didn't get your needs met. Be there for yourself now. Okay. I have techniques that help people do that. Number 3, this is true belief. And for everything else that comes today is your mindset. This is called cognitive behavioral theory. Okay. The founder of cognitive therapy was Dr. Beck. He started in the 1950s, cognitive behavioral. How I think affects everything. If I say I'm not going to find love, if I say, again, this is a fearful situation, I'm going to look for evidence to believe that. Okay. So when you come up with your negative thought, this is the science. What is the evidence that your thought is true? Okay. People don't ask that question. That is the question. What is the thought that you don't have enough money, right? Is this an anxious thought or is this truth? Okay. You have to get rational with yourself. That is the cognitive part, how you think about relationships. Okay. So relax in your body, have a story about love that's positive, think rationally. Think that if I put myself out there, for me, in terms of dating, I said to myself, I'm going to date 100 people, 100 to find someone. And it took me 51 people and I met my husband, but you have to be able to think that way, that you have to know. Okay. And then number 4 is the action piece. People only see number 4. They only see the confidence, the behavior, they don't know all the rest of that. They don't know that your heart is pounding. Your partner doesn't know if you're flooded. You have to speak into that. All they can see is your behaviors. Okay. So you have to feel that way first, because if you don't feel that way, you can't just fake it, right? Again, you talked about kind of like faking confidence. It's you can do it, and I can coach somebody to be secure at the beginning, but then what happens is you can't sustain it. Okay. So rinse, wash, and repeat those 4 things. Feel it in your body, because that's what a secure person does. They feel calm most of the time. Now they get a little bit nervous talking or something, but that's normal. Okay. 2, they believe that I'm going to get my needs met. They believe that they're a good person, that this other person is good. I give you the benefit of the doubt, because anxious people are always like mistrusting, like, oh, is he leading me on? Where are we going? I don't know if I really believe this, because I have trust issues, right? Same thing with an avoidant person. They can be like, oh my God, what do you want from me? Or don't you know? Of course I'm interested in you. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. But you haven't spoken into that. You haven't said, oh my God, I really like you. You know, I'm really excited about this relationship. Or give me a chance. I'm getting better at opening up. I'm not comfortable with this. So you have to practice and move towards what secure people are doing, right? Because if I'm dating in a pool and I see, or I watch reality dating shows, and everybody else is like coming forward and being very warm and inviting, but then there's one person who's kind of being sort of secretive. Who do you think I'm going to choose? I'm going to choose the person that seems more upfront, right? Because I'm going to feel that I can trust them a little bit more versus the other person who's holding back. So not only in my attachment style quiz do I have those 4 types, I also differentiate between what I call low and high expressiveness. Okay. And this is another point that I really need to reiterate, because some people share too much. Okay. I can be a high expressive nervous Nora type and I flood you. I overwhelm you. I tell you everything because I can't keep a secret to save my life. Now, it depends who my partner is. Well, if they're getting flooded, I need to pace myself. I need to learn to actually not share everything. Like, what's my thought? Why am I sharing too much? Okay. Versus if I'm a low expressive avoidant type, I'm not sharing enough. So that's why there's a lot. That's why I say love is not one size fits all. You have to figure out who you are. Do I share too much and flood people? People come into dating even or in their relationships like super nervous, but it's all about them. And they're not listening to their partner. They're not like finding the space in that relationship. So this is why there's lots of subtle dynamics. And if I'm working with a couple, I need to understand your background, your history, who you are, and I need to understand your partner, and then figuring out a way that you're going to communicate together for both of you to get your needs met. Because that's how people get into therapy, Katie. When in a relationship, I'm not getting my needs met, you're not getting your needs met, and we need to figure out a way to do this differently.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. And that's why this is so powerful. Like understanding this knowledge and then understanding how do you first implement it into how you show up in the relationship, and then how can you relate it to if you are in a partnership, understanding your partner on a deeper level so that you can provide some grace for them even in those stressful ignited situations that we all end up in at some point with someone in our life, whether it's their significant other, mother, father, brother, sister. Like family hits home with me the strongest.
100%. Or you have a boss and you have to figure out what your boss is needing some validation too. And at the start of a meeting, because I also do a lot of coaching in business and I've helped a lot of middle level managers, and they're sharing themselves about or having to fire someone, how hard that is. Those things can hit home a lot. And being gracious, because if you're avoidant type, you'll want to just like move past that, right? You have to say, my gosh, let's talk about how you're feeling about that, right? This might be a shock to you. This is really hard. And that's the piece that there's, again, just a lot of nuance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's definitely different based off of the individual that we're talking about here. And I've talked about this a lot with my clients. Like, it's really easy maybe at work, like you said at the beginning, but when it comes to family, it's like, oh, that's the stab in the chest right there. Like that's when we lose all control. That's when our emotions just start to take over and we start showing up in a way that we don't even like because we're so triggered. And like, we could talk about this all day. I'd say I do at least 2 months in my coaching all about relationships in this because there's so much there. So So with that said, what is the VIP gift that you are offering
Yes.
to all of our VIP?
So Katie, here's the thing. So there are 4 attachment styles, and then in that there's the high and low expressive type. Like I'm either like a high expressive nervous Nora, and then my partner is, let's say, a low expressive independent Ian type. There are 10 different couple pairings. I have a workbook that I have created for those, because my advice to like 2 anxious partners versus 2 avoidant partners is different than what I say 1 anxious, 1 independent. You have to figure out what each person needs and wants, and then how to get that. So I have developed a workbook for couples for that very thing. It's kind of like your astrology, right? If I'm a Sagittarius and my partner is a Leo, like how are we going to communicate together? Because there's going to be unique things about that. So I have created this couples workbook, which my clients love. It literally, it's like you're, going to it and reading your astrology to figure out what you need to do to get to move towards security. These are your strengths as a couple, but these are your areas of weakness. And those areas of weakness are going to show up during stress. People don't come to me and tell me what's great in their relationship. They tell me about the stress points, because this is where it breaks down. Okay. When we're in a fight with my partner, that's where I'm doing one thing, you're doing another, and you need to figure that out. So I want to tell people, if you use also, I have lots of courses too, like use the promo code LOVE and you'll get $20 off. If you're anxious and you want to move towards security, you've got different things to work on than if you're independent and you need to move towards security. But take the quiz, you figure out who you are, and then I help move you specifically in my online courses, because I can only work with people in California because of my license. I could do one-on-one, but people live everywhere. And so you could do an online course that helps you with those 4 steps that I mentioned.
Okay, great.
Specifically classes on how to be more relaxed, how to talk to your inner child, how to have rational thought, and then how to act with confidence / security in your relationship to get the love that you want.
Okay, awesome. So that's in the VIP gift, right? And that's completely free for VIPs. So VIPs don't need to pay anything.
100%. You get that couple's handbook for free. Yes. But anything else, aside from there, if you've been part of this workshop today, you will save $20 off on any other of my courses.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
So that's also my gift, to say thank you for coming. And I call myself the Back to Love doc, because that's what I do. I help people get back to love, because everybody wants more love in their relationship, right? You want more money that buys you freedom, but then what do you do with that, right? People want deeper connections, and given what's happened in society and the pandemic, people just really want to figure out, how do I get the love that I want?
And I'm pretty sure everybody here wants more of that. I know I certainly do. So I was so excited to have you on, and thank you so much for being here. And if you just look through the chat, you'll see a lot of the links that we posted throughout. She has that awesome quiz. Again, I'm going to provide, whether you're a VIP or not, you're going to get your own speaker page at the end of this with everybody's social links, everybody's website, super easy to find. So don't stress if you lose things in the chat. We're going to send it out right after the masterclass. It's going to be super easy. And if you're not a VIP, like, you've got to hop in on this, because you're going to get exactly what she just talked about, 100% completely free. And how much does that usually cost? The kit that you just talked about?
$97 for my ebook. Yes. And you can download it. You can look at your phone. Yes.
Like, the VIP is $47, guys, and you get that from 10 other people too, because I'm throwing in VIP gifts too. So you actually have 11 different gifts that for $47, or you can just go, to her website and use her $20 off code and pay more money for it. But I would recommend just getting the VIP right now before I raise that price at the end of the class, and to make sure that you follow up with Diane here and stay connected in her community as well. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time, Diane. And we're going to move into our little mini break before I bring up the next speaker. Thank you for being here.
Great. Thank you all so much.
Awesome. All right, guys, let's give some love to our speakers. Again, let's make sure that they really feel appreciated after every session. They're putting so much time and energy into being here for free just to pour into you guys today. So like, what was your biggest takeaway from this conversation? Let's post it in the chat right now. Like what is something that you learned that was new and interesting to you? What is something that really relates to how you're feeling in your relationships right now, or it made an impact? Like, let's always take a conscious moment before we just rush into the next thing. Like, we're not doing that. We're going to take a conscious moment to think for a second. We don't do that enough. And it's like, okay, what just landed? What's impactful? I see a lot of people taking notes. Well, what's the most impactful note that you took that actually is really relevant to where you're at in your life right now with your relationships? Because this was a relationship conversation. Let's see. Let's look in the chat right now. We got opposites really do attract. Yeah. I mean, I lean on the anxious attachment style. And guess what I've constantly done throughout dating? Dating and avoidant. And then I'm frustrated, like, why is this not working out? Well, boom. Once I learned about attachment theory, it changed everything.
Changes everything, Katie. I can't tell you if there's one theory that you want to know, it's that one. Yeah.
I have every client read Attached. There's a book called Attached. Yeah. And every single client of mine, I think we usually read it like month 4 into the coaching for me. And it's just game changer. So you guys can Google that book as well. It's on Amazon, and it's a major book. It goes all over all this stuff. That's another like just great it's called Attached. It's just called Attached. And nothing fancy to it. But that'll help go a little bit deeper into that. Awesome. Okay. I'm reading through right now. Love learning about the parents and how they affect the relationship. Great. Awesome. Speaking of child, yep, exactly. All right. So, all right, guys, where's our energy at before I bring up the next speaker? We have a couple minutes. So if you need to run to the bathroom or something, or stand up and stretch to get our energy up, make sure that you do that right now. Okay. I did promise that between every 2 sessions, we're going to have like a little integration. This is how I do integrations. I'm not just going to stop talking. Like I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep talking. And then if you guys want to get up at the middle of this little break, go ahead, but just know I'm going to keep running through things. All right. So we have our next speaker coming on in about 3 minutes. I've already seen her here. It's my girl, Sarit. Woo, you can just sign up for VIP. Awesome. Don't forget, if you're a VIP, you can just stay until the end. So Diane, you're coming back at the end, just so I know. Yeah, yep. Awesome. So Diane's going to come back at the end. Donna's, I'm pretty sure every single speaker is able to come back at the end. And you already know how amazing these speakers are. And you're going to want to be able to actually unmute yourself and ask some of the personal questions that I know are coming up for you as we're going through this information. Like, how does this really relate to me? And maybe you're confused on something and you just want to talk about it and get coached a little bit. This is exactly why we have this VIP room at the end. This is why it's so important to upgrade to VIP right now, so that you have access to that when we come back at the end of the class today. So that's going to be from 4 to 5 p.m. at the very, very end. Okay. So even if you have to pop off, then you can come right back in. All right. So I also want to remind everybody about the 5K prize. So Versant, can you please post the link to this masterclass in the chat? So if you haven't invited a friend to join our class today, now that you have a little bit of insight into, okay, this is what this Confidence Revolution Masterclass is really about. All right. And maybe I hope that you're getting a lot of value out of this already, and that you're already loving the speakers that have come on and you've already learned some new things. So please, please, please go ahead and share this with as many people as possible. You can still share. People can still pop in today. Even if people pop in for a session or 2, it will make an impact. It will make an impact in their life. So Versant, if you can, there we go. If you can just share that link with someone, you'll be entered to win that 5K prize. And don't forget to keep your cameras on, to stay engaged in the chat, to actually be interactive throughout this masterclass today, because I am going to announce 2 winners to win the $5,000 package at the end of the masterclass. So that means you also get to be here the whole time. And I love that I feel like I saw a lot of people turn their cameras on all of a sudden. So just know, like, keep doing that. It's a real thing. You will actually win a $5,000 package at the end of this. And that's like, it's going to be directly related to taking everything that you've learned today and implementing it into your life. So you have an action plan ready to go right after this masterclass. Now, before we keep going, let's start to use the chat. I'm going to keep prompting you to use the chat so that I know that you're awake. Okay. Especially when I'm about to have someone come in here to really talk about energy and wellness and where's your mindset at and your self-confidence with how you look. Like, this is a really powerful conversation. So scale of 1 to 10, because we're going to keep checking in on that. Where's your energy at right now? Scale of 1 to 10. Where's your energy at right now? I'm not going to move on until I hear some feedback in the chat. So I want to make sure that our next speaker is going to be, you guys are pumped up. Or if we're not, we're going to do something real quick to make sure that you guys are feeling good as we move throughout the day. Marlene, we need to get your energy up. We're only at a 3. Okay, so if you're a 5 or below, you know what I want you to do? I want you to stand up, and I'm not kidding. I want you to actually stand up. I'm actually leading this masterclass standing up. I did this last time. I stood up for 7 hours. Why? Because it actually increases your energy. I usually coach standing up. My clients are on here right now. They know, they hear me talk about it all the time. You know what we also do in the coaching? We dance and we move around, and we start every session like that because sometimes we're not in the right energy to go in and crush it. So we get to tweak that so that we get the most out of the experience, because we're in control of what happens next. We're in control of what happens right now. We're not in control of what just happened 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, when you rolled out of bed this morning, what happened last night. We get to decide what kind of experience do we want to create with ourselves right now throughout this masterclass, bringing on our next speaker. So if you want to stand in more high energy, stand up. And proclaim it to claim it. I coach into that all the time. Don't be afraid to stand up. Okay. Don't be afraid to stand up. That's part of like stepping into your confidence, is like getting up, right? Like getting up when you don't feel like it and standing strong in who you are. So with that said, I set up at work too. Awesome, Sarah. Yeah, it really does. It honestly changes things. So let's go ahead and bring Sarit up. I know she's here. I saw her there, and we're going to get into our next conversation.
Woo! I'm here.
You are. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I knew your energy was going to be up. I'm never worried about that with you.
Yes. Actually, we're gonna raise the roof as we get started. So, okay, Katie, how do you want to do this?
How do I want to do it? What do you want? What do you want to do with them right now?
Okay, so guys, a couple of requests for you. First of all, Katie, I just want to say thank you so much for creating this opportunity. I see that there is 68 people live. Guys, I would actually love to know, like, where are you from today? And do we have anybody from outside the US? So, Katie, I just want to take a moment and say thank you. Guys, I'm not sure if you know how much work goes into creating an event like this. And I share this with you because Katie's got such a big heart and she's so generous. There's lots of work that goes before, during, and after. Katie, can you promise that today you're going to go pee, actually?
Yeah, I really will. Because like last time I did not leave for 7 hours straight. Like I was just here. I didn't pee, I didn't eat, I didn't do anything. And I talked to Sarit before this. I'm like, listen.
Yeah, text me.
Yeah. No, I'm going to. I'm going to actually put like a video on at some point, and I'm going to allow myself.
Beautiful. What a badass. Thank you, Katie. Okay, so I see you guys are hopping in from New York, Detroit, UK, Georgia, Atlanta, Seattle. Okay, up and early, committed. Europe in the house. Let's go. Ohio, Minnesota, New York, Ohio. Go pee if you gotta pee. Okay, so real quick, guys, connection is currency, and I would love to connect with you on a deeper level. So if you have your camera off and you know that you can turn it on, I'm going to request that please go ahead and turn on your camera. And I want to do something that's going to be a little crazy before we get into today's content. We're gonna talk about confidence. So Katie already asked you to stand up, which is actually perfect. Okay, let me see you guys. Okay, I see more cameras on. I feel like it's not letting me scroll through everybody. Okay, guys, so real quick, we're going to do a practice. Okay, that has to do with your stability. Today, we're going to talk about confidence, and you're probably wondering, okay, like, why is she making me do this weird shit? It's weird, and it's going to get your attention. Okay, so I want you to go ahead and stand up on one leg. So stand on your left leg. Drop a ready when you're ready to do this. And you're going to hold your body up, standing for 30 seconds on one leg before we switch sides. Okay, are you guys ready? I need to see ready in the chat. Okay, Lisa's ready. What's up, Lisa? Tam is ready. Julie is ready. Melissa is ready. Okay, Betsy's ready. Let's go. 30 seconds. You're going to stand on one leg for 30 seconds. And while you're standing on one leg, I want to ask you a question. And it goes like this. What would improving your confidence level create for you in your life? So start thinking about that. You guys are ready. We got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Switch. Keep thinking about that. You're switching sides. We got 20 seconds here. Hold it, guys. Hold it. 10 seconds. Katie, are you holding it too?
I'm doing it. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Pause. Okay. Drop a yes in the chat if you're able to hold a stance on one leg for 30 seconds. Why do I share this with you? Guys, we currently live in an era where people lack confidence because they don't know how to take care of themselves. So before we jump into today's details, I share this with you because did you know that more people each and every single year die from falling down and not knowing how to stand up than they do from cancer?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the indicators with regards to your ability to stand up when you fall down is how long you're able to hold a stance. So the minimum requirement is 30 seconds. So if you were able to stand on one leg for over 30 seconds, kudos to you. Congratulations. If not, that's okay. That's feedback. Okay. Which means that we got some work to do. So confidence. Confidence is something that we all could use more of. Do you guys agree? And we each have a reason for wanting to have more confidence. So I'm not sure what is your thing. And if you were thinking about it while you were standing on one leg, then I'd love to know from you. Like, if you could improve your confidence, what would that create in your life?
Yeah.
And I want to share with you a story before we get into today's details. So when women come to Erin, my wife and I, they come to us because their physical manifestation is not in alignment with who they know they really are meant to be. And what we think we want in life, a lot of times when we look at it, we look at the superficial level. But the real question is, what is really underneath that? Okay, so today we're going to talk about the 3 elements that are going to help you to boost your confidence. So we're going to walk through this step by step. Now, I want to share with you why this is something that's really intimate, because drop a G in the chat if you know that you were meant for greatness. Yeah. And if you know that you're meant for greatness and you're like, man, I'm not sure, I feel like there's currently something standing in my way. The first thing that we go, what's going on, baby? Can you hear my dog? The first thing that we look at is what external things can we quote unquote fix or change in order for me to create that. And for me, my journey started at a really young age because I actually lacked confidence. And the story that I told myself was, if I will lose the weight, then I will become more confident and people will want to date me. So I'm not sure what is that thing for you. If you haven't already written it down, I would strongly encourage you to write it down. And if you're feeling super courageous, go ahead and drop it in the chat. So like for me, the thing was, if I would lose weight, I will be more confident. So we think it's the money, we think it's the weight loss, we think it's the house, we think it's the car. And what I found after trials and tribulations with seeing my body go up and down and up and down and yo-yoing and self-sabotage, I realized that it was actually taking myself away from it. So who in here is feeling like they've been chasing that thing, and the more they chase it, the harder the chase actually gets? Go ahead and drop an H in the chat. Yeah. So here's the thing. The thing is never actually the problem. It's what's underneath that. So let's talk about the three main elements that are going to help you to increase your self-confidence. I actually brought some props today. I brought some mason jars. Okay, guys, so I have a mason jar here. Promise you I'm not going to do any magic tricks. What do you think will happen if I take this mason jar and I flip it upside down? Will anything actually happen? Did anything happen? This is not a trick question. I promise.
No.
Nothing happened. Yes, I just turned it upside down. So nothing actually happened. Okay. I have another mason jar. I got some water here. Guys, what's going to happen if I take this mason jar and I flip it upside down? Is anything going to happen?
Yes.
I got to do it with grace because otherwise I'll splash all over my desk. So I share this with you because the most important thing, the first thing with regards to building self-confidence is to pour into you, because you cannot pour from an empty cup. So I'm not sure what form of self-confidence you're seeking, whether it's financial, whether it's physical, whether it's mental. The first thing that you need to understand is that if you're not pouring into you, pouring out is actually going to be stopped. So I saw that some of you guys in the chat said that you know, you feel like the harder you're working, the less, my dog is going crazy, the less likely it feels like you're kind of like spinning your head in tails and not really getting anywhere, right? So step number one is nourishment. Nourishment. And when I say nourishment, I mean nourishment for your mind, nourishment for your body, and nourishment for your soul. So let's talk about those. So nourishment in terms of your mind. Katie, I love it that you said that you have your clients reading books. That is a form of nourishment. It is a mental form of nourishment. As a matter of fact, this event right now is nourishment. So kudos to you for showing up today, because you're nourishing your mind. Now, with regards to nourishing your mind, there's two things that you want to take into consideration. Number one is, who are the people that you surround yourself with the most? The 5 people you surround yourself with most. And number two, I actually love that there was dating right before this. If you happen to be engaged, married, or dating, is who is the person who you're most intimate with, and what form of nourishment are they providing you? So actually, in your notebooks, like write on a scale of 1 to 10, like if you were to rate the mental nourishment that you're getting in terms of your environment, how would you rate it? So like your spouse, for example, are they holding you high? Are they elevating you? Are they inspiring you? Or are they causing conflicts? And every time you want to go to the gym, they're like, oh, really? You got to do this now? Or things like that. So like, where are you at on a scale of 1 to 10? And then the same thing goes with regards to the 5 people that you spend most time around. Like, do they want to hang out at the bar, or do they want to be at Katie's event at 11 a.m. Eastern? And every person is a beautiful person. It's just a matter of like, where are you going? Right now, more than ever, who you surround yourself really, really matters, because there's a massive separation that's happening in society on a health level and on an economic level. And by the way, they're always tied, because how you do one thing is how you do everything. Okay. So that's part 1 with regards to mental nourishment. Part 2 with regards to mental nourishment is like events, books, podcasts, things like that. Like, what are you putting in your mind? Are you putting in your mind as you like spend time throughout your day? Every single day is a runway, right? Like you got a 24-hour runway. And with regards to whatever it is that you're consuming, right? Whether you're aware of it or unaware of it, are you consuming things that serve you and help you to take yourself to the next level? Or are you consuming things that are literally just like poisoning your mind? That are distracting you from where it is that you want to go. So on a scale of 1 to 10, I only expose myself mentally to objects, things, information that helps me to go up. 1 being things that are taking me away. Best example is the news. Distraction, infiltration, poison. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at that, Katie. I'm gonna leave it at that in terms of mental nourishment. Okay, so now with regards to spiritual nourishment, so we all carry a frequency. Have you ever met a person and you're like, man, I don't know what it is about them, but when I meet them, I feel alive, I feel energized, I feel like I want to go and like climb Mount Everest. Or like, you're in proximity with another person, you're like, man, I don't know what it is, but I just want to get out. Like, have you ever walked like into a room or to a party and you're like, I'm not feeling it, let's go? Right? So spiritual nourishment, we all carry a frequency. And based on how you're nourishing your spirit will actually determine what is your current frequency. And a lot of times it is expressed through our words and our state of mind. What was the first thing that you said when you woke up this morning? Or what was the first thing that you thought about when you woke up this morning? Okay, let's play a little game. If you could use 1 word to describe your mood when you woke up this morning, what would that word be? What would that word be? Okay. Okay. It's feedback, guys. Okay, so some of you guys, I want to inject some spiritual goodness in you. So gratitude, joy, like that's higher on the scale. That poop emoji, you're hilarious. And Antigone or Antigone? I hope I'm pronouncing your name.
Antigone.
Say it again.
Antigone.
Antigone, I love that. Antigone. Where's that name from?
Actually,
Okay, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out in just a little bit. Okay, so your state of mind is a byproduct of the spiritual nourishment that you've given to yourself up until now. And a lot of time it has to do with how you're spending your time. Drop a yes in the chat if you really love what you do. A labor of love. And drop a no in the chat if you feel drained. If you take nothing away from what I'm about to share with you today, and you just dropped a no, then I encourage you to read the book, Making a Life, Making a Living. One of the biggest causes of depression in the US is seeking a career or seeking a job simply because of the monetary component, not the spiritual component. You spend 60% of your life at work. So how you spend your time really, really matters. I'm simply here to wake you up, and I'm just a mirror. I'm simply a vessel. Okay, so based on how you felt when you woke up in the morning, you get to ask yourself, what's misaligned in my life right now? Like, get super real with yourself. Maybe it's the neighborhood you're in because you know that you're meant for, like a cleaner, more positive neighborhood. Maybe it's the body that you're in. By the way, your body is the only home that you have from day one to the last day that you die. Dana, I see you here, and you were at the last event, and I remember you. So good to see you. And with regards to how you spend your time every day, like, are you actually fulfilled? Also, your finances, are you fulfilled? Or are you living a life just trying to get by? So that has to do with regards to spiritual nourishment and mental nourishment. Let's talk about physical nourishment. So we help women to we help people to transform their life by transforming how they look at life and also how they take care of themselves. So there's a big component with regards to transforming bodies as well. And something that we found in this day and age is that for some reason, nutrition, which seems to be one of the simplest things, has become completely overcomplicated. Drop an O in the chat if you feel like actually drop an L in the chat if you feel lost when it comes to like dieting, nutrition, and all that jazz. Because I'm about to solve that problem for you in 8 words. As simple as 8 words, guys. Yeah. Before I figured it out, I've tried everything under the sun. As a matter of fact, can you drop a W if you're currently trying to lose weight or transform your body to any degree? Okay. Yeah. So with regards to physical nourishment, it goes like this. And this philosophy has been taken from Dr. Michael Pollan. It's called eat real food, not too much, mostly plants. As simple as that. There is you should do keto, you should be a vegan, you should be a pescatarian, you should be Mediterranean, blah, 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 blah. It really comes down to nutritional principles. Eat real food, not too much, mostly plants. When you're giving your body what it needs, which is whole real food, unprocessed foods, your body is going to take care of itself. And if you drop the W or you feel like your body is fighting back with you because maybe it doesn't look the way you want it to, maybe it's fighting you back with like a medical condition or autoimmune, it's because of what you have given it. When you do not take care of your house is not going to feel good. Your house is not going to smell good. Your house is not going to look good. Guys, your body is your house. It is so simple. So the next time that you eat the next thing, simply ask yourself, what is the purpose of me eating this? I believe that a lot of times when we're eating processed foods and foods that rise our level of inflammation and that cause weight gain, depression, and anxiety, and by the way, all of those are completely intertwined, it's because we're simply eating unconsciously, or we're not aware of why we're eating what we're eating, or what is the purpose of eating this. Deep down, we all know how to eat better. And sure, we can dive deeper with regards to the details of that. But let me ask you guys a question. It's almost lunchtime. You got 2 lunch options. Okay. Katie's going to pretend that we're all in an in-person event and Katie's going to provide you lunch. And you tell me which option would you rather have for lunch. Okay. You can have a salad with grilled chicken thighs and some fruit, or you can have a Subway sandwich with ham and mayo and chips on the side. Okay, salad is option 1. The sandwich with the chips is option 2. What would you choose and why? What about the rest of you guys? Speak up, you matter. Speak up, you matter. Okay.
There we go.
Nutrition is not actually your problem, guys. Like so many times I'm like, I hear people say, man, nutrition is my problem. I'm like, here's the deal. Nutrition is not your problem. There is something underneath that. It's what's driving your nutritional choices that we get to take a look at. Okay, so nourishment is part 1. Nourishment in terms of body, mind, spirit. Let's move on. Okay, thing number 2 is movement. Guys, movement is food and food is medicine. And Katie, what I appreciate about you is that the forms of movement that you do are what we call functional movements. You move in a way where your body was designed to move. That's why you look good, right? When we move in a way where like it is simply on a superficial level, where it doesn't really have a rhyme and a reason with regards to how our body was designed to move, we can only go so far. We can only go so far. So I want to go over the different movement patterns with you guys real quick. So you just get to have an understanding of what do I mean when I say, well, sorry, what do you mean how my body was designed to move? So your body was designed to move in different patterns and through all planes of motion. Your body has 3 different energy systems. So imagine if you had 3 engines in your body and the movement that you do only exploits one engine. If you were to take a plane from here to the other side of the world, would you rather fly on a jet that has 3 engines or 1, guys? Which one is more reliable? 3. No brainer, right? So with regards to energy systems, we have the aerobic, anaerobic, and creatine phosphate. We don't need to go into the details of it. Now, I'd love to know from you guys, can you drop a C in the chat if you're currently moving consistently 5 days a week for at least 30 minutes? Beautiful. For those of you guys who are, keep repeating successful acts. Okay. For those of you guys who are not, okay, that's feedback. So that's gap number 1 that we get to fill in. Okay. And the other thing to consider is what planes of motion are we moving in if you're being consistent. Most people move in 1 plane of motion. If you were to be a car, would you rather be the car that can only drive forward, or would you rather be the car that can drive forward, backward, and parallel park? A, forward only. B, forward, backward, parallel park. Yeah, Absolutely. So with regards to intentional movement, all planes of motion, which is sagittal, front, back, frontal, side, side, and transverse, which involves rotation. Okay. Just like with anything else in life, if we don't use it, we lose it. That's why most people by the age of 60, guys, it's astonishing. When they fall down, they're unable to get back up because their nourishment is off. So they're overweight. Mentally, they're not strong enough. So they give up quickly and their body is not moving in a way that is through all planes of motion. So when untrained, of course, when an adversity shows up, we're just being exposed to a gap. Okay, so it's hard to adapt to that. And then with regards to the movement patterns, make sure to incorporate things like squats, lunges, hinging, stepping, pressing, pulling, rotating, and locomotion. Drop a me in the chat if you know for sure that you're incorporating all of these in your day-to-day habits. Very few people do. Yeah. Locomotion, that means like walking, that means running. That's like one movement pattern. So that's feedback. Okay, so movement, Haley, boom, great job. And Terry, great job. Okay, so movement is the second element that helps you to create confidence. Now, I want to give you one more element because we're going to wrap this up. It's called discipline. So discipline actually touches every area of your life. Discipline doesn't just have to do with, oh yeah, I ate a clean lunch. Discipline doesn't just have to do with, oh yeah, I, did my workout. Discipline comes up to being in integrity with your word, following through with what you said that you're going to do. So my wife and I, we talk about a concept that's called building the chain. If you had a choice to create a chain, would you want and then you were to sell it, and let's say your life depended on it, would you want to have a heavy, large, and big necklace that weighs a lot? Or would you rather have a teeny weeny little necklace that has maybe like a couple smidges of a chain? A massive chain that's really heavy and really long. Your life depends on it and you're about to sell it, versus a tiny chain. B is the tiny chain. You'd rather sell your tiny chain? Will that be valued higher? If your chain was your business.
I think they're thinking of which one they don't want to wear around their neck.
Okay. What are we using it for? You're using it to sell it. That's it. You're creating a chain. And if you're about to build a chain, do you want to build the biggest chain of your life? That's heavy, that's long, because it's going to be valued more? Or do you want a teeny weeny chain that you can barely even put around your neck? Well, let's say they're both made out of gold. You're so smart. Let's say they're both, okay, so it's landing. A, beautiful. Well, so that's exactly how discipline works. Every single day, you're adding one more loop to the chain. Every single day, when you completely follow through with your word, that is with regards to people that you made promises to, you, and the promises that you made for yourself, the promises that you made for your body, then guess what? You get to add one loop. And every single day that you speak poorly about yourself, You don't follow through with the promises that you made with yourself. You don't follow through with the promises that you made with others. You don't follow through with the promises that you made with your body. We're taking away one piece.
Mm-hmm.
If your life dependent on this chain, and every single day you get to either add a hoop or take away a hoop, how would you look at your life? Because ultimately, we're a byproduct of our habits. And the beautiful thing about our habits is that they either help us to amplify our discipline, or they make it a lot more difficult to become disciplined. So I want to real quick, give you like a 1-2 system that will allow you to understand, okay, how do I know where I'm at with discipline?
Super quick, because then I get to bring our next speaker.
Beautiful. I'm going to be done in less than 2 minutes. So I want you to think about 2 habits. That can be your nutrition, that can be your movement, because we talked about it, or it could be something else that's related to your career. For every day that you follow through with both of these intentions, you get a 1. For every day where you don't, you get a 0. Do that over the next 7 days and get feedback with regards to what is your score in terms of your discipline. Start with 2. Over time, build it to 3. Over time, build it to 4. And watch where your life will be 10 years from now. People overestimate what they can do in a year, and they underestimate what they can do in a decade, because they don't work on building the chain. When you build the chain, it's a lifelong game. It's not a 1 week thing, a 1 month thing, or a 1 year thing. So thank you guys so much for having me today. Katie, thank you so much for having me today. And here's to you building more confidence. That's heavy AF, just like the biggest chain that you could build in your life.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you, Serene. And real quick before you leave, what is your VIP gift? Because I know it's a big event that you have coming up.
Yes, beautiful. Okay, so we talked about experiences and environment, and ultimately, like, the fastest way for you to amplify your results with regards to anything in life is who it is that you surround yourself with. So we have our annual live event coming up at the beginning of November 4th in this case. And the gift that we're going to be providing for you guys who are in the VIP room is a virtual ticket to our live event. And it's going to be an incredible live event. So really looking forward to seeing you there. Drop a VIP in the chat if you're already a VIP.
Jolie, woo! Nana.
Awesome. I see some of the ES Army peeps in the house. ES Army, go strong. Happy Flex Friday. Beautiful. If you're not yet a VIP, strongly encourage you to get the VIP. You'll get a virtual ticket as well. Yeah, would love to hang out with you for an even longer time. And Katie, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you for what you do.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for being here. My gosh, how awesome was that, guys? I don't know about you, but Sarita knows how to get the freaking energy up in the room. So thank you so much for being here. You guys have got to be part of her live event. If you liked her now and just like 30 minutes that she was speaking, imagine what's going to happen when you're on an event with her all day. Like, your ass is going to get kicked in the best way possible. So make sure that you sign up for VIP, because you're going to get Sarita's awesome gift to be more intimate in her community. You're also going to get all the other awesome speaker gifts that have come through so far. And you want to take advantage of this, because this stuff, every single person, every single gift costs more than the $47 that the VIP package costs right now. So let it be a no-brainer for you guys to do that before I raise the price. Okay. And all right, let's bring up Luke. Let's bring up Luke to the stage, our next speaker, who is going to talk to us about our mindset. It's such a great transition from speaker to speaker. Hey, Luke, how are you doing?
Good, yourself? Oh, looks like I got
You've been here all morning.
Yeah, I have, and I think my it slowed down my video. Uh-oh.
I see you clear.
Okay, well, if I don't see myself clear, as long as everyone else can, that's what's most important. I don't know about everyone else, but thank you, Katie. This has just been amazing. And if you haven't followed Dawn Diane or I believe it's Sarit. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
All right. I mean, everything from the energy, love, relationships, and health so far has been amazing. So if you don't have VIP, you should definitely grab that so you can go back and see those amazing speakers just pour into you with incredible value. So I'm very excited to be here. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm so excited to get to this conversation. So I'm going to just read a little bit and then we're going to get into it. So
Sure. Sounds good.
Me and Luke are going to talk about him. And actually, I've known Luke for a really, really long time. So I'm originally from Baltimore, Maryland, even though I'm in France right now and I'm all over the world. That's my lifestyle. But me and Luke are back from the Be More, Maryland days. So I'm really excited to have him on this event. And he's really going to dive into how to win the war within your mind to create your dream life, which we've been talking about this with every single speaker in some capacity about, hey, we got to look at like what's going on in your headspace first before all the strategies and all those other things even take an effect. And Luke is a mindset change coach and speaker, empowering entrepreneurs and professionals and their teams to become the dominant force in their lives with absolute clarity, confidence, and direction. His powerful coaching and speaking platform, Mindset Freedom, empowers you to make the necessary shifts in your thinking to operate from a framework of self-awareness, accountability, belief, and aligned vision to create your goals. All right. So where do you want to start in this conversation today?
Oh, wow. That's so much. First, I would love to ask everyone to mute themselves so we don't get any background noise. Would be awesome. I think one of the things that I get asked all the time is like, what's holding people back? I think that's the universal question. There's no doubt that we all want to be more than we are. I think that's part of the life lesson of growing and having goals and just evolving. But we don't know what that impediment is, what that invisible hand is that's holding us back. So I think we could start there. And right out of the gate, it's really coming from the symptoms that are based off your limiting beliefs, off sometimes your fixed, your mindsets, those misconceptions, those BS stories we tell ourselves, that head trash, that negative self-talk. All those things are holding us back from becoming the best versions of ourselves, yet we have absolute control of them when we're shown what they are, when we're exposed to here's the reason that are creating those symptoms. And I think we've talked a lot about the symptoms throughout this entire masterclass is we have the symptoms of, we have those fears, fears of judgment, fear of success, fear of failure that lead to low self-esteem and that sense of, low self-worth. Especially entrepreneurs out there or anyone who puts themselves out there is the imposter syndrome. Who are we to be bringing value? And we start judging ourselves and our experience. Unresolved trauma was touched on. A lot of times we're seeking validation. All these are just symptoms that are showing up in our lives that are holding us back, that are really, if we look at it, they're just survival mechanisms. They're measures of control and protection because remember, our hard wiring from caveman and prehistoric days is to protect ourselves, is to make sure we stay safe. And yet, while we're not going to be eaten by saber-toothed tigers, we're still our brain protects ourselves in the same manner and keeps us in what we call that comfort zone. So every time we try to get out of it, these symptoms pop up to keep us small, to keep us minimal, and keep us less exposed to some of the things that we fear. And those are things that we have to learn to overcome by going to the root of the problem. And that really draws back to limiting beliefs of the identity of what we think we can and cannot do. We set those limitations, but they're founded from much earlier on in our lives.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That goes back to the one conversation where we started to talk about the childhood piece and how that bleeds into adulthood a bit with even the attachment style conversation. And, like with this one, with mastering your mindset, do you want to dive into first with how to identify perhaps like what are the sabotaging things that are going on in our mind that maybe we're not able to see because they're a blind spot, and how you can help people identify maybe right now on this call something that's getting in their way, that once we create that awareness, then we can work a system through shifting it.
Well, I think you built the first key word is self-awareness and mindfulness. If you don't know there's a problem, you don't know what you don't know, then we can't measure or track it and understand where the origin of it is. And typically we reverse engineer. If you're not getting the results in life where you are, and that could be anywhere. That's your health, your relationships, your finance, your business, your faith, your community. If you're not where you are, It's because you're not showing up with a full cup. And we talked about that. If your cup is not full, you can't pour into others. And we have to go, why do I keep, a lot of questions that we have, or, why am I 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or why does this always happen to me? And so that addresses, we got to reverse engineer. If you're ending up where you don't want to go, we have to understand, and this will get to the practical, awareness piece, is most of us aren't educated in how we think and why we think the way we do. And in order to reverse engineer and identify what is going on with us and why we're making the decisions we have to understand how our brain works. And very simply, from a neurological aspect, something happens, an external stimuli, an event. We have a thought and a feeling based on our experience about it, and that leads to our belief system, what we believed individually to be true. And then we make a decision based on those beliefs, and then we take an action or an inaction, which is an action unto itself if we're avoiding, and then we get an outcome. But if that outcome is not congruent with what we say we want, we have to go back and say all of our decisions are made on our belief set. So we have to identify, why do we think and feel this way, and what is our beliefs telling us? And you mentioned about childhood. Another thing is, people don't realize that we make 95% of our decisions based on our beliefs subconsciously. These are default behaviors. These are things that we don't think about consciously, because remember, our brain gets bombarded with 6,000, 60,000, something crazy number of thoughts a day. And if you were to consciously process, your head would explode. It's just an efficient mechanism of operating system to kind of subroutine anything that we don't deem critically important. But what if some of those things are important? We're just not raising them to our self-awareness. So being mindful and self-aware and identifying, what is it in my life that I'm not achieving or accomplishing, or what can I recognize in my own behavior that's holding me up? Why do I do these things? When we bring it to our conscious awareness, now we're going to be able to identify and look at, okay, this happens. Why does it happen? Why do I feel this way? And when you process it to your beliefs, you're going to uncover things that happen in childhood. Sometimes they're traumas, sometimes they're just environmental cues, because remember, we didn't create our beliefs as children. They're provided to us, like going to the store and buying a computer. It's already installed with an operating system, and so are we. That operating system was filled with the environment from our parents, our family, our religion, the TV, the news, our friends, whatever we absorbed up at early age, we just assumed to be true, especially before the age of 7, because we don't have the cognitive ability to contextually push back. This is why kids literally believe there's a monster under the bed, or there's a Santa Claus or an Easter bunny or whatever, or any authority figure says something to be true. They believe it because they don't have the capacity neurologically, they haven't matured enough in their brain to actually say, wait a minute, I don't think that's true, and I can contextually do a frame of reference. No, but we don't realize that how much influence certain behaviors have. Like if a teacher said, you're terrible in math in 2nd grade, and now we're making decisions on our career 30 years later about not getting into a technical field or not going to a technical college because our belief says we're not good at math, but we've learned from other speakers, what is the real evidence that is true? Is it really true? And we don't challenge those things. So we have a whole set of beliefs, whether it's scarcity mindset, or if you watched your parents fight a lot, maybe that's the dynamic of their relationship. You believe relationships in love and marriage center around sort of an adversarial or maybe even a hostile communication. You might bring that or avoid that moving forward into your relationship and be less intimate or less open or less, authentic in those communications. Remember, all these things are just formed at an early age that we're making our adult decisions based on. So if we don't go back in and look at those things and say, do they still serve us now? Then we're going to continue making these decisions, which we're not conscious of, that we create these biases. And this is known as self-sabotage. This is where we don't think we're good enough because we have an underlying programming. Even as adults, we're like, hey, I'm good enough. I'm skilled. I got this degree. People love me. And then they go to do something, and there's this voice that says, hey, maybe you're not good enough. Maybe you should hold back. Maybe it's not your time. Did someone give you permission to do this? There's all these sort of, head trash, which I call the naysayer voice. And that naysayer voice is born from our survival mechanism. It doesn't want us to have that sort of controversy or that confrontation against what may hurt us, because we're just protecting ourselves from what are either the childhood trauma or the belief sets that are confining us to certain activities and restricting our ability to move forward. So that's really where we need to dive back in and verify and validate certain beliefs that hold true, and then challenge those that don't, so we can create the new behaviors that which becomes habits. Those habits become our default operating system, and we become the person that can achieve those goals. So it's a long way of saying the first thing you need to do is identify what it is, at least the outcome portion, what you're not getting. And then we got to take it back and be self-aware and more mindful. And that's when, after like writing down your goals and just bringing them into your consciousness and saying them in the morning, start getting that self-talk, getting our brain wrapped around and acclimated to what it is we want on the positive side and not the negative, because your brain doesn't understand negative words. If we say, I don't want debt, our brain hears, I want debt. It can't process the negative. So there's a lot of self-talk that's involved there. But that's just the basic premise. If once we understand how our neurology works, we can reverse engineer and start bringing to our conscious mind and using mindfulness exercises to identify and uncover those thoughts, feelings, and beliefs that are tripping us up in our adult actions.
You know, I want everyone right now to post something in the chat. And who here, I want to know really quick, who here actually listened to my voice message that I left you yesterday? Anybody? Yes or no in the chat? Yes or no? Come on, I put so much energy to making these voice messages. All right.
Yes, I did.
Thank you, Candace.
Awesome.
So because it relates to this conversation, and
Sure.
it was about, so you said something really important is what, and I want to ask this relating to this masterclass, what do you want to get out of it? Like, what's the outcome and what's the result that you came here to receive? I want to hear where everybody in the room is at. Have you thought about it, or did you show up to this masterclass today? This is why I left you the voice message. Go and listen to it.
Clear mind. Clear mind.
Clear mind. I think that's
Let's use the check.
That's what that said.
Thank you, Candace. We're gonna let you talk in the VIP room after, and we're gonna keep it a little bit untalked right now.
I think she touched on something very, very important, which is the first thing is clarity. It's that clear mind. It's understanding what we truly want versus what we say we want. And I think that's where we get caught up in a lot of times in giving our power and ownership by living or believing we're living up to the expectations of others with not realizing it. Is our life our own? Are we doing the things just because they pay the bills, or are we doing those things because that's what our parents expected of us, or that's what's expected me as a quote unquote man or a woman, or these identity shifts in gender? Like, where's the impetus? Have we questioned that? Is it something we truly desire? And a lot of times that's the hardest question to answer for people who, when we're of service and we're usually taking care of others in some form or fashion, when you are asked, like, what do you want? You literally, you personally, we have this defensive mechanism that we're taught to be, oh, that's selfish. Like, it's all about us. No, it's like, how can we be of service to others? And that's great and important, because that's how, we are a part of a community. We're not just single-celled organisms swimming around independently. We gravitate, we are wired to be a part of a community, to be of value, to do those things and congregate. And we are better together by leveraging each other on each other, their energy, their skills, those sort of things. But at the same time, when we start looking at self-love, self-improvement, there's sometimes this tinge of guilt of, am I being selfish? And so when you're asked, what do you really want? A lot of times we might just answer on the superficial, and we don't really know to the core. We haven't dug deep and just unearthed what is that core meaning. And that's something that we really need to get clear on, because that's going to be our North Star. That is going to be where our energy is poured, where we start acquiring the skills, where we're looking for the path, where we're raising our hands, who can help me? If we don't know exactly where we want to go, it's the rudderless boat. We're just going to kind of drift along and spin in a direction, and we're going to lose momentum, and we're not going to have that strong why. We know all the time from like the Simon Sinek, what is that emotional intrinsic why? Why do I want to accomplish what I say I want to accomplish? Because if you don't know, if that's not visceral, if that's not, part of your heart and head, then when it comes time to do the work, the hard work it takes to achieve our goals in any area of life, we're more prone to give up. because we don't have that backstop. We're more prone to rationalize hitting the snooze alarm, rationalize saying this is my cheat meal, rationalize saying I don't need to make that extra phone call, rationalize maybe I'll just not bring this up in my relationship and it'll go away. Those are the things that are going to happen. And we break those micro promises to ourselves, which then become a new habit. And we lead ourselves down against what we say we want to do, because we don't have that strong conviction of why that's going to get us through the hard work or the heart work, depending on what our goals are.
Yeah, I like how you just mentioned how it becomes a habit to do the destructive things. And sometimes they're just your normal. Like, that's just like who you are. It's just like how I operate. It's how I eat food. It's how I move my body. It's how I show up to work. It's how I talk to my friends. It's how I talk to my mom. It's how I talk, and it becomes this blind spot that we're living in.
Absolutely, because it's not conscious awareness. We're just doing what we've always done, and then we give our power away to it, and just saying, and that's a fixed mindset, because a lot of us say we can't change or don't change. That's the way it's always been, and that's the furthest for the truth. If you think about it, when we come out of the womb, or even before, we're adapting, we're growing, we're learning, we're curious. And then we sort of fall into a system, unfortunately, modern education, where it's be quiet and stay between the lines and don't rock the boat. And we start losing that curiosity. We start losing that individuality and the greatness that resides in all of us. And we sort of get muted, and we allow ourselves to be muted. And then we think we're in this path and that's our path for life. And we live up to the expectations, and we just assume that to be true about ourselves. And a lot of people, we talked, heard earlier about like epigenetics and like, kind of transference from, previous generations and some of these, proclivities for like how we behave and how we think. Yeah, there's a genetic component, but we also have free will and we have choice. You have a choice. You're not subject to that which is written before you. It may be a harder obstacle, just like if people have natural skills and ability to, let's say, do math or play the piano or sing, and natural talents, that's wonderful. Or you might be quick to anger or confused or frustrated more easily with something. Those are things that you can work on. We can always skill up. We can level up if you adopt a growth mindset, because the more we learn, the more we drop ego and raise our hand and ask for help, then the more skills and the more tools and the behavioral change and the mindset we can change. We can literally change through neuroplasticity who we are at any given point. So we don't have to be anchored by the past of who we thought we were yesterday. And that's the best power and gift you can ever give yourself. Sure, own who you are now and where your past was, to learn the lesson, and then choose who you want to be, and then take those action steps of what are the behaviors and the core values of the people that are succeeding where I want to succeed, adopt those, implement those, they become your new behaviors or habits, and that becomes your new identity. And therefore you evolve, and now you're Katie 2.0, you're Luke 2.0. And we have that ability, but we lost that somehow in childhood to adolescence to adulthood. We forget that it's okay to not know something. Like you didn't know how to, do calculus or change a tire or do your skill set in your work right now. You had to learn. And somehow we lost this curiosity for learning. And learning is freedom, because the more information you have, the greater your brain can grab onto those puzzle pieces and create more opportunities and take the lens of bias away.
Yeah, and that's such a great point, because everybody here is here to learn. And you guys, it just confirms that everybody here, you're in the right place, because this is what, like, I specifically wrote the tagline for this masterclass to attract a certain kind of person. And that's a high achiever. That's somebody who wants to go out in life and take this information and learn, and not just learn and store it in your brain with cobwebs, but like take action on it in life, so that things start to really change and shift. And, based off of everything that you've shared today, to help people really implement all of this knowledge that they're learning from you, like what would be the one thing for them to really remember or take action into based
I would
off
say
of conversation?
the one thing is to realize that they were born perfect. And what I mean by like that is we think we have problems that we need to solve. We actually need to shed all the stuff the environment has just kind of laid onto us and identify those beliefs and shed the ones that don't serve us anymore. You have the ability to do that. And I think that's where we get stuck, is we don't think we're enough. We think we're the problem. No, once you understand that you have the power to change yourself, and you have the free will to do so, it doesn't mean it's not going to take work. and effort and energy, and you may struggle through it and need help, it just means you can do it. You're not broken. You're not imperfect. It's just like when you see, Michelangelo or whatever, it's like a big hunk of marble, and you are chipping away everything that's not your beautiful, successful self. And that's really what we're doing, is we're shedding those things, those limiting beliefs, those the mindset prison, those limits that we put on ourselves, because we control that. And that is something, or we allow others to control that. And by setting, who they think we are. Remember, mindset at the end of the day is how we perceive ourselves, or how we allow others to perceive us. And then we act accordingly. And that is something that you have full control over. We can't control the external environment, but we can always control whether we emotionally react to something and go down those default behaviors that aren't serving us, or we start intelligently responding based on the goals that we set for ourselves, the identity of who we want to become that can achieve our next best, greatest things, and stick and be in alignment with that. So the number one thing is get into that clarity and permission to give yourself to change, to have that ability without fear, without doubt, without hesitation, without judgment. You're the ones walking in your shoes and living your life. No one is going to, you decide who you're going to be and become, and not let the baggage of the past or the naysayer voice in your head dictate to do the same thing over and over again. You already know where you don't want to be. There is no risk in trying something new.
I love that. That's such a powerful, like, ending point. Like, it goes back to, like, hey, we're just working on the up level right now versus looking for why we're not worthy of getting to where we want to be in life. That's also, like, I feel like something I pulled from what you just said.
Yeah, you're holding on to the baggage which doesn't serve you. And this tie real quickly, and I know we're on time, is the fear of failure. There is no failure. It's an opportunity to learn what's not working the best. That's how we grow. When you walked out, were you fear of judging when you learned to, crawl and walk and fall down? Were you worried about what other people thought? No, this is drop the ego, embrace growth mindset and learning. It's going to drop the baggage. You're going to feel so much better. You're going to say, this is what I want and how to achieve it. I'm going to go do it. You got to don't be an ever learner and a never doer. And guess what? It's never going to be pretty out of the gate. It never will. It's the 10th time, the 100th time, you'll skill up, you'll learn, it'll be more refined, you'll get more confident in it. Because remember, when you get more competent in repetition of whatever you're doing, you'll feel more confident in it. That's competence to confidence. So only through taking action basically cures all. When we get into action, we go into a beautiful, hopeful, believable state of greatness, joy, passion, purpose, all those fulfillment things. If we're in a negative state, when we're sedentary, we're hesitant, we're procrastinating, we're going to sit there and mire in our own little, cognitive dissonance of why things suck, and we'll go find 100 reasons to support it. So once you get into action, you can't be in a negative state and a beautiful state at the same time. Get in a beautiful state by taking action. Your feelings will catch up to it. And so that's just what I say. There is no failure. The only failure is not to learn from what you did before. The past isn't to remind you and to keep you depressed and regretful of some of the decisions you've made. It's just to say, hey, this didn't work for you. Let's not do it again. Leave the emotions, take the lesson, don't destroy the present moment, and just move on.
Boom. That's a powerful one right there. I see everyone's like, yeah, that one right there. Like I want to end on that, because that was like, boom, because I think so many of us have like all this stuff that we're carrying around from our past. And it's like, no, just take the learning from it and move forward with that. And that's so freaking
It's not a life sentence. It's not a life sentence. Just
exactly. We have a great, amazing, beautiful future ahead, and it's how we choose to use what we've learned. That's how we're going to get there, period.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you. And real quick person, let's bring Luke back. So before you go, Luke, I want to talk about, what's your VIP gift that you're generously providing for all of our awesome VIPs?
The one thing we've been talking about, which is that first thing, it's going to be a mindset master clarity strategy session with me. It's a 45-minute session. I usually charge in excess of $400 or $500 for this session. But I'm giving it away for the VIP because that's the hardest part. We got to know where we start. Where are you currently in your life? What changes are you looking to make? The obstacles you believe in your way, what you really want, like we talked about, why you want it, and what your life would look like if you achieved it. So to walk through that systematically, to get that clarity of focus, to understand your North Star is going to grant you that perspective to then now you can look at some of the external, skills and tools and methodologies and blueprints that are going to help you achieve it, but getting that clarity. So yeah, my gift to you guys today is the Mindset Master Clarity session.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right,
Oh.
let's give a huge round of applause. This was an incredible conversation. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, absolutely my pleasure. This has been amazing. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to have all the ways to follow up with Luke. Luke's really active on LinkedIn, so that's probably going to be the best way to follow up with him. And you got to snag that gift. Like, seriously, it's a $500. So we're already up to over $1,000, $2,000 based off of what the speakers have given so far that you've seen. Seriously, it's a no-brainer if you haven't upgraded to VIP. I mean, I'm going to say it like on repeat throughout this entire class because I'm a stand for you guys to really have all of the resources to take this information to the next level. Luke just talked about it. You don't want to be one of those people that's a great learner as far as you take all the notes, you show up to these classes, and then you struggle maybe to do the implementation, the action piece. This is where everybody breaks down. The entire reason why I created a VIP package is because I know this is where most people fail. It's with what do you do after the class? What do you do with the information that you just learned? Do you actually implement into it? The VIP gifts or resources to provide, make it easy. Just make it easy. I'm like, okay, I heard this with this speaker, and I really resonated with what they said, and I already have the implementation piece at my fingertips, and I don't have to spend any more money to do it or time to figure out where do I go from here. Okay, so this is seriously a no-brainer. I want to know right now, if you're a VIP, put VIP in the chat. If you're not a VIP, I want to know why. Why have you not decided to? What gap do I get to fill for you to say yes to having all of the resources for you to be securely moving forward after this? I don't know if I can discount it anymore. All right, like $47 doesn't even pay for my team to run this event with me today. This isn't like a money-making thing for me at all. I hope you guys understand that. It's really like a generous thing that I've put together. And if you're not, like, really though, what's in the way? What's in the way? How, because this is how we work through things. Right now, we acknowledge like what's in our way so that we can do it. Oh yeah, so I did raise it. Sorry guys, I did raise it to 67. I've been putting emails out and everything about that. So as I said, like as we hesitate, the price keeps going up. It's going to stay 67 till the end of the day. And then tomorrow it's going to go up to 87. And that's what I've been saying in the emails because I'm encouraging everybody to take that action and not to second guess it. It's worth $10,000 for real, like legit it is. Okay. So it's a good deal. We're winning here no matter what, even if the price goes up. But why not get a good deal if we get a good, like I'd rather get the best deal possible and just take action early. So don't take advantage of that. Like seriously, I want you guys to succeed after this and not feel lost or struggling with where to go. And also reminder, we're about halfway through right now. Super exciting. Keep your cameras on. I really love seeing everybody's face. I've seen some more people emerge and now your cameras are on. That's awesome because you're entered to win that 5K prize. I'm serious. Like I'm giving 2 of them away at the end. You want to stay all the way until the end. You want to have this prize. It's really incredible what's going to be included in that. And again, just keep being active in the chat. Keep being active in the chat. Have your camera on. Let me see you. I see Mark, one of my former clients. Mark is here. I'm so excited to see some people that I haven't seen in a long time. And I also just want to check in with everybody right now. And actually, I'm going to do something. Really quick. So what I'm going to do for all the VIPs, I'm going to throw something extra in right now. I'm going to throw something extra in. So if you're already a VIP, you're just going to get this. And if you actually do this by the end of the class, you're going to get this too. So part of the VIP package is I've included a 30-minute coaching call with me. My coaching calls start at $700 minimum, period. And you can already tell how my energy is right now. I have a lot of my clients on here and they can validate and vet for how my coaching is and how we kick some major ass in a 30-minute call, which is already included in your VIP coaching. So I'm going to upgrade that to 60 minutes to a 60-minute call, which would be at least $1,500 with me, period. That's the truth. Okay. Right now, for anybody who upgrades to VIP. because I want to have a deeper connection, and I want to make sure that we have enough time so that you really are supported to create an action plan after this is over, because that's what I do as a life coach. Okay, so that's already part of your VIP package for 30 minutes. I'm going to upgrade that to a 60-minute coaching call. If you sign up now, or if you've already signed up, you're going to get it anyways. You're going to get it anyways. I'm going to hook you up, and I'll send a special email to acknowledge that. And I want to make it as easy as possible for you guys to just say yes to this already. So I just threw in an extra like $700 right there. So I hope that like that helped a little bit. If we felt like, hey, I don't know, like, is this worth it? Do I really want to deal with it or not? Like, do it just for the coaching calls that you're getting from me and the other coaches. That's freaking worth it in itself. Trust me on that. Okay. And I know my clients of mine, post in the chat and let them know what's up, because like I have a lot of my clients here and they all got private sessions with me. The ones that are here, I see them. They have group sessions and private sessions, and they got them for a reason, because they do a lot. Okay. Now, all right, I want to do just one other thing in the chat before I bring up our next speaker. Scale of 1 to 10, how much value have you gotten so far? I want to know, like, how valuable has this been for you? And be honest, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, how are you feeling with what you've received, with the quality of the conversations? Is this what you expected? Is it more? Is it less? You know, like, I'm always looking for feedback, because I want to make
8,
sure that you guys are getting the most out of today as possible. Okay, so
8.
let's see. 8, awesome. Thank you, Candace. Awesome, Jen, and there's my girl. Jen's up in here. We got Betsy, awesome. Namisha, yep, great. Awesome, Jenny 10. Okay, good. Awesome. That makes me see this. Oh, you know how much work this has been for me to put this on? Like, I love how the speakers have really acknowledged that, because it's like my clients have barely heard from me this week, and this is why. Because I'm just like been heads down, because I've been so committed to you guys really getting the most out of this event. So I'm really excited that you guys are feeling like this is valuable for you. There's another one of my clients logging in right now. Awesome. Okay, so we are going to move into our next speakers soon. So my team is just going to check and make sure. Julie, are you here? If you're here, just put like, hey, in the chat. I'm not sure if your name's under someone else's name or something like that. Well, while Julie's here, if we're waiting for our next speaker to come in, if you want to use the bathroom really quick, if you want to get up and do something like that, like, just do it really quick. This is technically our break period. Okay, so go ahead and do that. And then let me see here. I'm gonna ask. I saw somebody here that I wanted to pull you up. Where are you? Did you go away? It was one of my clients who I saw, because we're working on this. Namisha, there you are. I'm gonna call you forward right now. She's probably like gonna kill me. So Namisha, can we pull Namisha up to the stage?
What did I do wrong?
You didn't do anything wrong, but something that we are working on in the coaching right now is your confidence. So I want to give you an opportunity to actually work on that while we're waiting for our next speaker. So I want you to state what you have powerfully been working on in your life right now. Like, what's something that you're passionate and excited about, and like how express that in the ways of being that really showcase you standing confident in that.
I think I know where you're going with this, with my story I shared with you. So Katie had asked us to write about how we are in our way of being and what that looks like for us. So I created a story around the senses and a day in the life of me. And what that looked like is waking up refreshed and energized, ready for the day, feeling empowered to make the world a better place, and just feeling great within myself, doing my yoga and my meditation every day and working out, whatever that looked like, whether it was yoga or something else, and just fully being present and just loving what I do and loving myself. That's that story in a nutshell, I think.
I love that. How do you feel now that you've shared it out loud?
I feel great because this has been a tough week with my son, and homework stuff, school stuff. So sharing that today does make me feel that way. I'm living my story. So thank you for this opportunity. I love it. Thanks.
Welcome. All right. Thank you for sharing. So the reason why I did that right now is because we're all here because we're looking into stepping into our next level of confidence. Am I right? Am I right? Okay. You know what? Guess what? When you get on a stage and you're in front of a bunch of people that you've never met, whether it's virtual or not, that is scary. Okay. And the way that I teach my clients to work on their confidence is by always having their camera on. I'm super nuts about that in my coaching. Okay. And speaking at every single session, period. Every single session. And the VIPs, this is also something that's going to happen in the VIP room. You guys are all going to be able to unmute and talk. And that's why it's so powerful, because part of why you came here today is to get an immediate breakthrough. And for a lot of you guys, that's showing up and using your voice in a way that maybe you haven't before, sharing your dreams, like sharing what your mission is with the world, sharing your why for why you took time out of your Friday to come onto a virtual event for 6 hours today, why you spent the money to upgrade to VIP, because you want to get a very specific result. And for all of us, I know, because you're here right now, and the whole theme of this masterclass is around confidence, is that you are ready to unleash something within yourself that has been sitting quiet and sleeping for a long time. So I want to give people an opportunity to actually do that and get coached, because this is the reality of running a live event. My next speaker isn't here. I don't know where she is. And we don't have we're not able to get a hold of her. So I'm gonna step in, I'm gonna do coaching, and I'm gonna be a speaker, which I do this every single day anyways. And I really want to coach into providing next level confidence. So I really want to see everybody in the chat right now. And I want you to share something in here. Oh, good. And I'm already starting to see some of this right now. Awesome. Thank you, Betsy. I want to understand, like, what area of your life, because this is going to help me coach, and this is also going to help me make sure that the next conversations that we have with the speakers are going to be really, really valuable, and it's going to allow you to get very specific breakthroughs. Because again, this is not a masterclass designed for you to just sit back, check out, and like kind of do like zone out. Like, I want you to interact. I want you to be part of it. Why? Because that's how you get results. Exactly how my clients get results. They don't just sit back in our coaching sessions. They're involved and they're talking and they're doing stuff every session, because that is what creates the result. So out of the different areas of your life, I'm going to go a little bit into my 7-pillar system, and you're going to learn more about this in my Confidence Revolution Challenge, which I'm really excited about. That's going to be starting on October 2nd. You all are invited to that after this. If you're a VIP, part of my VIP gift is you're upgraded into VIP in that challenge. And that's where you get to work with me for 14 days, 2 weeks straight. It's how a lot of people that have coached with me right here, they all went through this challenge with me at some point. I've up-leveled it. It's shifted over the years of me doing it. And that's why they became coaching clients, because they had a really great experience over the 7 days that they were maybe with me, or the 14 days, or the 3 weeks that they were with me in this free challenge that I'm about to invite you guys into right now. And it's a powerful opportunity to take what you're learning in this container and really level up. So actually, Versing, could you post the link to join that challenge in the chat, please? So this is a free event. It's going to kick off about 1 week after today, the Monday, October 2nd. And I do that strategically so you have something to move immediately into after this. And I want to just teach you a little bit about my 7-pillar system. Okay, because I'm going to dive way more into this in that challenge. And this is the system that's created success for me in my life, and also success for my clients. And then from there, what I want you to do is identify in the chat what's the most important area for you to create confidence in right now, to create next level success in, to really unleash yourself. So the first piece that I have right now, and I'm just going to do an exercise that I actually do with my clients with you, is health and wellness. We've talked about that already today. That's what Sarit came in. I actually, a little bit of a history on me. I was in the health and wellness industry for about 10 years. I am a certified personal trainer, nutritionist. I also have a #1 best-selling cookbook that you guys saw as an order bump on VIP. So that's something that, you know, I created years ago, and it's a very big part of my life, you know, health and wellness and energy and focus and really living a healthy lifestyle. It's also what I do at my retreats. Oh, thank you, Jackie. The cookbook. So yeah, if you haven't gotten the cookbook yet, Versa, go ahead and post that link in the chat as well for Amazon. But you'll get it way cheaper when you just upgrade to VIP and do the order bump. But my point is that without our health and wellness being in a certain place, it can be really hard to achieve all of the other things that we want in our life. So I like to start off my 7-pillar system with evaluating where are you at with your health and wellness right now. So on a scale of 1 to 10, my clients, you already know what I'm going to say right now, because we do it every month together. On a scale of 1 to 10, I know, with 10 being the best, right? Like you're crushing it. You're exactly where you want to be. 1 being, oh my gosh, I got some major work to do. Where do you feel like you're at right now with your health and wellness? Scale of 1 to 10. Luke's an 8.5. Awesome. Hi, Betsy. Come on back when you're back for the VIP section. Okay, because this is really important. This is going to help you understand where to focus your energy as we go throughout the speakers today as well, because they all specialize in different things. Okay, awesome. But this group's doing pretty good across the board. We're rocking it. We're rocking it pretty high right now. Awesome. Okay, I love it. Okay, awesome. So let's go into the next pillar. So the next one that I like to dive into is relationships. All right. So we already talked a little bit about that, but when I coach, I break my relationships up a bit because it's not just one relationship. So I've changed my pillar system over the years. And how I like to categorize it is, first, how would you rate at this exact moment in time your relationship with yourself? Your relationship with yourself. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 is like, I love myself. I'm super confident. It's relating exactly to the theme of this masterclass today. I'm moving forward in my life in a way that I really respect and honor and love. Like, where are you at with that? This is just good to create that awareness, create this conscious check-in. I do this every month with my clients. Okay, we got 7s, a 2, Letitia. We're working on that. 9, 8. Okay, so yeah, so this might be a little all over the place, and that's exactly why you're here at this masterclass. Okay, so whenever we have a speaker on that's talking about like self-love, that's really talking about the emotional piece, and we're going to have a couple more speakers that come on to talk about that. I want you to zone in. Hear me on this. I want you to zone in, because that's where your work is. If you're a little bit low in that category, it's emotional. It has to do with past conditioning, and it has to do a lot with your thought process as well. Like a lot of stuff that Luke just talked about. And that, like I have the speaker, Mary, when Mary comes on for you guys, that's the one. Okay, like that's going to be the one. Now, when I'm talking about another type of relationship, I want to see where you guys are at with your friends. Like, how are you feeling on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 being, I have the best friendships ever. I feel really supported. I feel like they're on my level. I feel like we're in the same page, like we're good, you know. And 1 being feeling disconnected, feeling like you're not supported, feeling like, man, we're just in 2 different places. Like, how are you feeling with your friendships right now? Because we talked about this again a lot. Sarit mentioned it, and who you surround yourself with matters. And when we're on this personal growth journey, what happens is, guess what? Your relationships will dramatically shift and change, because your friends that you have right now, they're either going to come along on the ride with you, or they're not. And sometimes we waste so much energy trying to make sense of, well, I mean, I know this person for 10 or 15 years, so I mean, I'm supposed to stay friends with them, right? Or it's bad if I let them go. And we have this like internal debate, and our emotions start to take over. And what happens is you get pulled down, and you get pulled into energy that just isn't in the direction that you're going. And then you look at yourself and you're like, man, but I just want to get over there. I want to do that thing. I want to hike that mountain. I want to have that lifestyle. Yet if you look around, are the people that you're surrounding yourself with, are they already where you want to go? Hear me on this. When we do this in the coaching, we do a whole relationship audit in one of the months with me. Or are they even further along than you? Are they even further along than you? I have a system for this. We categorize relationships. I'm going to go over this more in the challenge. So Versant, please post a link for the people to sign up for the 7-day or the 14-day challenge again in the chat. we're going to go over this in the challenge, but I have a system of you identify your relationships, your friendships in a place of, are they okay? Are they good? Or are they great? Are they okay? Are they good? Or are they great? Great. You know what that means? They're beyond where you're at right now. They inspire you. That's going to be your mentors. Those are going to be your coaches. Okay. Those are going to be the people that you admire, that you're like, oh man, I want a little taste of that, because whatever they're doing, I'm 100% on board with. And if I just hit a little taste, I would really be catching that energy and moving in the direction that I want to go. Okay, there's the link for the challenge. Because again, I'm just doing this because now I'm taking over a speaker spot, but I'm going to coach like this for real. I'm going to coach you for free. That I would charge $5,000 for this challenge, period. Okay, for 14 days, for an hour a day for 14 days. This is a little taste of what you're going to get from me. Okay, but I don't have time to go through all this today. So there's the link for the challenge. If you're already a VIP, you already got VIP. I'm going to have Nikki come on in her appropriate speaking time. Okay, so just understand that relationships matter a lot. And I want you to already start thinking about, like, where am I at with the people that I'm surrounded with right now? Because the worst thing that I want you to do is leave this masterclass and go right back into low-level relationships that drag you down and throw everything that you learned off today. Okay, trust me on this. I've seen it happen way too many times. Way too many times. Stay in my Facebook group. Stay in my Facebook group. Who here's in the Facebook group? I don't see many people joining it. I'm like, what's going on? No one on Facebook anymore or something? So like, you're like, no one's on Facebook anymore. So first thing, can you please post the link to the Facebook group? Because listen, I've encouraged a couple people to even create like fake accounts just so they can be in this Facebook group. Please just make a fake one, just get in there so that, because I go live in there every week and I do a free coaching, and it's a really good community. It's a way to stay in a community of people where you feel supported, where you're in the right headspace. And like I just said, it matters. So first it's gonna, there you go. So I hope I see a bunch of people joining my free Thrive Squad Facebook group, even if you don't have a Facebook, just make a fake profile. But because honestly, like I wouldn't do all this stuff if it didn't matter. I just wouldn't. I'm only going to put my energy into stuff that makes a difference. Now, the last relationship that I want you to really focus on is your intimate partnerships. Now, listen here, for my people that are single, I do not want to see a freaking 0. I coach this all the time. Now, if you're single, when I'm talking about intimate partnership, that doesn't mean you're failing. So it's about feeling connected to who you are in a way where you're available to receive love outside of you. Okay. So that if you're in a partnership, how does that partnership look? Like, how are you feeling confident in that relationship with your significant other right now? Are you feeling supported? Are you really connected on a deep, intimate level? If so, you're going to rate higher to a 10. If you're single, are you feeling confident with how you're connecting with prospects that you want to be intimate with? Like, are you putting yourself out there? Are you available? If you're not available and you're shut down and you've isolated yourself because of past trauma or things that you're working through, then that's when the number is going to be lower if you're single. But if you're single and you've been doing the work on yourself and you feel good and you're out there and you're open and available, you get to rate higher. Does that make sense? Does this make sense? Because I feel like a lot of my clients get confused on this one. They're like, well, I'm single. So what do you mean? It doesn't. I'm single too, but I'm a 10 on that one because I am showing up a certain way in the world when I'm dating and when I'm just looking for my prospects and I'm presenting myself in a certain way, right? What if you're not, okay, so Donna, if you're not interested in being out there, you get to look at, is it from a place of fear getting in the way? Is it from a place of not feeling worthy of that? Or is it a confident choice? There's a big difference. And this is where a lot of people get confused. Okay. They're not able to identify if it's a fear leading that choice, or is it honestly like, hey, this is just my truth. Like, I don't want to put myself out there right now because I feel really, really good with where I'm at. Versus it's a fear that's leading them, well, I really just don't want to be disappointed. Well, I really just don't want to be let down one more time. Or I really just don't want to have like one other person get in my way of me being happy. Because I've heard that one. Or it's not your current focus, then okay, I'd say rate it how you feel. So the point is, with when you rate yourself, the cool thing is there's no right or wrong answer. there's literally no right or wrong. It's about you getting clear on where you're at and where your gaps are and where you choose to focus because it's important to you. That's also what I'm helping you identify right now. Okay. Make sense? Give me some feedback. Make sure I'm not talking and everyone's like, what the hell are you talking about? And okay. Now, the next one that I want to go through with you is mindset mastery. So we just came off an awesome session with Luke that talked all about it. And based on of hearing everything that he just said, where do you feel like you're at with your mindset mastery right now? Okay, he showcased what a next level mindset looks like and what work it will take to get into that, and like how to think in this next level way and how to start to master your mindset. So where are you at with that right now? You are on a scale of 1 to 10. Got an 8. Where's everyone else at? Where are we at? 3. Good. Own it. Own wherever you are, whether it's a high number, a low number. We're all here to do the work. The fact that you're here right now, and there's so many people that are doing things that don't allow them to get to the next level in their life, like going and drinking alcohol on their Friday night and getting wasted. You guys are choosing to be here and to work on yourself. That's already a next level mindset, by the way. Like, you guys get to be like, yeah, I'm choosing my best life right now. And you are doing already what most people don't do, which is to show up and to learn and to be committed to your next level success when they could be doing something else that doesn't add any value. Like I just said, partying, hanging out, it's a Friday, whatever. Yeah, that doesn't get you where you want to go. This kind of work does. Awesome. Okay. Next one. All right, I'm going to just roll through them super quick. Financial freedom. Our first speaker talked about finances, a bit of money mindset, energy around money. Where are you guys at with that? How are you feeling with your financial freedom? Because this is important. Money matters. Y'all hear me on that? Money matters. I've been broke. I have been broke. I've freaking slept on friends' couches. I've done that whole thing before. And I got money now, and it's a way better experience. And I'm not going to pretend that it's not. All right. Because it does not feel good to struggle to pay your bills. It does not feel good to not be able to provide healthy food for your family. It does not feel good to be able to afford things that allow you to take care of yourself, like doing coaching, like investing in retreats, like investing in education, things that actually get you where you want to go. And guess what? They're usually not cheap. They're not. Why? Because they're valuable. Guess what? If I sold my coaching for $100, my clients would not get the same results. They get the results because they're making an investment that challenges them to step up in a way that they never have before. Guys, you got to understand that. Like, think about whenever and that's why do you think I'm encouraging you to buy VIP for $47? Because by you getting VIP for $47, you're at least investing something into your success. You're immediately, even if it's only $47, you're immediately going to care about it that much more, that you will actually show up. I swear to God, it makes a difference. Versus if you just took the free ticket today, you will actually notice a shift in yourself when you spend a little bit of money in the right way, in a way that's aligned with your vision, and it's going to get you moving in the direction that you want to go. Why do you think I'm crazy about the VIP? Because I want you to be successful. So just understand that link. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Luke. Boom. Okay. Fun and adventure. Scale of 1 to 10. Are you having fun in your life right now? This is something I talk about so much in my coaching. If I'm not having fun and you're not having fun in life, what the hell are we doing? We get to enjoy this ride, right? Like, and part of this coaching, part of you being part of this event is understanding, how do I create that for myself? Right? Like, that's the question you guys get to ask. How do I create more fun and joy and adventure and thirst for life, passion, like with myself of where I'm currently at, and take this information from the speakers and utilize it? Okay. So where are we at? Scale of 1 to 10. Scale of 1 to 10. We're a little all over the place. That's okay. That's okay. All right, guys. So this is also why I run retreats. I started my retreat company 7 years ago. You know, a big part of that was because I wanted to inspire more people to have fun. To have fun, to get out of your comfort zone, to leave the country that you live in, to meet people you've never met before, and to go on a wild adventure that would dramatically change your life in less than a week. Been doing this for 7 years. Why do you think I'm in France leading this masterclass? I hopped on a plane a week ago because I felt like it. I swear to God, because there's waves that are super good. I'll post pictures this week on my social media. They're massive. It's like stuff that I'm not even going to surf. But because I lead my life with the intention of I get to have fun. I get to have fun and also create next level success with my clients and have an amazing family one day and do the whole damn thing because I want it. All right. And I want you guys to be very conscious that having fun and adventure and living a passion-filled life is a choice. And we all have an opportunity to do it. Listen to me. We all have an opportunity to do it. I don't care where you're at right now. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm saying that in a way of like, listen, it doesn't matter where you're at right now. We get to move forward and you get to create a life that allows you to have the things that are important to you to enjoy your life. It's essential because I don't want to see anybody here like contemplating being alive. And I've seen that way too much. It was part of my story because I wasn't enjoying my life. And that's when you start to be like, you're teetering on the edge. Who here has teetered on the edge before? I've freaking teetered on the edge. That's why I started this career. Okay. Because I was able to get through it. Thank God, you know, but a lot of people don't. And I'm such a stand for no one else to feel like that because there's an opportunity for everybody here to get out of that place. Period. So if you're there right now, just know you're in the right place. I hope you really get that. I hope you really get that. Okay. So the next one I want to dive into because it's a big part of it, and we don't think about this enough. Your spiritual connection. Your spiritual connection. Now, let me talk about that. For some of you guys, that equals religion. For some of you, it does. For some of you, it's not going to resonate that way. Okay. For some of you, it's going to be like this. It's going to be like, okay, you know what? Who am I connected to, or what am I connected to that is bigger than my experience on this planet? For some of you, that's God. For some of you, it's the universe. For some of you, it's nature. See, hear what I'm saying? But what I mean by spiritual connection is if we aren't connected to a source of energy that is larger than who we are on this planet, and we don't have a belief system that's our inner compass that guides us on how we make choices and decisions and how we live our life, then we tend to feel lost, disconnected, and like we're floating around. Does that make sense? You guys hear what I'm saying? This is why people go to religion, because they want to feel grounded and rooted in something. They want to have something that's helping them make decisions, understand what's in alignment and what's not, what is right and what's wrong. I use the universe. That's my whole, that's just my thing. But do you have something like that set up for yourself? Scale of 1 to 10. How confident do you feel with that right now? Or do you feel like there's more uncovering to do for you to feel confident in that area of your life? Okay, good. Awesome. Good. All right, this crew's pretty solid on this one. And I usually see really low numbers though, by the way. So I never know who that's why I love asking these questions, because it lets me get to know you guys so much faster. Like, I'm like immediately pulling in all this stuff, because every group that I coach is totally different, which is cool and exciting. Okay. Awesome. Okay, the last one, and then it's going to be perfect timing to bring up our next guest. And now you just got to be coached with me as one of the speakers. So I hope you're enjoying this. All right. So the last category that I have is passion and purpose. Passion and purpose. I know this is a big one for a lot of you guys, why you're here today. Okay. Do you feel like, on a scale of 1 to 10, right, you're living a passion-filled life where there's deep purpose to the way that you make decisions, to the things that you invest in? Or are you struggling with that right now? Scale of 1 to 10, where are we at? Okay. Yeah, see, this one's a bit mixed. All right. This is normal, by the way. Every time I've asked this, it's usually very like all over the place with this one. And it's what most people struggle with, hands down, the most. It's these top three. It's your mindset, because it's related right to this. It's your mindset, it's your relationships, it's your passion and purpose. That's where I see people struggle with the most. It's where I focus the most on my coaching. Okay. Because those ones hit heavy. Those ones hit strong. Because if you're waking up every day, not excited, talk about living a fun life. Part of that is your fire's gone. You're not feeling connected to something bigger than yourself. You're not sure of what your purpose of this being on this planet is. Maybe you're just used to showing up and being a mom, or showing up and being a dad, or showing up in your companies. But like, what else is there to you, right? Like, who are you on a deep, intimate, connected level, and what gets you excited? That's a big freaking question, right? I want you to understand that I'm totally going to coach very strong into that in the challenge that I'm going to lead after this, the Confidence Revolution Challenge. Over 14 days, I am so committed. I coach you just like my clients. I give it all. I don't hold anything back. I'm not skimping on you, nothing. So if you haven't signed up for that challenge, please post that in the chat right now. Please do that right now, because what I want to do is I want to take everything that I just did with you, and I'm going to go super deep over 14 days and do very specific coachings where I'm able to teach you specific strategies and systems on how to go deeper into these areas and up level those numbers for you and the specific categories that you're struggling with right now. Okay. And if you're already a VIP, then you're going to get VIP in that. And that's where you're going to get an extra 15 minutes of coaching with me every single day. All my current clients, y'all are always a VIP. You're going to get in that. And I always encourage my current clients to join all these events too, because you can never hear it too many times. You can never learn it too many times. It's about staying in the energy and the momentum. That's what changes your life. It's not just about everything that you're learning. That's why community is so important. That's why coaching is so important. It's not just you learn the stuff and then you leave and life is like the same. You stay moving forward when you're in the energy that supports you to allow it. That's why 14 days consistent will change your life. Okay.
I signed up.
Awesome. Good job, Candace. And so the link's right there. And if you haven't upgraded to VIP, I'm just going to say like a broken record. Versant, let's please post that in there now, because that's going to allow you to have VIP access as well. And I know a lot of you guys are going to crush it when you have VIP access over 14 days. It makes a really big difference. Trust me on that. Okay. So now I'm so excited to bring in our next speaker, and that is going to be Nikki. So whenever Nikki's ready, Versant, let's go ahead and bring Nikki up to the stage and have her share with me. And then we're gonna keep this party going. Hello.
What's up, party people? Are you guys ready for Friday and happy hour? We're redefining happy hour today, right? We're not going to go to the bar and drink. We're going to do healthy, good things and build our confidence, right?
Yes. That's a great transition right there. Awesome. How are you doing?
Oh, fantastic. It's pouring rain here in Chicago and I'm starving because it's lunchtime, but we don't talk about those things, right? We say, nope, we are ready to rock and we are going to have an awesome time today together.
Yeah, we are, because we create the experience that we want. It's just a torrential downpouring out here too, where I'm at. I think it's just one of those funny rainy days, which that's perfect for staying inside and learning. There's the bonus.
Exactly.
So before you get started, I'm going to read your bio really quick. Just let people get to know you, because Nikki's a badass. She's an awesome chick. All right. So Nikki, where are we right here? We're going to talk about mastering career confidence through self-care. Okay. So Nikki is a life and business resilient. Why do I struggle with this word? Resiliency.
It's a tough one.
Please don't judge me on this. Expert who has been in the international business industry for over 20 years and is a 4-time published author. She's an avid traveler, visiting 14 plus countries, a girl who has my heart right there. And she's been all over the world pretty much. She's a crazy ultra marathoner, marathons. She does tons of triathlons. So she has a next level mindset in order to do that kind of stuff for sure. She's been featured in USA Today, Podcast Magazine, Authority Magazine. She's dedicated her life to assisting others to reduce their fear, to go after their dreams. And she's worked with several notable C-level executives and top Silicon Valley companies. And she's just in general, crushing it at life and really helping people reach their full potential. So thank you so much for being here. And let's get into this conversation and really help elevate every single person here to the next level. So with talking about mastering career confidence through self-care, how do you want to take this conversation today?
Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of great speakers talking about different aspects, but I can already tell that there's some people on this call that are struggling with that career confidence. I can already see, people said, oh, well, I'm at work and I can't get on video, but you're present. And that is the first step. So, resiliency, it's a weird word, right? Like, what does a resiliency expert do? And how in the world did I get into this from Silicon Valley and the things I did? So I really help people build mental resilience, not to tackle something once or twice, but really to build that muscle memory so people can go after their dreams. All the things Katie said, I've done that and 10 times more, right? I didn't just wake up one day and be like, man, a marathon sounds fun. No one says that. Even marathoners don't say that. But you figure out ways that regardless of if it takes 100 attempts or 1,000 attempts, that we just keep going after those things. And that's exactly what I've done and what I want to share with you guys today to try to do in your lives as well and your career. So one of the things I've done is I got a double promotion. And this didn't happen overnight. Has anybody ever heard of a double promotion where you don't just start at one level and go to the next level, but I actually skipped a whole level and went to another one? Well, most people struggle for even asking for a single promotion. A lot of people struggle with receiving a single promotion. And most of you guys are probably overworked and you're never really achieving the goals that you're going after. Even when we own our own business and we're the boss, sometimes we fail to reward ourselves for the things that we achieve. So these are really important things that my friend Donna Campbell talked about first thing this morning, right? Is your own feelings about money and self-worth and how all those things tie together. And so all these elements that we've talked about throughout the day and all the wonderful speakers, they will blend together. And it's not like just focus on my career or just focus on my family or just focus on my partnership. It's that you have to weave these things together to really find balance and harmony in your life. And I really want to talk about that because I saw so many people in the chat talk about burnout, talk about how, they're just pushing themselves so hard. And these great achievements in my career and in my business, they didn't happen when I was working, 20 hours a day, sleeping under my desk. True story, sleeping under my desk, eating 3 meals a day in the office. Not good meals either. Going back to it's, part about nutrition for your body. That was not my most successful part of my career. That was the part where I cried every night. That was the part where I wanted to quit my job every day. And that was how am I ever going to get out of this and get to the next level? The biggest achievements in my career and in my business happen when I'm happy and calm and consistent. You don't run a marathon because, you just go start running and 26 miles comes together. Neither does your career, neither does your business. You have to be consistent about that application. And it's not just, like I said, 20 hours a day, go work. Okay, ta-da, everything comes together. It's just not possible. We're physically not built that way. Again, Sarit talked a lot to us about this importance of how we take care of ourselves and our body. So it wasn't just when I focused on my work and what I was trying to achieve each day. It's also when I made sure the people around me were successful. I spent time with my coworkers to understand not only their goals, but also their challenges and how could I best support them. And you start to get away from yourself and you start to understand where your passion really lies. And Katie just talked to us about that, right? Finding not just the goal, like I want more money, I want a fancy house, like I want to travel the world, but really what was your passion? Why you're going to get up every morning? Why you're going to keep going after this, right? Well, when I went and worked in Silicon Valley, I wasn't like, oh man, technology, this is fascinating. I love routers and switches. It does not make me get up every day. And they made me take these really technical classes. My degree is not in engineering. It's in international finance. All I wanted to do was talk about money and balance spreadsheets and do exciting things like that. But there had to be some connection between those things. Why did I want to work at those companies? Was it just for the brand name? Okay, it's cool. Yeah, I can go name off all these top companies that I worked at, like Cisco and Microsoft and blah, blah, blah. But that's their brand. That's not my brand. That's not who I am. It's not my crazy green hair or whatever I'm doing this week, dancing around, having a good time, winning lip sync contests. I did weird things that were not the typical path, and definitely not what you think of a finance person. So Luke, my new friend Luke, before me, talked about finding your why, right? And Luke is definitely next level mindset. I really help people with that first step because I think that's where so many people struggle. And then Luke can take you to the next level. So one of the goals I had set for me is I wanted to earn over $100,000 by the time I was 30 in my career, but not for the money. A lot of times when we set goals like that, we're like, oh, well, the money, is the thing. The money will give me the self-worth. The money will make me feel better. But it's the things that money could help me achieve. My family never had a lot of money. Both of my younger siblings were trying to go to college, and I was just starting my career. And I wanted them to leave college without college debt. My parents were never going to be able to afford that. I wanted to make $100,000 so I could pay off both of my siblings' college debt. And so they could start their life, and do the things that they were passionate about, which were definitely things that I was not passionate about, but I believed in them and I wanted them to believe in themselves. And so when you start tying that to, what does this look like for me and my partner? What does this look like for me and my kids, my cat, my dog, all of these parts of your friends and family that make a difference in your life, then you realize why you're really doing it, why the money matters. And for me, as Katie mentioned in my bio, I wanted to travel and not just, okay, let's go on vacation all the time, but I wanted to really learn about other cultures, other languages, and see things from a different perspective. And once I tied those things into what my career was going to look like, that passion started to evolve. And it wasn't just like, oh, okay, well, I wake up today and, oh, I'm going to work in San Jose. San Jose is not an exciting place. No one goes there on a tourist vacation. San Francisco, maybe, but not San Jose. You go there to work. But as I started interviewing some of my other coworkers, one of the things I found is they were having challenges understanding one of these revenue recognition policies. Very exciting accounting stuff. And so what I did is I created a live training. And so I said, hey, I'd like to fly to these other offices and I'm going to give a 2-day or 3-day training and do some Q&A with them. I was 27. I told my boss I wanted to fly to Singapore, a place I'd never been. I'd only met these people on WebEx, and most of them were way more experienced than me. And they not only had accounting experience, but, business experience. So at 27, what did I think? Like I knew all of a sudden I should fly halfway across the world to go give this training. And do you think that imposter syndrome snuck in right during that 17-hour flight to get to Singapore? Oh my gosh, what are you doing? Why do you think you can do this? And you have to build that confidence back up. But that's why it's called building confidence. It's not wake up and have confidence, right? We never say it that way. It's the result. It's where we're trying to get to. And you get there by starting each day and building a little bit more. Mm-hmm. So that's that's a little bit about sort of the business side of it. So how does the self-care pull in together to create this harmony? So Katie mentioned, I've done a lot of ridiculous things, marathons, triathlons, not just here. Again, I combined my passion of traveling. I did a triathlon in Singapore. Not during work. Another time I did one in Brazil. I've run marathons in France, right? I used those things to kind of combine. And honestly, training for these endurance events helped me in my career more than all those hours of my MBA and study and things that I did. And Sarit talked about this, not just building confidence, but building the chain in our lives, right? Steps we can take to keep getting that closer and closer. That self-care has to go together. So if you guys ever watch the show, How I Met Your Mother, Barney Stinson runs a marathon in one of these episodes, which is one of my favorites. And he goes, there's only one step to running a marathon. Go out and run. There is no step 2, which I guess technically is true. But I like to relate this to your career because most people aren't going to run a marathon or run at all. They don't care. But maybe they do something else that's good for them, right? They're trying to build their career. So when you go to train for this, first you run 1 mile, the next week you run 2, and then you run 3. But what you do in week 4 is you actually go back and you run only 1 mile. And we have to do something very similar in our career and business. We need times of drive where we focus and we work really hard and we're really laser latched on to what we're trying to do as our goal. But we also need these times to pull back, to let our body and mind cycle off, and really take a break. And I'm sure I can hear you guys right now. Oh, my boss will never let me do that. They want me to work forever and without a break, and business never stops. And I can't do that in my business either, right? It's not true, guys. It's not true. You are in control of your destiny. Business will stop if you quit. So trust me, you at the end of the day have that final lever. Or if you just get sick and you can't come in and work, or you're just not as productive, right? Having that break, letting your mind and body relax, coming off of that cycle is so, so important. So I want you guys to think about these things, not just focus on the goal. The goal is important. You need a destination, but you have to set your boundaries. You need to complete the tasks of your job, of, setting up your business. But these are building blocks in order to give you that confidence, right? Then you set those boundaries to make sure that you're still working towards that goal and you're taking that time off to recover. And this is really important because now you're moving from really task-oriented, like these things are all disparate things that I'm doing in my life, business, career, whatever those are, to knowledge. Like, are you really understanding, retaining, and making something out of that so that you can get to that next level? How do you put those things together? So I wouldn't have been able to teach that class on revenue recognition if I didn't do those daily boring tasks of let me post some journal entries. Woohoo, right? Putting things into spreadsheets and color coding them so my boss could find them. No, none of that was like, oh man, that totally changed my life. No, but I started talking to more senior finance coworkers. I learned from them. I talked to the engineers. I wanted to better understand how the system worked and why there was a delta between what we were seeing as finance professionals and what the engineers had actually built. And that's how I started training people. I started saying, here's what we expect, here's what's actually happening, and here's either a better way we can use a system or actually get people to fix stuff. Heaven forbid, fix our processes, fix the challenges we're having across our teams. Don't just complain that they didn't build it right or it's not working for me. Talk to each other, build a community. Even in my own business here, I make friends with Katie and Luke and Sarit, and all of these folks are going to be my friends in my network after this. It's not a one and done and bye, I'll see you later. No, this is important. When I have my podcast, it's not I have a guest and I never see them again. I talk to them all the time. I see what they're doing. How's your dog? How's your kid? I saw you had surgery. Ask people about their real lives. That's not just self-care for them. It's self-care for you too, because they're going to ask you the same question. How are you doing? How are you achieving your goals? And then you feel like you have this better connection to really both achieve your goals together. So as you guys think about, building confidence, I want you to think about how those daily tasks in your job and your career actually build together to that knowledge, which gets you to that ultimate goal, finding that passion and really getting up every day and just like, yes, this is what I want to do. And it's not, again, the daily task is never going to do it for you guys. It just won't. You have to have that bigger picture and you have to put those pieces together yourself to find that scene, what it looks like. And rinse and repeat, guys. Rinse and repeat. Before I went on job interviews, I practiced answering the questions. You have to practice those tasks over and over again, just like you got to keep running. When I sit in front of a potential client, I think of all the pain points that they're experiencing and how can I help them solve them? Before I get on a stage like this or on a podcast, practice my talk in a mirror, in front of videos, right? We can record ourselves now and see what we're doing. In front of my cat, he's 19, he's deaf. He's never listening, right? And ask yourself, are you being heard? Am I articulating my words? Am I, how am I holding myself? Do I look confident? Do I feel confident, right? If this was somebody else, would you notice me doing weird things? Like, am I picking at myself, touching my hair, right? We do all these things all the time and we just don't notice. So if not, why? Why aren't you feeling that confidence? And be vulnerable to yourself. And when you look in that mirror, I want you to see a friend. Don't be so self-conscious that we look at ourselves and we continue to pick ourselves apart and take our confidence away. Oh, there's one hair in my eyebrow that's sticking out, or, oh my goodness, that fingernail really needs a new polish. That's what we do when we see in the mirror. And that's not what we're asking for. Give yourself love and self-care. And how would you help that friend in the mirror improve? How would you help them achieve their goals? Well, this has been a lot of fun. I know we still have a little bit of time, Katie, so I just wanted to let you come back on here and give everybody a
I'm
breather.
loving
and
it.
see
I'm
how
like,
she's doing it.
oh, this is like really good. And I can see I'm looking at everybody's videos for the videos they're on again, guys. I love you all for having your videos on. You're so beautiful and handsome. And I want more of you. But yeah, like, no, this is so good and so spot on. So I want to hear from everybody really quick. Like, what is resonating? Like, what are you getting out of this conversation right now? Like, what are you hearing? This is a big, like, these are really great questions. Like, what are you actually hearing from what she's sharing? Because everyone hears things differently based off of what you're going through in your own life and what your own experiences are. So what are you hearing?
Practice, exactly.
Mastery by
I like Terry said she's gonna do a ultra marathon on the bucket list. So yeah, I've done 3. They're fun. Sometimes your career is an ultra marathon.
Oh, yes. That's the one that I'm in right now. So, absolutely. Julie said, self-care is directly tied to career success, more so than working hard. Yeah, that's a great takeaway. Emily said, Nikki's why was great for earning 100K. Yeah, totally. Wake up with purpose and not projects. Yeah.
Beautifully said, Raymond. Beautifully said. Because we're so good at that, right? Like, look at, I can show you my desk. There's tons of Post-its everywhere, right? With the 1,000 to-dos we could to done. But is that the best use of our day? Sometimes they are. There's tasks that need to be done, but we have to prioritize. I block walking times in my calendar, even just 15 minutes. Doesn't matter if it's raining, whatever, too hot, too cold, doesn't matter. It snows here in Chicago. Just put the boots on, throw on a coat, go walk, get that fresh air, cycle yourself off, and then come back refreshed and you can tackle another Post-it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, here we go. There's the answers coming in. We got Namisha, being happy, calm, consistent is a way in which we need to work towards. Yeah. Consistency from Tam. Mm-hmm. Diane.
Yeah.
Oh, my friend in the mirror. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That consistency is so important, so critical. And that's the part a lot of us really struggle with is you get so excited, you get that, shiny object syndrome, and you start to go after it. And you're like, okay, cool. I did it a day, a week, and then it kind of loses its luster, right? And you kind of cycle off. But we have to tell ourselves it's okay to do that too, right? And jump back in, cycle off, jump in. And you find that shininess again and tackle the goal, right? Have a coach. Yes, definitely a good one.
Boom. I mean, I don't know any professional athlete that doesn't have a coach, right? So why would any professional or person who wants to achieve exceptional results in your life, why would you do it on your own? Why? Look at the people that are successful. Everybody runs an ultra marathon. Have you had a coach to help you with that?
Yeah, you have to have it for every part of your business, right? And that's how you learn. And not just coaches. There's really 7 types of coaches. There's mentors, people that can just really tell you how they've done things, right? And share their experiences. There are coaches that are really, more like Katie, like holding you accountable to do the things you're going to do. Right. And so finding the right coach for where you're at in your journey is equally important. And Dr. Love this morning, right? Where are you at in your love journey? And you can also get a coach for that. What am I doing to self-sabotage that love that I really want to have from my partner, from my family, right? So yeah, good.
That's important because like a key piece to success as far as also like getting out of your own way, if you're just locked into the to-do list and you're just locked into like, hey, this is this mode that I'm in, yet we're exhausting ourselves. And you talked about like the burnout and all of that. when you have it's about community. It's about having someone be a stand for you and be able to call you forward when you're not able to see what you're even in, versus we wait till it hits us like that. And then we're in recovery mode all the time versus like, there's a different way around that where it's just a really smart choice. I feel like it's just smart to have somebody in your life, whether it's a community of people or at least one person that's able to call you forward before you hit the wall. It's like, hey, wait a minute, we're moving really fast again. Wait a minute, you're looking really exhausted. Wait a minute, like we get to rethink this right now because I'm seeing something that you might not be able to see because you're so in your shit,
Well,
like whatever.
and it's
that's
something
going
that's
on.
been such a struggle, I think, for many people's careers now, as we've gone to hybrid, virtual, all these things. I did it long ago because, we literally created the internet of video, but it was so hard for so many people because you didn't see that every day. You didn't really understand that was going on. My toddler was jumping on my, lap and being like, it's time to play Paw Patrol. I don't give about your meeting, right? and we lost that. We lost seeing that about each other, so I know Katie's asking you guys to turn on your videos. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't, but it's not just about, us seeing you, it's about you seeing us as well, right? And really understanding what we're going through and how we're trying to give you guys some really just positive energy to go out and tackle those things in life you want to do.
Well, yeah, I love this conversation, and I've certainly totally, I'm so boom on everything that you've said. I'm like, yep, because I came from the corporate world, well, like most of us, has everyone here had a corporate job at least once in your life? I'm just curious. Like once. I had one. That was it. Yes or
One
no?
and done. Yeah, that's a good one.
One and done. I was 20 years old and I did it for 2 years and I got out and I never looked back. But I'm just curious, have we all been there? And are you still there? I'm curious. Are you still there? And if you're there, are you enjoying it? Or are you there and you want to leave? That's also going to be good to know for the rest of today. Like, are you wanting to break into something else? Just so go ahead and post that in the chat.
Yeah, I know I saw some people that said earlier they had a job, but they were trying to start their own business in the chat. And so I know there's kind of probably lots of flavors of how do we do both. But look at all these great people that have already started their own businesses, retired. When I left my corporate job, guys, I didn't say I was going to start a business. I said I was semi-retired. So mentally, I already set the path as to the balance I was going to reset in my life, where work was going to play its role. And so think about those things too. It's like you're not one or the other. You can be semi-retired like me. I'm still working, but with a bigger, grander plan, right?
Yeah, it's just about stepping into the next level of your life. And if you want to do that in a way where your career gets to be one of those pieces that fills you up with joy and excitement because you love what you're doing, which is what all of us entrepreneurs really are working for, right? It's like, I'm not a coach, I'm not leading this masterclass just because it's a cool thing to do, right? With my time, it's because it genuinely makes me happy and feel like I'm doing something significant with my time on this planet. And I know that we're all searching for that so much. And I just want to also just say the fact that you guys are here right now is allowing you to step more into that period, because you're focusing on you and discovering what you really want and who you really are by listening to these speakers and doing this work. And before you go, Nikki, is there anything that you really want to leave everybody with? One piece of advice that maybe changed your entire life, or if you could look back on the little you and tell her something that you wish you knew back then. This is always a fun question. What would you say to her based on what you know now?
Yeah, is to be so much easier on myself. I was always so hard on myself that I was not doing enough. And, when you get to the point where you're working 20 hours a day and sleeping and eating at work, you realize there is no more to give. And it really made me question, what am I doing wrong? And is this really how this works? So I really just want to give you guys grace to take that pause and be a little bit what most people kind of consider as selfish, and figure out where you want to be and what you want to do, and get the right people around you to support you on that journey.
Absolutely. We've talked about that a lot today because it matters that much. I don't think people understand. But energy, so good. Even energy through a computer screen. I mean, honestly, like you've probably felt every speaker's energy. Everyone's a little bit different, and you can feel it, right? You can feel it. You can vibe with it. It's great. I know people that do energy work over the computer screen, and like real results happen. It's a thing.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
I feel the energy.
Wonderful, wonderful.
What's your VIP gift?
Oh, well, of course, because I want to help you guys get started on this journey. I have the online course for my Chameleon Mindset book. You will start with The Maze, and it helps you think about the way you're taking your twists and turns and following the path in your life. So it's a great free way to start thinking about where you're at in your journey, and it'll take you down your Chameleon Mindset path.
Awesome. That is, I love how you made it called like The Maze. That's
Yes.
super cool. I think you like a challenge. That's why you're doing these ultra marathons, and that's why you made that thing called The Maze. Awesome. So you
Yes.
guys want to snag that for sure. Okay, awesome. I'm just reading. I'm making sure I didn't miss anything in the chat before we switch gears a little bit. So, all right, if you guys want to upgrade to VIP, you can see that in the chat. There's the option. You're going to get that awesome gift from Nikki. And what's the best way for people to follow up with you?
Yeah, I have a one link, the nikkigreen360.com. There, if you want to watch me dance on TikTok just for some stress relief, or if you want to follow me on LinkedIn, we can work on your career with you. Lots of ways to find me there, my books, my podcast. Most of it's free. So you can just jump on in there and say hi. Love to hear from you guys and how you like the event.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. Let's give it up for Nikki for
Yeah.
sharing her amazing time with us, her great energy. Thank you so much. And now we have a little break for a second before we bring in my good friend, Scott. I've known Scott. And so actually, it's really cool. I have a couple of speakers on here that I've known for maybe 10 years of my life. And it's so interesting because I look at the journey that we both have been through, like with Luke and with Scott, who's going to come on, and so much has changed for us. Like we've been on this journey of growth. So I'm really excited for you to meet them and to really for them to share all the amazing knowledge that they've gained over the last 10 years that I've personally known them with you guys. So with that said, I want to know what's been your biggest takeaway so far from all of the different speakers and conversations that we've had today. What is resonating the most with you? Just a little check-in. I like to do these little check-ins. What is landed strong for you? You're like, yeah, like that really hit home for me. Like that's where I get to focus. Like that is something that I really get to dive into right now. Let's see. Well, okay, you guys get to post in the chat. Oh my God, it's on the chat. There you go. There we go. We're still alive. We're still awake. Okay. There we go. So let's see, bringing the right people around me. Yeah, we've talked about that a lot. That we get to decide how our lives go. Yeah, that's a huge one. I mean, come on, that's freedom right there, that we get to decide that. Like, it's our choice. Like, it's such a powerful takeaway. What else, guys? What else? Because I got to make sure we have a pulse going. Because if we're not really taking a moment, that's why I'm not rushing into the next speaker. I'm not doing that. I purposefully add in 10-minute breaks after every 2 speakers for a reason. And a big reason is I want you guys to take in what you've just heard. Take it in and think about it for a second and not just run through it into the next thing. And then it's just another thing that we heard that we didn't implement, or that it didn't really make an impact because we're not consciously thinking through it. You see what I'm saying? So take a second and really what is it? What is it? We have accountability. There we go. And consistency. Building my community. Okay. Yep, we need a coach and a tribe for support. Yeah, awesome. Taking time for myself. Awesome. Great. Accountability. Coach? Yeah, this is so good. So now the next piece. How are you going to set that up for you after this class is over? How are you going to set that up? It's one thing to, right now it's an idea. I coach into this. What's the difference between an idea versus like reality? An idea is a thought, something that sounds real good. How many of you guys have many of those in a day? Like, oh, it sounds real good to eat that salad. That's a great idea. Sounds real good to get off my booty and go to the gym. That's a great idea. You know, like there's a lot of great ideas that could be worth millions of dollars, right? How many of you guys have had $1 million idea in your life? I gotta know the answer to that question. How many of you guys have had $1 million idea in your life and you just didn't do anything with it? It stayed an idea. Guarantee you every person in this room has had $1 million idea at some point in your life. I guarantee it. And we want to, ideas are great. And the follow through on it becoming something that's incredible that you create in your life is what you're really going to be proud of at the end of the day. Okay. You're going to be proud of it, and it's going to allow you to actually get what you want out of your life. So again, when we're going through these different talks, I really, really want you to take a second after every one and to be like, okay, what's my biggest takeaway and what's my one action that I get to implement from this conversation? I coach into this all the time. What's my biggest takeaway and what's my one action? One to one. Why? Because if you're going to have like 10 different takeaways from a speaker, you're probably not going to implement anything, versus if you just have 1 to 1, there's a greater chance of you being successful. Okay. Does that make sense? You guys understand that? Is it resonating? Okay. So, well, go back through your notes and all that. Now I awesome. Cool. Okay. So I have a favor. I have a really quick favor. Okay. So Versant, can you please post in the chat right now the link to my little survey that I created? My little survey. So about halfway through the class, I like to post this survey. I swear it will take you less. Listen to me. I'm not a liar. I swear it will take you 30 seconds or less. I don't even ask your name. I don't ask your email. I don't care. I just want to know the answers to these like 3 questions. Okay. So Versant's going to post the survey link right there. Could you guys take 2 seconds? Okay. 15 seconds. Go through and answer that survey really quick. Because remember how I just talked about my challenge, the 14-day challenge? You guys are the main people that I'm inviting into that. I'm going to invite my email list and everyone else too, but you're the ones that are here right now. Okay. So I want to know what you really want support with, and where are your biggest pain points in your life, and where are your biggest goals and dreams focused on, so that when I create this challenge and I lead this challenge, I'm creating my sessions to be really around what's going to majorly impact your life. I'm not going to pretend like I know that. Why do you think I'm asking so many questions? Every group that I have is totally different. I'm not going to assume X, Y, Z. No. Everybody's different. So I want to actually get my evidence, my research, and I build programs from what's real, not what's made up in my own mind. Okay. So if you guys could take 2 seconds, I keep saying 2 seconds, I'm just using 15 seconds to fill that out really quick, I would so appreciate it. You're going to get an email on Saturday with it too, but we're here now, and I would so appreciate that if you did that. And also, with that said, Versant, what I want to do really quick, because we have about 4 minutes, and then we're going to bring up Scott. So I'm really excited. It's going to be, actually, this is such a good transition to have Nikki and then to have Scott. So Scott is the social media LinkedIn guru. And what he's going to really be diving into is how to build your confidence on social media. So for anybody here who is in the process of switching careers to become an entrepreneur, this is going to be really valuable. And even if you're just working on your confidence in general, like this is going to be a really good session to get into. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so Scott's going to be coming up in a second. So let's just take a second to do that. Of course, I want to post the VIP link again. All right, because it's going to go up, and you want to make sure that you're snagging all of these awesome speaker gifts, and that you get back in that room at the end with Nikki and Luke and Scott and everybody. You're going to be able to be unmuted and talk back and forth. Having that hour, it's so good. It's so good. I mean, I'm standing for 6 hours and I'm still energized because that session's so good. Like, there's a reason. I'm only doing this because I'm getting good energy. Like, this is what's allowing me to survive right now. without a break. And I feel good. I honestly feel good. I would take a break right now, but I feel good. So I don't need one. Awesome. So there's that VIP link. And then I'm making sure like I share all the cool things with you while I have my little break. Oh yeah, I do want to post. I want to post my my Facebook group link again. Facebook group link again. I just want to make sure that you guys access that because I'm going to post a lot of really cool stuff in there over the next week after this challenge is over. It's completely free. And I coach in there about once a week live. So it's super like a really good supportive group. So there we go. We got that right there. Okay. And before we get going again, really quick, did you fill out the survey? Yes or no in the chat? I want to know. It's okay. You can also own it if you didn't. That's okay too. Guess what? It takes courage to speak the truth. All right. Yes or no in the chat? Oh, thank you. Thank you guys. I want to personally thank you. Thank you, Janine. Thank you, Namisha. Thank you.
I will do it on the weekend, Sunday.
Okay, thank you, Candace. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Marlene. Thank you, Anne. I appreciate you guys so much. And I just wanted to thank everybody who took a little bit of time to do that for me. And honestly, just to serve you guys better. So you'll also see me email that out. I believe it's on Saturday. I'll email it. But yeah, if you could create a little bit of space to do it right now, it's all what I've been coaching into all day. Taking action faster. Taking action faster. Okay. When we put things off, what happens? What happens? When we say, I'll do it later. Most of the time, what happens? Nothing. We forget about it because you know what? Life keeps going.
No action.
Yeah, no action. Things just keep going. And all those things that we had, those great ideas, and those great intentions to do, which is how I started this break off, well, they fade away. They fade away. And now we're in it. Now we're in like whatever we're in. And what we were committed to a couple hours ago, a day ago, isn't even in your awareness anymore. And it's not that you don't want to do these things that you're saying that you want to do. It's that we're not taking action fast enough and just allowing ourselves to win by doing it versus like, we already know that life gets in the way. We already know that we have a ton of distractions. We already know that we get to, our energy ebbs and flows. And there's times when we don't feel like it. And when we don't feel like doing it one day, it makes it harder to do it the next day, right? So that's why I'm encouraging you guys to just all throughout today, post in the chat, join the group. Why am I doing this? I'm doing this because I'm building a muscle to help you take action immediately. If I can get you to take 14 actions, listen, I'm actually really coaching you and you don't even know it. If I can get you to take 14 actions over this day, you're going to be in a totally different state when you leave this masterclass. Period. That could be that could equal you posting 14 times in the chat. Like it's as simple as that. I'm already reconditioning how you do things to be more successful. Okay, so everything that I do there's a deeper meaning to it. It's not just join the Facebook group, upgrade. It's very intentional because I want you guys to win. So with that said, let's go ahead and bring Scott up. It's going to be an awesome conversation. And if your energy's low, you know what to do. Stand your booty up and get it going. Hey, Scott, how are you doing?
Hey, Katie, how are you?
Good. Good to see you. All right. So before we get started, I already talked about you a little bit, but I'm going to read your bio really quick, just so everybody knows exactly what we're going to dive into. So again, like I said before, Scott is going to talk about showing up confidently on LinkedIn and social media. He is the expert at this big time. So he's an internationally acclaimed and award-winning online marketer, best-selling author, top podcaster, and speaker. He's the go-to specialist when it comes to converting traffic, establishing connections, generating leads, creating sales, and building personal brands, all using LinkedIn. So he's passionate about helping fellow entrepreneurs achieve success while building their own network organically and without complicated and costly marketing tactics. Facebook ads cost a lot of money. So you're going to learn about a little bit about that. And he's people-focused and results-driven. He's strategic approach to teaching others how to create wealth online, and organic traffic is the game changer when it comes to competing in a saturated digital world. All right, awesome. So Scott, where do we go? How do we create confidence on social media? Because we've asked throughout the day, there's a big mix of, so you have an idea of who's here right now. Like there's a big mix of people that are either working in corporate, like they have their normal jobs, but there's a lot, I saw a lot of people mention here that they're working on transitioning into entrepreneurship, or they're already an entrepreneur. And obviously everybody here is working on their confidence. And a lot of that gets to do with like sharing your messaging out in the world and being seen and being heard and like letting people know about your services, and LinkedIn and social media, that's a tool, right? So how do you start working with someone who is new to using social media perhaps, and they're a little bit scared and a little bit overwhelmed with, where do I even start?
Well, I mean, I feel that's not so much a loaded question, but it's a big question, because it's whenever you're starting something new, whether it be social media, growing a business, becoming a parent, going back to grad school, that first day is completely nerve-wracking, right? Because you're stepping into the unknown. But what I always tell people is, prior to doing something, if you have like that feeling in the pit of your stomach, you got, the butterflies, your knots in your stomach, that's a really good thing. Because the natural thing that we do as human beings is we want to play it safe, right? We don't want to take risks. We want to tiptoe through life and arrive at our grave safely, right? We just want to kind of coast. And the fact of the matter is that if you want more out of anything that you're doing, whether you're starting today or you've already begun a few months ago or a few years ago, you have to get uncomfortable. You have to stretch yourself. So, my simple belief is that when getting uncomfortable is you're comfortable, you're really doing big things. And when it comes to getting started on social media, there's no trick, there's no hack, there's no shortcut. It's called just getting started. And I love what T. Harv Eker says. He says, every master was once a disaster. So in the very beginning, you're going to stink. I mean, at everything, your posts, your content, your videos. I have close to 520 podcast episodes done, and I still have not listened to my first episode I ever did, because I'm sure it's an absolute train wreck. But it's not about where I began. It's where I am right now. And all of us have a day one. There's a first episode for everyone. There's a first video for everyone. So the fact of the matter is, we're not that special, in the sense that what I'm doing is so different and so unique from everyone else. No one's done it before. Listen, everyone has done everything. Like there's nothing new and revolutionary. Everything is progressing forward. There's different nuances of it. But to think that just because you're stepping into a new facet of your life and your business, that it's never been done before. Listen, everyone starts at the same place. We start at zero. So when you're looking to put yourself on LinkedIn, on social media, you just got to start. Now, I will say this, and then I'll cut it back to you. Whenever you're doing anything on social media for your business, whether it's the beginning, the middle, the latter stages, you have to position yourself as a person of value. Meaning everything that you do, right? Everything that you do, every piece of content that you put out there is meant to leave people better. So if you want return customers, if you want people to continue to come back more and more and more, and want something that you have to offer, be a person of value. Don't sell, don't pitch. Give people that reason to shorten the gap between how they didn't know you before to how they know you now, and how they want to continue to know you, because you have to build the know, like, and trust. Something that I can leave you with before I turn it back to Katie is just understand that no one ever buys anything from anyone that they don't know, like, or trust. And providing value-added content, it's through and through, it builds that know, like, and trust, which will enable you to build your business and your confidence.
100%, 100%. I know every single client that I have in here, they would not have invested in coaching with me if all those three elements were not there. Like, right? Am I right? Looking at my clients right now because I see you on the screen. Exactly. And I know all of them too are wanting to create their own awesome businesses as well. And they get to do the same thing in the world. So what's that next step? Like, how does someone start to create that if it's totally new to them because they've never done it before, maybe?
So yeah, an easy thing to do is write down the problems that you solve. So solution-oriented businesses, which is what we're all doing. So if someone is moving from, working in the corporate world to launching their own business, or, working in the corporate or side, whatever it is, whatever you're doing, it's solving a problem. Mm-hmm. Whether it's a product, a good, a service, a course, a program, a mastermind, a membership, everything that is consumed, whether it's digital or physical, it's solving a problem. You're hungry, you're going to eat food, right? You want to brush your teeth, you're going to get a toothbrush and toothpaste. Like so you got to market to those people in that way, in the sense that if you're going to start creating content, think about the pain points, the holes, the gaps, and the voids that you solve for what you're offering. So let me give you an example. If you're someone that is kind of like stepping into that entrepreneurial area, where I'm just going to use an example. You're going to be teaching sales, right? So you're going to become a sales coach. Maybe you've done corporate sales your whole life and you're like, you know what? I can do this and I can teach anyone that's in sales what I do. So start to break down through your specific business journey. What were the things that you had to overcome when you were becoming a professional, right? Because personal experience is actually what certifies you to teach it to others. So when I started teaching people how to leverage LinkedIn about 10 years ago, I didn't start teaching people LinkedIn right away. I was actually using it on my own for about 6 months as I was getting traction, as I was growing my business, and as I started to help other people pro bono. Like literally, I was just helping some friends do what I was doing. They started to get similar results, and someone recommended, you should be teaching this to others. So the fact is, every single one of us has a skill set and has our own specific methodologies and ways of helping other people get over that hump that we got over. So when you're creating that content in the very beginning, again, going back to something that I said earlier, start with the holes and the gaps that people have. What are the problems that you solve for, and start creating content that solves those problems. So using that sales example, you can say, here are 2 great tips of how to create more sales in your business, and things that you've done, how to close more sales, how to connect with people more authentically. We all have the answers inside of us, right? So just remember that you've been priming yourself through whatever you've been doing. You've been inspired. Something, populated inside of you that says, I need to be doing more. I need to start teaching people this. I need to start helping people with this. We have all the answers, right? So we have to get out of our heads. We have to get into our hearts, and we have to start putting ourselves out there. And what I'll say is the most uncomfortable thing for us to do is to put us out there. Why? Because that's when criticism starts to show up. Because you will get criticized, you will get trolled all over. People will talk smack about everything that you do. But those are just a small fraction of the people. But yet we end up focusing on the few people that don't like what we're doing instead of the many that do, right? So don't worry about what other people say, because the thoughts and opinions of others do not have to become who you are and what you believe. You know what you stand for and what you believe in. So in the very beginning, make sure that your content is giving people a little taste of how you solve the problems that people have within the target market that you serve and the offers, programs, products that you provide.
Mm-hmm. Boom. All right. That was a lot of awesome information right there. I see my people like, yeah. Okay. So, oh my gosh, I just had like the perfect question to ask you because you're really good at this. I remember talking to you about this years ago as well. So something that you really specialize in is how to create connection and community on social media without investing a ton of money in ads for example, because I hear a lot of my new entrepreneurs come to me like, well, don't I just need to start running ads in this? I'm like, no.
We don't run ads at all.
Don't run. Maybe once you start making like 500,000 at least, would I then suggest that's a time where you could consider it? But like, so what's your strategy? Like, what's a really good strategy to help people get started with on how to just start building that community and connection and create that consistency with getting in front of people on social media? And what's your favorite platform, by the way?
Well,
And why?
LinkedIn's my favorite platform, obviously, because for me, I serve business professionals, so coaches, consultants, insurance brokers, service providers. So, I mean, that's our jam. It's not to say that, we haven't gotten leads from TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn, or Facebook, because we do. And we have different communities. We focus on building offline because social media is rented land. So we make sure that we create a journey of getting people from online to offline. So, we've really honed in this focus in the last, I would say, 3.5 years, and went from virtually no email list to well over 12,000 now on our email list. So we have a very, very warm market of people. And, we're a multiple 7-figure business now, and we still don't do Facebook ads because something that we learned in a book that we read by Donald Miller called Marketing Made Simple, you don't need a ton of people to grow a successful business. You need a solidified few hundred of people that love everything that you do, that will buy everything that you do, that will refer everybody to you. So the fact of the matter is, building a list and building that community, you need containers, right? You can start with a Facebook group where you can direct some of the connections that you have and the friends that you have on Facebook to join your Facebook group, where you can nurture people that way. You can start a LinkedIn group where you can start to invite some of your warm contacts that you have on LinkedIn to join your private LinkedIn group, where you can nurture them that way. But also, you need your own personal container offline, because just as I mentioned, just remember, you don't own your LinkedIn contacts, you don't own your Facebook friends, you don't own your Instagram followers. If you're not drawing them into something, whether you have Kartra, Kajabi, whatever email service provider you don't or do have or want to use, do that, because then you can nurture people on just like a weekly newsletter email. And that's where you can start to market with them, build that know, like, and trust. But now you have a place to send people, right? You can provide a free offering, whether it's an opt-in or some sort of checklist or a download, where again, you're positioning yourself as that person of value. So you're giving something to get something, right? You're giving them something of free value. And that free checklist or something that you create, whether it's on Canva or wherever else, you can share that on Facebook. You can share it on LinkedIn. You can share it on Instagram. And what are you getting in return? For exchange, they're going to give you their name and email, and they're going to populate in your email list. And now you can nurture them. So having that mindset of how can I grow my online presence to grow my offline presence, that's where you all need to be, because the community grows over time. It's not going to happen immediately. The other thing that I'll recommend to anyone that's starting out or wants to grow and scale a community, network your butt off. There's nothing better. And this is what LinkedIn is great for. I call them business allies, right? You want as many business allies as possible. So networking, and the goal that I really have for people is having about 3 to 5 networking calls a week on LinkedIn, where you can get to know another business owner. They can get to know you. You can hear what problems they solve. You can share what problems you solve. And if there's overlap, you guys can play referral partners. And that's a great way to build a community as well. But there are so many other things that you can do. Getting involved in masterclasses or workshops like this, or summits, reaching out to people that have a podcast and asking to be a guest. Anything that you can do to get in front of new people, where you're directing them to somewhere. You go on a podcast. How can people find you? I have a private Facebook group. It's called this. You can find it on there. I have a private LinkedIn group. It's on there, or go to my website. So I know that's a very large question, but the fact of the matter is you need to create some sort of online container to get people into an offline container. So just having a general friends list on Facebook, that's great, but start to move them into a private community. That's what we've done. I mean, we have 3 or 4 Facebook groups now that have well over 3,000 people in them that we obviously nurture and build with and get people offline as well. So I know that's a long-winded, wide answer, but that's my best suggestions.
Oh, it's super powerful though, because, and I just want to restate this because I'm not sure if everyone's getting what you mean by like, you don't own your stuff. So what that really means is that in an instant, I've seen this happen to some of my good friends. They've had 100,000 Instagram followers, 200,000 Instagram followers, and then Instagram
Gone.
shuts down. Yep. Because they don't like something that they said, you know, and then that was like their business, you know, like they were selling from those people by making offers on Instagram. But guess what? Instagram just said, well, we don't like you, so we're just going to take your stuff away right now. And now you have no business, no income coming in, and no connections or anymore. So what Scott's really saying, like, it's the power of your email list is so important, because you can have people build up your social, like obviously build up your social. That's important. And how do you get them off social into something that you own? Right? You own your email list. No one's going to take that away from you. No one's going to shut that down. People can opt out of your list if that's their choice. That's a totally different scenario though.
Yeah.
I just wanted to like, I wasn't sure if anyone was like confused about what that really meant, because it happens actually a lot right now, and Instagram and Facebook are super finicky.
No, it's the scariest thing, because if I know so many business professionals that everything is tied to their social media, like they don't have an email list, that there's no way that they can, if your social media gets shut down, you are SOL. Like, I mean, that's it. You're done. You're out of business. So everything that you should be thinking about is, how do I get my online presence and the people that I'm connected to offline, where I can nurture them in private emails?
Absolutely. And that's actually like this, me running this masterclass is a great example of another way that you can set something like this up, right? Yep. You guys are on my list now. And as soon as you sign up for all the speaker gifts as VIPs, you're now going to be on everyone else's. And there's a reason why we're doing that too, because it's smart. It's smart. And now we can really talk to you in a way and build connection and community, because that's important to us. And we're also not worried about Facebook or whatever saying you never get to meet this awesome person again that you just created this great connection with. It's like, no, I get to do whatever, like, you know, like I'm responsible for that next step now with that person. I just saw a question from Sarah real quick. How to set up a private group on LinkedIn? That's a bit of a Sarah, are you a VIP? Because we're going to do like a lot of more of the technical questions on the VIP session. Girl, upgrade to VIP. Because that's going to be the time to ask a lot of these like really technical, like nitty-gritty questions that really relate to something specific you want to learn from the speakers when we have more time. And you can actually get on camera and speak and have a dialogue about it. So Verson, can you please post that VIP link? And actually, speaking of that, so Scott, is there anything else that you really want to leave people with here that would be really impactful for everybody that's really looking to like, hey, I want to get myself out on social media. I want to get my confidence up. I want to start building my community. Is there anything else that you want to share?
Confidence builds over time. So everything in the company that we've built, the business that we run, even just myself as a person, your confidence builds over time. You're not going to go from 0 to 100 overnight. You want to be treating everything that you do like a marathon, not like a sprint. So going back to something that I said earlier, just plan on failing forward. Plan on not getting a lot of things right in the beginning, because you know, your failures are the lessons that you need to learn in order to succeed, right? And a big belief that myself and my wife have is that the more often you fail, the more lessons that you learn in how to succeed. Because any successful business owner, they'll tell you that they fail way more than they succeed. And that's the plain and simple truth. So whatever confidence that you're looking to build, whether it's confidence in showing up on social media, confidence in your offer. It's going to take time. It's inside of all of us, because we have to build that just like a muscle. And I always tell people, no one goes to the gym once and walks out looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It just doesn't happen that way. You don't. You have to go every single day, and guess what happens? You're really, really sore in the beginning, right? Those first few workouts, or if you take some time off and you do a new exercise, like you're having trouble sitting on the toilet from all those squats, right? So it hurts. But the more repetitive you get, the more streamlined you get, the more consistent you get, guess what? You're more confident in showing up and how you do things in the gym. And you can apply that to anything that you're going to do for the business that you're looking to grow. So just give yourself that grace and know that it's going to be a little bit rough in the beginning, right? It's not smooth sailing. There's going to be rough waters. But I'll leave you with this analogy. There's a great book by Darren Hardy, who wrote The Compound Effect. One of his other books was The Entrepreneur Roller Coaster. So if you use the concept of the roller coaster, what is the first thing that you do when you sit down in that roller coaster? You pull that safety harness down, right? Because what happens? You get shot out of a cannon going from 0 to 80 miles per hour. There's twists, there's turns, right? There's loops. Sometimes that roller coaster even goes backwards. So you have to understand that it's applicable to you, your confidence, and your business, right? Things are going to move really fast. Other times, they're going to go really slow when you get to the top, and then there's going to be a big drop, right? Then it's going to switch you one way, then the other way. So just understand, you're not supposed to figure out everything in one day, including your confidence. So give yourself that grace to just get better every single day, and just know that you're never going to figure it all out, right? You're never going to figure it out, because the peak of one mountain is the valley of the next. So just keep moving forward.
Boom. I love that. Write that down, guys. The peak of one mountain is the valley of the next. Because that is so powerful, because that's the moment that a lot of people give up. They think they make it to the top, they hit the valley, and they're like, man, this is really hard, or I didn't do something right, or I'm never going to get there. And that's when everyone's confidence gets rocked. But that's normal. It's actually just part of the journey that you're on to getting where you actually want to go in your life. So I love that. Awesome. And Scott, what is your VIP gift for everybody?
Yeah. So I have it's called the 5 Layers of LinkedIn. It's actually a course that I typically sell for $197, but for anyone that has attended this masterclass, I'm actually giving it away for free. All you have to do is, there's a coupon code called it's just 5 layers, so the number 5 and then layers, all one word. You still will have to enter billing information. You're not charged a penny, but just for security purposes, you do. It'll zero it out, and it kind of goes through the 5 different layers of LinkedIn of what you need to do to get started. And I hope you find value in it.
Amazing. What an awesome gift. Thank you, Scott. Thank you so much for being here. Let's give it up for Scott. What an awesome conversation. So much good energy. I love it. All the speakers got such good energy, and that's it's important, right? Because we're on this class all day long, and we got to have the energy. So thank you so much for being here. All right, guys. So if you haven't upgraded to VIP, let's put that link in the chat right now, and let's make sure that people listen. You guys have I made it easy enough to upgrade to VIP yet? I mean, there's so many awesome gifts from these speakers that you can go on their website right now and you can buy the course. They'll love you for paying, full price for it. They're all going to love you. Or you can, get the deal, buy the VIP now, and just take advantage of this and really set yourself up for success to have all the tools at your fingertips when this event is over. Because these speakers are I didn't bring nobodies on here. You guys get that? You're understanding that these people are really amazing experts at what they do. They have authority. They have 7-figure businesses. They've been doing things for a really long time. I am not bringing anybody in front of you guys that don't have authority in their space. Okay. Like they're all at a certain caliber and standard in their life. Okay. I'm not just talking about business here, but like with how they live their life and who they show up in the world as. And that's why they're leaders. Every single person you've seen today is a leader. Okay. Powerful leaders. And I really want you guys to take advantage of connecting with them more because they're awesome people. Okay, so that VIP is right there. And at the end, I know some people had some specific technical questions. That's the perfect time to go into VIP session at the end of this and be like, hey, raise your hand immediately and be like, I want to ask Scott that question. I want to ask Nikki that question. I want to ask. So whoever is in VIP and who gets to join VIP, write down the specific questions that you really want to ask the speakers so that you can really get a lot out of that session that personally relates to you in your life. Okay, like that's why I put that in at the end, and it makes a really big difference for the people that have the courage to speak up and to ask the questions. Okay, so also like we talked a lot about that today that relates to confidence, is like speaking up, speaking your truth, like standing in that, and like asking for help and support is the most courageous thing that you can do on this planet. And every single one of us that you've seen today, we've all asked for a lot of help in our life, and we continue to ask ourselves lots of questions, and that's how we're continuing to move forward and create awesome lives. And you guys get to do the same thing. You guys get to do the exact same thing. So scale of 1 to 10 right now, just quick check-in. Where's your energy at? Where's your energy at? Because I know we're getting towards the end here, so I always like to check in. I just want to make sure, because if we're not, I'm going to do like a quick stand up thing really quick before we keep it moving. Okay. Yeah, got a snack. There we go. You just got to eat something, right? I have a goal. You probably can't see because my little thing keeps blurring, but I have this 1 liter bottle. And I said, if I don't finish this by the end of this class, that's not a good thing. So I'm like chugging. So the next commercial break, I'm actually going to use the bathroom. I'm not a robot, and that does happen. So I'm forcing myself right now by drinking this water. Okay, good. Everyone looks good with their energy. All right, so let's bring Mary up. I believe I saw that Mary was here right now. And let's get her up on here. So excited for you guys to meet Mary. Earlier when we did the session with me, I talked about like the self-love piece, and I was like, Mary's the woman for that. Okay, so here she is. How are you doing, Mary?
Oh, I am so glad to be here. I feel so confident.
There we go. You're in the right energy. You're in the right room right now. Awesome.
Right.
I'm going to read your bio. I'm going to let everyone know a little bit more about you, and then we'll get into this really awesome conversation. So today, Mary's going to talk about how to fall in love with you exactly as you are. So good. And that's why I said anyone struggling with the self-love piece, this is the conversation for you. So Mary is an author, teacher, and counselor whose work awakens others to the joy of being fully alive. Her inspired and transformative approach to being with her life, no matter what is happening. Sorry, now I'm like, what am I saying right now? Anyway, she helps people really move into their joy and really experience the best version of themselves in a nutshell. So Mary, I'm so excited for you to help everyone experience that today. So where would you like to dive into first with this conversation on how to fall in love with you exactly as you are?
Well, I think everybody that is here and everybody that will be listening to the recordings is absolutely a completely unique expression of life. There's never been anybody like you, and there never will be anybody like you. And you have shown up out of mystery because life wanted to express itself through you. And all of us were born as 360-degree balls of radiance. And if you ever look into a baby's eyes, you'll see if you can see the whole universe there. There was not one thought in our head when we were first born. But slowly and surely, our mind began to fill up with thoughts. And the mind that we eventually crawled into is a dualistic mind. It likes this, it doesn't like that. It thinks this is good, this is bad, that is right, that is wrong. And when we were children, when we were very, very vulnerable, because we lived in this land of unconscious giants, they're oftentimes called parents also, but they had been wounded and they had really left themselves. They had left this deep respect and love for themselves as a unique expression of life. So they wounded us in ways that they didn't even know that they were wounding us. And slowly and surely, as our head began to be filled up with thoughts, we began to get ideas that we needed to be different than what we were in order to purchase the connection that we needed from the people around us. There was a very powerful study done at the University of Wisconsin or Minnesota, I can't remember, in 1952, very painful study. And they took baby rhesus monkeys away from their mothers at birth and put them in cages all by themselves. And they were given the choice of two different mothers. One was a wire form monkey that held a bottle and they could feed, and one was a cloth monkey that they could cuddle. If they chose the cloth monkey, they didn't eat. If they chose the wire form monkey, they ate, but they had no connection, no warmth, no cuddling. 100% of the time, the babies chose the cloth monkey. What that says to us is connection is so important. And because our parents were disconnected, that's just where human beings are in evolution now, we began to try to mold ourselves into what we thought we should be in order to purchase this connection. And slowly and surely, the doors to our heart closed. And you can see it when you go into teenagehood. It's just agony if you look different than your friends, if you speak different than your friends. There's just this need to conform and to be what we thought we should be. And what that develops is this inner critic that's always watching about whether we're doing it good enough or right enough. And most people go to their deathbeds believing this inner critic, always trying to be what they think they should be. It's like chasing a butterfly with a holy net. It's got just tons of holes in it, and you're constantly chasing the butterfly and you never quite catch it. So one of the most radical things human beings can do is to begin to realize that there is no such thing as an altogether human being. There's no such thing. Oh, we look at people that have 1 million followers on social media, or they've won all sorts of awards and everything. And if you could see into the minds and hearts of that human being, you would see the same thing that you experience. And when you begin to realize that you, like everybody else, is a mixture of dark and light, but our dark is not, we have this very strange idea of dark. Of all of my books, one of my most favorite chapters is in my first book called Belonging to Life. The title of it is The Fertility of the Dark. That every single atom that makes up every single thing on this planet has a positive and negative charge. So what I'm doing is taking away the fuel of the inner critic of realizing that you are perfectly imperfect. And you always will be. You will never arrive as far as the mind is concerned. But what you can do is begin to open your heart again and begin to dissolve the walls. That's the course that I'm offering, is Falling in Love with You. You know, how to dissolve all of these old beliefs that keep you caught in the idea that you're not enough. You should be different than what you are. Everybody else does it better than you. These are all the gobbledygook of the inner critic, and none of them are true. We need you. And so this is a very radical and courageous thing to do. But the root word for courage is cour, and it comes from France, and it means big heart. And I think the last thing I'll say is that I think the reason why life has asked me to share this with the world is because I had a very brutal childhood. And when things are really off, well, even if they're a little bit off in our childhood, the child is the center of the universe. And they believe that is evidence that there is something wrong with them. So a lot was off in my world. And I eventually ended up in 2 different mental hospitals, one for the better part of a year. Tried to kill myself 3 times. Thank God I was well, the last time I tried to kill myself, I was slitting my wrist, and I hated myself because I was a failure at suicide even. Yeah, it got pretty deep. And I once gained 97 pounds in a year because I didn't have my heart. So all this pain that I was carrying, it was just this vicious circle of fueling the self-hate and fueling the struggle of trying to be better than what I was. Then a man came into my life, a teacher that taught me that you don't need to fix yourself. That's an endless game of struggle. What you need to do is learn how to pay attention, how to begin to meet all these various parts of you. And believe you me, every single part, you know, let's say dread, for example, that was one of the main things I would get caught into. Dread is the feeling that something really bad is going to happen, and I am to blame. And I tried to drink that away, eat that away, drug that away. Oh my God. And it wasn't until this man taught me how to go towards, in a very safe way, that I could say hello to my dread. I made friends with my dread. And then in that dread was a huge gift. And the gift was deep cellular trust of whatever life brings me. So as we go out into the world, I'm assuming that everybody on this call has something that they want, that it's longing to be shared in the world. And as we go out in the world, I just really invite you to add some kind of practice, whether it's this course, or I have a little book of quotes that is just so cute. It just is, it comes, you see the journey from being open to slowly and surely contracting, and then slowly and surely learning how to open again and shine, because we need you. So as you go out into the world to share what life wants you to share, have this thread. How can I meet myself in my own heart? Believe you me, that will not only make a tremendous difference in your life, but then you will become a healing presence in the world. Because the more you meet, well, what you realize as you really begin to meet yourself as the mixture of dark and light that everybody is, you begin to realize everybody else is nutty as a fruitcake too. They're just usually pretty good at hiding it. You know, personality, the word persona means mask. And we're so good, we think, oh my God, that person is so together. Believe you me, they have sleepless nights. They have mates that they have hated at times. They have best friends that have betrayed. We all go through the same thing. And when you begin to bring all of that into the community of your heart, when you interface with the world, you don't any longer react. Because if somebody is showing a part that you formerly didn't like inside of yourself, you recognize it. And you can meet them from the vast and wise regions of your heart. So in my world, this is the most important gift. This is the foundational gift of it all, that to go out and really be yourself and make a difference in this world. We need you desperately.
So good. Like, who here is feeling super empowered right now? Who's feeling the love? Yes.
It takes courage to do this, Katie. It takes courage. We have so many beliefs. I mean, the image I had when I first started working with my inner critic, it was, of those, you've seen them in movies of old times, of when they doctors would watch a surgery, and then there would be one table and spotlights on the table, and there would be tiers of people, watching. And my experience when I first started getting to know it, and you can get to know it, you can learn how to not be seduced into its stories. They're just stories you learned when you were young that you took on from other people. And I felt like I was laying on that table, and it was black hooded people, filling the tiers, and they were all pointing their finger at me. And now that judger has no influence in my life whatsoever. Every once in a while, it will come when I'm really challenged and maybe my heart is breaking. But I say, oh, hi. Oh, you're having a bad day. Come, just rest in my heart. And it just moves right on through. But this does take courage. And that's why I did the course, is because so that it's a step-by-step process of how our beauty, our unique beauty got shut down, and how we can open it back up again.
I know that this is resonating so much with this room specifically right now, because I can see it, I can feel it. And this is such a powerful conversation.
And we know truth when we hear it. We do. And yet we believe our mind that is always comparing us to some mythical idea of what we should be is true. And what I learned shortly after I started awakening, because it really was like walking through a jungle of all these different voices, but I began to learn, and I can still remember, I love to change the furniture around in my bedroom. And I can remember exactly where the bed was on this night. And I was a single parent raising 2 kids by myself. And I was woken up in the middle of the night, and just the judger was going crazy. You're not doing this right. And all of a sudden, this knowing came, and it said, if a thought makes you tight, it's of the fight. In other words, if a thought makes you tight, it's of the world of struggle that you took on, that you absorbed, just like you absorbed language. You just absorb the language of your parents. We absorb this struggling self. And so I used that crowbar for years, because I still believed so many of the things that this separate self, that the voice of the inner critic would say. And then I could say, well, you make me tight, so you can't be the truth. And so now we are hearing truth and we can feel it opens us. All of this conditioning closes us. Oh my God, I'm not enough. I have to be better or different. What's wrong with me? You know, everybody else does it better than me. And when you learn that, then you're off to the races. And a mantra came out of that. I don't use it anymore because I've really fallen in love with my inner critic, you know, because it really tried to take care of me. But the mantra that came is, you don't know shit. And that helped me a lot. Because remember, I believed it so much that I felt I didn't deserve to be alive.
Mhm.
And so I am a living example that is absolutely possible to be so caught in unworth and then find your way back to empowerment and to confidence and to radiance and to know that whatever is calling you, whatever you have a dream to give out into the world, follow it. There's no accident that is moving through you. I had no idea I was a person that would go out and do public speaking and write 6 books and travel the world and you know, lead retreats and all that. But as you begin to open your heart, you just begin to follow the thread of your own essence. And I will say it again, we need you. We need you in this poor, beleaguered world, which I believe is in a major shift. That if you really look closely, you'll see that something is dying, this old kind of critical mind that says, I can go into your country and take it over and that's okay, or I can make nuclear bombs and I can, you know, and I can, you know, point them towards your city and, you know, and I can be a politician and I can just lie, you know, till the cows come home and truth doesn't matter anymore and all that. And then you see all the refugees and you see all the heartache. But what I see, there's also like a flower being born, and it comes a person at a time that learns that they have value, that they are okay exactly as they are, that there's no such thing as a completely together human being. We will always be works in progress until our last breath. That is a person that can really make a difference in this time of chaos.
Mm-hmm. Big time. We get to have more people stepping into this in the world. Absolutely. I mean,
I just got
that's
chills.
why.
Woo.
Yeah, this is your purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're here on this call because life is saying, please listen. Please have the courage to be yourself with all the guts and the glory.
Yep, both are part of the package, and
They are part of the package, you know.
And that so much today, and I think sometimes just hearing it from so many people, it lets us be like, okay, it's really not just me. You know, like I'm not the only one who is struggling right now. I'm not the only one who's sad. I'm not the only one who's scared. I'm not the only one who, I mean, your story about sharing, thank you so much for being so vulnerable about like what you've been through with suicide. Like that's such a real thing. It's part of my personal story too. I was there right there when I was 18 years old. And it's like people don't talk about this stuff enough because we're embarrassed that we're feeling this way.
Ashamed.
Yes.
Ashamed. And it's the joke's on us. That person that you see on the movie screen that looks so together, oh my God. You just open up, you had a little door on their forehead, and you could watch the ticker tape of their mind, you would see that they too feel they don't have it together. My niece is, her father is a very powerful lawyer in Seattle. I mean, has his law practice on the very top of, one of the big sky rises, and has a house in Sun Valley and has a condo in Miami and so on and so forth. And she was talking with him the other day, and he said, I can't remember the exact words he said to her, but it was something along the line, I was a failure. I didn't do enough. It's just so funny. But if each of us really begin to see, especially if you go on Instagram, oh my God, it looks like everybody has it together. Well, that's a crock of you know what, And to really get that, if you meet somebody walking down the street, and you just allow yourself for a moment to see beyond the surface and to feel they have suffered. They are hurting. Their heart is not fully open to them. It is so powerful as a human being to begin to recognize that and to maneuver through our lives, not as if everybody else is doing it better than me, but we're all in this together. And we're all trying to be what we think we should be. And that's suffering. Another story, my agent once asked me, do I ever get writer's block? And I've written 6 books. And I said, no, I don't. I write blogs, and I write all sorts of things. I said, no. And she said, you're the only writer that I've ever met that doesn't get writer's block. And I said to her, that's because I know I'm not the one that's writing it. I just let go and ask, what do you want to move through me? And it's just, I just finished my 6th book, which is a story version of what it's like to be wide open when you're first born, and then to take on is a little girl that goes into the valley of forgetting, and then she locks herself up in the fork called mind, and then she eventually continues her journey, and wolf pups and majestic old trees and fawns and dewdrops and rainbows and a sprained ankle and a hummingbird, they all bring her back. And she's standing. She's now connected. She went through this process of being disconnected. And now she's connected. And she's standing on top of this mountain. And she sees all the suffering. She sees all the beauty. But she also sees all the suffering. And her heart is aching. And she doesn't know whether we'll survive. But then she sees people from all around her mountain making it out of the valley of forgetting and onto the mountain of being, where they become the reason why they've been given birth. And then she sees, oh, it's happening in that mountain, and it's happening in that mountain, and it's happening all around the world. And she doesn't know whether we'll survive this, because this is a birth crisis we're going through. But she knows that how she interfaces with the world matters, falling in love with herself so that she can become a healing presence in the world and let go. Like I learned I did take college English, but I've never been trained to write. But when you let go, there's something that begins to live you, to move through you. And it is the love at the heart of life. Believe you me, as you fall in love with yourself, you will finally discover you have been loved by life every step of the way.
I love that. That's so good. Like that's such a power. I think feel like a lot of people they're crying. Like you've really, like, yeah.
And
It's like, I'm
it's the
dropping
mountain of being. It's the mountain of being. And I'll just share you one more, because my publisher is not going to publish it because it's a storybook, which it's going to be their loss. But I had somebody edit this book, and she has edited many books for Sounds True, which is my publisher. And she said, Mary, I have edited dozens and dozens of books, and I have never, ever edited a book where I keep on forgetting I'm supposed to be editing because it pulled her so in. And she said, I understood things about this journey back to being the fullness of myself that I never had gotten before. And so it's just so exciting. Each of us have something like that. Each of us that may not be writing a book, maybe public speaking, I don't know. Maybe it's gathering women together in quilting circles, and so they could find a place to be real. But each of us has a thread of the tapestry of the healing that is happening on this planet. So in the beginning of the book, she's standing above the Valley of Forgetting, and she sees at the end this beautiful mountain. And that's the mountain of being, when we are just being life. And when she switchbacks down into the valley, she still can see glimpses of white. When she gets down in the valley, she totally forgets what the journey is about. It's about becoming the fullness of you. When she continues on in the fort, she learns how to quiet her mind and open her heart. And the first day out, continuing her journey from the fort, she's treed by a mother bear. And she's up in the tree, and she sees a glimpse of white. And she doesn't know what it is. She has totally forgotten how to just be herself. But she knows it's important. And so that inspires her to continue on with her journey through the forest, the meadows, and then up to the mountain. And that's the journey all of us are on. And the greatest gift you have to give to the world is to become the fullness of you, which requires falling in love with you exactly as you are, which is a journey. This is not something that happens overnight. But as I said before, and will continue to say, we need you. We need you. We need you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. This has been an incredible, such a great, let's show some love for Mary in the chat and on your videos, and just really let her feel and receive from us for a second, because she just really poured into us, and really appreciate you being here. This was an awesome session, totally different conversation. And I know that it made an impact on everybody who's here. And what is your VIP gift that you're generously offering as well?
The free course. It's $347, and that the course is for free.
Guys,
and I don't know if we ever. I tried to email you and I never heard back, but that I said, could I offer it for a couple $100 off for the people that choose not to be VIPs? That would still be like $197. Don't quote me on it, but that's a possibility. But at least for the VIP members, it's the free course.
Yeah, thank you so much. You were so generous. I will absolutely hook my non-VIPs up with that as well. I'm always hooking everyone up that I can. So thank you so much for generously offering that. And guys, it still makes way more logical sense just to pay $67 and get that, right? So take advantage of it, guys. Like, the speakers are really showing up, and they care so much about your success, and they care so much about you, and like they're putting their best up front here, without receiving anything except like impacting your life as their reward. So thank you so much for being here and offering that. And I will definitely, so just so everyone knows, as a reminder, I'm going to connect you with all the speakers after this. You're going to get a speaker page with everybody's like links and stuff, just to make it super easy to follow up with everyone. Thank you. Thank you, man.
So thank you so much. I thank you for all the children that are coming after us. I thank you for hosting this, Katie, and I thank all of you for taking time out of your busy lives to be here and to really just kind of seep into that arm ring around your heart that you are lovable and necessary exactly as you are.
Thank you. I love that. Such a good conversation. Amazing. All right, guys. So how was that? And Janine, I just saw your comment. So when you upgrade to VIP, you get the course. So my girl Versant just posted that link. So make sure that you hit that link and you get Mary's incredible course. You get Scott's incredible course. I mean, you get all of these incredible resources from all of then you get it. Don't worry. So I'm going to send you guys an email, all the VIPs tomorrow with all the links and everything. And then you can download everything. Okay. So it's going to go out in the email tomorrow because I think you've gotten enough emails from me today. Am I right? This girl sends a lot of emails. I know, but actually my text messages got blocked. So I was like, all right, I'm definitely going to send emails to make sure that everybody knows what's going on. But thank you. Thank you. Okay, guys. So I want to post in the chat. I want to hear, like, what's your feedback? What's your feedback? What's your biggest takeaway from what Mary just shared? What's your biggest takeaway? What did really resonated with you from this session? Again, taking that moment to just decompress and sit in what you heard and process for a second, because this is a journey of a masterclass as well. Right. And every speaker is a different part of the journey because there's a different energy, right? Yeah. Different conversation.
All pieces of the whole.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I love, that's why I consciously chose all the speakers to be so diverse, because it creates this awesome whole pie at the end that really is just this so many different juicy parts that we get to enjoy. Oh, look at this. Such good feedback.
I like to say that this work is better than chocolate, and that says a lot in my life, especially fine European dark chocolate. This is better than that.
Speaking my language now, Mary.
But I just ordered some more this morning.
I just ate this chocolate thing before I got on today. I'm like, oh my gosh. Because I'm in France, so it's like the pastries here are so amazing. It's dangerous. I'm like, I've really got to watch myself while I'm over here. But yeah, this work is the best of life.
I'm watching the comments, Kate. I mean, people are really getting the heart of what I shared. It just touches my heart.
You're powerful. That's why. You have a really powerful presence.
And it's because I've been through a lot. And it's, if we look at the yin and yang symbol, the dark and the light are nestled together. And in the dark is a point of light. And in the light is a point of dark. And we have a tendency to see dark as negative, and we see that if we've had a lot of struggle in our life, there's something wrong with us, and other people are better, they have easier lives. Oh my God, it is just so rich when you really realize that your struggles are for you.
Oh yeah, I want everyone to write that down. My struggles are for me.
Yeah, they always come with gifts. They always comes with gifts if we turn and begin to pay attention to it and work with it. And that's all of my books have different variations of how to work with what we have formerly put out of our heart so that we can become whole.
Mm-hmm. I love it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I hope everyone wrote that one down. Because when we're in it, it's really hard to think like that, right? When you're in the struggle, it's and that's when you want to when you write things down. By the way, this is why I actually recommend physically writing things down. It's this brain connection that's totally different. Remember things more.
Yeah.
Okay.
And somebody just said something, Katie, I want to respond to. you can, the key to loving others is learning how to love yourself. If you don't love yourself, then your relationships become business relationships. I'll give you 5, but if you give me 4, I'm going to give you 3. And if you give me 2, I'm going to pack up my toys and go, and true love is this sense of not trying to get something, but trying to give something. And that becomes so much easier when we have woven ourselves back into the holy whole that we really are, the dark and light holy whole that we really are.
Yeah, that's another. I mean, we could lead this whole masterclass together and just keep going, like there's a lot to learn here. And I mean, this is the deep inner work, guys. Like this is just scratching the surface on it. And there's a lot to go into. So just get excited from these conversations. Don't get in the overwhelm of I got to learn all of this right now and I got to figure all this out. Like so many people leave these master classes like this. And that's why I've been really crazy about VIP, because then you have a plan to implement with speakers. And it's like, hey, here's step 1. Hey, here's step 2. Hey, here's step 3. Don't get stuck in that overwhelm. So really quick before we bring our next speaker on, what I want to do really quick is I want to play a short video because I get to take a little bathroom break for 5 seconds. And I wanted to share a little bit more about me in a way that you guys might not know. So I run, just like I heard that Mary does too. I've been running retreats for a really long time. And my big mission and my big why for why I started that company 7 years ago was really about connection and creating more connection in the world and creating more of this next level experience that can be really hard to access when we're in our current environments, in our bubbles. Traveling has changed and transformed my entire life. It is the number one thing that challenges me. It is the number one thing that gets me radically outside of my comfort zone. AK, when I landed in Morocco and no one spoke a lick of English and I'm a solo woman traveler by myself, holy crap. And that's been this for 10 years. And I've been living a nomadic lifestyle for 7, traveling as a single woman. And it really, the reason why I started this company is because, man, if you fast track who you are as a human being when you radically step into situations that are so different from what you know and immerse yourself with people that are just really next level with how they're being and wanting to step into the world, it's magical. It's crazy what can happen in a week when you're in the environment that's set up to really allow you to be challenged in a healthy way and to be supported and loved so much at the same time. So I want to show a quick video about my upcoming retreat in Costa Rica. I've ran this retreat about 4 times now. We only have 3 spots left. I love it. I go there every year. I have a very special place in my heart to Costa Rica. And I just want to show you this little video so you can start to understand a bit more about what I do in that realm. And if one of these experiences for you, I'd love to talk to you guys more about it. But it also gives me a little opportunity to go to the bathroom for a second. So yeah, first thing, can you please highlight that video really quick? Awesome. Welcome to the Costa Rica Thrive Retreat.
I signed up for the retreat literally 2 weeks ago. So normally you can't do a trip like that because there's way too many things to coordinate, from flights, hotel, what you're gonna do, signing up for the different activities. Katie has made it so seamless that you don't have to plan a thing. Everything is taken care of.
The more I thought about it, the more I thought this is something I need, just to be able to go do an adventure, do something different, get away from the day-to-day life, even take a break from all the obligations that we have at home.
I think the energy from the people and the environment that Katie creates has been the best part of this week. And I feel like I'm going home with a renewed sense of energy for just my daily life.
she's able to perfectly space out, you know, the different kinds of activities that we're going to be doing, from surfing to ziplining to ATVing, and then allowing you to have free time.
My favorite part was probably the hike and the waterfall and the cliff jumping day. I love being in nature and I just love being in the water itself. So I think seeing like that aspect of Costa Rica was definitely my favorite.
The intention behind these retreats are really to create deep, intimate connection with yourself and with all the other amazing people that you're surrounded with. Taking in this beautiful beach, feeling the sun on our faces, feeling this ocean breeze. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to learn how to relax and let go and really just enjoy the process of having complete freedom to just enjoy yourself.
An experience like this, a retreat like this, is so amazing because you really just get to have the fun and the enjoyment instead of the stress of planning. She has our best intentions for not only like relaxation, but making sure that the trip is going to be completely memorable and absolutely amazing.
This is a great opportunity to change pace, try something new, and meet new people.
Okay. That's a little bit about, I know the video was a little bit delayed and you guys probably didn't see everything all the way, but you got the gist of it. Actually, yeah, Raymond just commented, you saw him in this video. That's the first time I met him. We're best friends. Like, I also meet the best people ever. I did that retreat, I don't know, 3 years ago now. Crazy. That was so long ago, but like, I selfishly run these retreats because I meet the coolest people on this planet, because I interview everybody to decide who gets to be on them. So yeah, Burson, can you please post the link in the chat for the Costa Rica retreat? There's an application, because I do interview and I talk to everybody before they join a retreat experience with me, because it's so important that the community is aligned. And if this is something that you've been wanting to attend or to just see if it's the right fit for you, then Versant, that's not the application. So we got to post the application and I'll reach out to you personally. We have 3 spots left right now, and it's December 8th to the 15th. And that's literally where we're going, the house, all the activities. That's the same exact experience that you would get. So if that excites you, then reach out and fill out that application. All right, guys, we are in our final stretch and we have 2 more speakers left. Oh, how crazy. I mean, seriously, I just want to give like a big round of applause to you guys for being on here. Some of you guys, you've been here from the beginning. You've been super active. Your cameras are on. Like, that's freaking amazing. It's no small feat to be on a class like this all day long. And I know you guys are doing, like, you're making it happen, you know, and that's awesome. So I just want to be like, you all get to give yourselves like a pat on the back right now for showing up and for being here and still like being in it. That's amazing. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And we have 2 sessions left. So let's end this super powerfully. If you're a VIP, just know to stay on until the end. Okay. Because you're going to have an extra hour. And remember, I've been saying, don't forget to write those questions down that you really want to go back and talk to the speakers about. And if you haven't upgraded to VIP, you know, I'm going to keep saying it because it's really important. Make sure that you do that so you can stay on this extra hour at the very end. Okay. And also at the end, I'm going to announce the 5K prize. So don't leave right away, like, because you might be one of the winners. You don't want to leave because then you can't claim the prize. All right. So our next speaker is Ronnie. Ryan, is Ronnie here? Is Ronnie here?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. Good.
So
I can see you've been having a lot of fun, and that's exciting, and I'm glad to be part of it.
Oh yeah, we're gonna keep having fun all the way to the end. So excited that you're here. I'm just gonna read your bio and introduce you a bit, and then we'll go ahead and jump into this awesome conversation. We're ending super strong today, guys. So Ronnie Ryan, we're gonna talk about stop overthinking and trust your gut. Such a powerful conversation that we're going to get in. So a little background on Ronnie. She's an intuitive coach and a wise woman who gets to the heart of the matter fast. She offers practical solutions for business and life issues so you can move forward confidently, trust yourself, and feel more balanced. So perfect for the theme of this class. And she's done past life work in the Akashic records and soul intelligence for bioenergetic clearing and balancing. She hosts the popular podcast Breathe, Love, and Magic, which ranks in the top 10% globally. That's amazing, and is a best-selling author of 6 books. And if you want to know more about the Intuitive Edge, you can go ahead and check that out on her website after this. Amazing. All right, Ronnie, thank you for being here.
All right. Are we just going to jump in, or?
Let's just go, right? So stop overthinking and trust your gut.
Very good. All right.
What does that mean to you?
So my first question is, how often do you spend too much time thinking about something, right? If you do that, put a 1 in the chat, and then I'll know you're just like me. We all overthink at times, right? But it happens because you just aren't sure about making the right decision, or you can't figure out what the right thing to do is about a situation. And all that overthinking is most often caused by self-doubt. And that can sabotage your ability to make a good decision, and it certainly interferes with building confidence. Self-doubt can get in your way and trip you up and keep you from going for something really big. And that's why I want to share my method today for handling this overthinking. And then you can unleash your true potential. And that's the whole point of why we're here today, right? And go for something that's big, go for something that's who you really are, that resonates with you. So this surprised me. Cornell University says that we all make 35,000 decisions every day. Is that like exhausting sounding? It's like terrifying when you really think about how many decisions we have to make. It's just, I'm exhausted thinking about it. So there's got to be a way to make this simpler, simplify the decision-making process, especially when something big comes up. So that's why I'm talking about trusting your gut for making big decisions and small, for business and life. So the first thing I always say is, the first question I'm going to ask you is, what is the secret practice that everyone ignores? So honestly, I don't expect you to guess that, but it's intuition. Intuition is a practice because I say we have to practice it to get good at it. Some people are naturally good, but some people have to practice. I practiced a long time, but the energy today has shifted and things are a lot easier. The veil is thinner, as people say. So anyway, why do I say intuition is a secret? That's because a lot of people are not so willing to admit that they actually use their intuition to make big decisions or business decisions, or sometimes even small ones. So what is intuition? If you looked at intuition from the definition on the web, it says intuition is knowledge of something without conscious use of reasoning or having direct access to the information. So it just comes out of nowhere. And there's a lot of other names for intuition, like a gut feeling, a hunch, an instinct, an inkling, your spidey sense. I don't know, that always cracks me up. Your sixth sense, your inner wisdom, or your inner knowing. And there are so many names for intuition because it's a part of your life, even if you're not acknowledging it. So let's talk about what intuition isn't. It's not rational. It's not logical. It's not common sense. It's not based on your experience, and it's not an emotional state. Intuition is linked to your imagination. And sometimes it feels like you're making it up, but that doesn't mean it's not real. So to be a responsible adult and a business owner, you have to do your due diligence, as they say, right? You have to analyze the data, talk to the experts, do your research. I'm not saying you should only rely on your gut. That'd be silly. But after you examine all your options and sometimes there's still no clear answer, what then? Aha, that's where intuition comes in. All right, there's 4 common ways that intuition show up. These are the clairs. So you have visual, which is clairvoyant. And that would be that with your eyes closed or in your mind's eye, you see pictures or a symbol, and sometimes people see little movies. Then you have audio, clairaudient. And that's when your mind is quiet and you hear, you can stop some of the chatter, and then you might hear words or sentences and a voice. It doesn't mean you're crazy. It's your intuition. Kinesthetic, that's clairsentient. And that's about feeling, not your emotional feelings. It's about the sensations in your body that are associated with the question that you're looking for answers on. It's your gut feeling. It's your ears tingling. It's your heavy heart or energy rushes or goosebumps and chills, right? That's kinesthetic energy. Kinesthetic and clairsentient. That's the clair. So I love when I get those energy rushes and I know I'm in tune with whatever is going on with the energy. And that's my sign that I'm lined up with my higher self. The 4th one is knowing. That's claircognizant. And when people say, oh, I got to download on blah, 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 that is getting those blocks of information. That is that knowing, the claircognizance. So everyone picks up their intuition or gets their intuition differently. And sometimes people have one main way. Sometimes people use a couple. I use all 4, but sometimes I rely on more one, than another. And I've been working on this for a long time. So, it's fine. Whatever works for you is great. Get to know which one works for you the most. Work on that. You can always develop the other ones too. And it's fun. It's something to have fun with. All right. So why is your gut the best decision-making tool? People ask me that all the time. Why the gut? And I'm like, all right, here's a little bit of science. Your digestive tract, believe it or not, is lined with 500 million neurons. And this is why your gut is also referred to as the second brain. Your gut actually has a direct connection to your brain through the vagus nerve. Never doubt your gut. It's a real thing. Trust your gut. All right, so think about it. Intuition or a sixth sense, it's actually coded into your DNA. Because when we were primitive beings running in and out of the cave, we needed to rely on our intuition to know if an animal was about to attack or if a tribe was coming to war with us. You had to use your intuition. You had to use your gut instinct, and how did they choose where to create the community or where to start the farming land? Or they were in tune with the intuition, with the land, with the energy, with the spirit. So this goes back a long way, but it hasn't been removed from your DNA. It's still in there. All right, so now I want to tell a story. I love to tell stories. So before I was an intuitive coach, I was a dating coach. And I did that for 20 years. I have a lot of stories from that area of business. So early on in my dating coaching, there were really hardly any other dating coaches, and it wasn't always easy to get clients. And a matchmaker I had met through networking reached out to me and he said, hey, I want to open an office in your town. I'd love you to head it up for me. And I was like, oh, I was so excited because I thought this was a great opportunity and it would really give me more financial stability and it would give me a direct access to clients. And I was so excited. He said, I'll call you next week. So he didn't call me the next week, but the next week he emailed and he said, I'll call you next week, which he didn't do that either. So after 4 weeks, in the 5th week, he called me, and now I've had a lot of time to think about this, right? And he said, hey, let's, get this on our calendars and make this happen. I'm like, I'm going to pass on the opportunity. And he was like, what? What do you mean? I don't understand. Well, I said, it's just a gut feeling, but I'm going to pass. So what my feeling was that if this man took 4 weeks to set up an appointment with me, was he ever going to be there for me if I needed him or anything? No. But let's fast forward 5 years to find out that after he had all those satellite offices, he was arrested for fraud and they were all shut down. So, on several levels, I was lucky that I trusted my gut. And that's one of the reasons why, when you get that queasy feeling, there's a reason, pay attention. And I'm going to have more stories for you like that. So you'll see why it's really important. Okay, here's another reason why trusting your gut is your best resource. And again, talking about how intuition is natural and everyone has the ability. Everyone. And my aim today is to get you to start thinking about, if you haven't already, how can you start connecting with that inner wisdom, your higher self, your inner guidance system? It's so important. It's a vital sign that you're operating from your true, authentic self and you're walking the highest path. So, intuition is not some gift. It's your sixth sense. Your gut will never steer you wrong. It never has for me. And that's why I'm such a huge fan of trusting my gut and why I rely on my intuition so I can stop overthinking, because sometimes it's just exhausting. And one of the programs I have is about how to ask the universe for a sign, because sometimes you just get sick and tired of trying to figure out what the right thing to do. And I just wanted to cut to the chase. So I developed this method of just asking the universe for a sign, setting it all up and getting an answer in 24 hours. It saved my butt for three really big decisions that I had to make in my life, including moving, a job, and my husband before he was my husband. So I've used it a lot and it's really come through for me. But anyway, intuition is something to use every day. It's not for special occasions or dire situations. It's for every day to help you make decisions and stop all that overthinking. So being able to connect with, however you look at it, your higher self or your angels, your spirit guides, any way that you look at it, maybe just your own inner knowing, however you want to look at it, it's there for you. And if you're feminine, if you're a woman, it's your birthright, right? That's part of your divine feminine energy. And if you're a man, then as you start to connect with that part of yourself, you have a feminine side too. You also can open to the intuition because it's for everyone. So now here's a real question. How do you know if it's your fear or your intuition? That's a tough question. I've asked it myself many times. So how many people sometimes get stuck or paralyzed by fear about making the wrong decision? That's a good question. If you do, put a 1 in the chat and let us know. So I want you to keep this in mind. Your gut instinct, your intuition, will never give you a fear-based response unless it's about your safety. It comes from a place of being supportive. If you're having a lot of fearful thoughts about the information you're getting, that's your ego, not your true self, not your higher self. And, it takes some time to be able to know the difference. And that's why we're going to do an exercise and I want you to practice, because I want you to get familiar with this and confident with this. I studied for 7 years to break through on my intuition way back in the 80s. And now people pick it up. When I start teaching a class, people get it right away because the energy has changed so much. The frequency is higher and things are easier. The veil is thinner. So when you practice, you get good at it and you'll know, is this a fear response or is this my real truth? So your gut instinct is there to keep you safe. Now, your ego also wants to keep you safe. And it's more worried about you looking foolish or being embarrassed. So if these are your fears, that's definitely your ego and not your gut. So just think about that. That's going to help you start to differentiate between, am I having this fear Where is it coming from? Is it just my ego? Because your ego wants to keep you safe and never wants you to look foolish. And that will prevent you from trying new things and all kinds of stuff. Because, you know, you can't learn to play tennis and not look stupid when you miss the ball, right? Okay, here's another story. So there I am. I don't know, maybe it's a Friday or Saturday night, and I decided I wanted some atmosphere. I lit a couple of candles, put them on my dining room table, and then I went around the corner to the living room. I decided to write a book. I read a book, so I was reading, and after about 20 minutes, I heard in my head, "Table's burning," and I'm like, what? Table's burning? Who said that? Why did I hear that? What does that even mean, table's burning? So, do you think I got up and looked? Nope. So I kept reading, and eventually I had to use the bathroom. So that meant I had to walk past the dining room table, at which point I saw that one of the candles had rolled out of its holder, rolled onto my dining room table, was still burning. Thankfully, I didn't burn the whole house down, but I did get a nice char mark on my antique oak table. So, lesson learned, you know, I try. Now, sometimes I'm going to admit, sometimes I still don't pay attention, but for the most part, I really try to listen now, because someone, some spirit guide or ancestor, I don't know who it was, my own higher self knew the table was burning and I couldn't smell anything. And I foolishly just sat there and read my book and didn't bother to look. So that's a perfect example of a fear message that had real value, which I eventually found out about. So you're going to get more confident as you practice this. And I encourage you to practice it, but just make it easy, make it fun, make it playful. Don't think this is some other thing on your plate or something else to check off. Just let it be fun. So how do you guys normally make a decision? Do you think about all of your options and make a list? Or do you ask your friends, your colleagues, your friends for advice? Or do you research the web and read a lot of articles and see what the experts have to say? Do you make a pro and con list, right? There's a lot of ways. Or do you pick a tarot card? No, sometimes you just pick a tarot card like, well, let's just see what it says. Some people do all of these. That could be overthinking, right? Has anybody ever done everything you can imagine and more? You're overthinking because you just don't know. You can't decide. So as a result of all this overthinking, I don't know about you, but sometimes, you know, I get a little obsessive. And your brain, you just can't stop your brain. And sometimes then I can't sleep, or I can't stay asleep, or I can't go to sleep. It's terrible. That's why I came up with the how to ask the universe for a sign, so I'd stop torturing myself. So anyway, it's hard to shut your brain off when you're in that position. And that's why practicing your intuition will make a huge difference. So I want to share with you now one super simple method to get a fast answer. Now, before I do that, I just want to ask you, Katie, I'm going to be honest, I'm not looking at the chat because I don't want to distract myself. But if there's something in there, are you going to bring it up and you'll tell me in case anybody asks a question or something, right?
There, someone said pray about it.
Pray about it. That works. Okay.
Someone's
I
in
just
the
wanted to check
cooking.
in. So
Yeah,
here's
yeah.
one. Pardon?
Oh, keep going. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So here's one super simple method to get an answer fast. And, you know, some people, their intuition just comes to them. They don't have to work at it. Other people have to work at it like I did. But I always tell them it's a lot like, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, practice, practice. It's an old joke, but it still works. So, what I found is practicing makes a tremendous difference. And I'm going to give you some tips that help you with your practice so you can really build on it. So let's think of a simple question that you want answered. And my suggestion when you're starting with your intuition is always start with a yes/no format. You're going to get a yes answer or a no answer, because if you leave it vague and you say, what's the best thing for me to eat for dinner tonight? Sometimes you're not ready to get that kind of message. It's much easier if you start with just yes, no. So that makes it simple. All right, so here's one of my favorite ways to really build up your intuition. And it's so easy. So if you have to drive somewhere, like maybe you commute, or maybe you don't, but you drive someplace on a regular basis, or you just have to go meet somebody, think about the route you want to take. If there's back roads or different highway systems or whatever, what route do you want to take? What's the best way for you to go that day? You're asking your intuition, and then guess what you do? You check your GPS after. Now you have an immediate response to how was your intuition. The next thing you do is, well, before you check your GPS, you take out your journal for intuition and you write down what you got as your answer, and then you check. This way, when you write it in your journal, and I'm not asking you to write pages about how you feel about this. I just want you to keep track of the information you get so that you have evidence. What is better than evidence to build your trust in yourself? Stop the self-doubt, stop the overthinking, and know, yes, I can trust my gut. I can rely on my intuition through evidence. If you don't write it down, you're not going to remember. I guarantee you're not going to remember, because I forget everything. I don't know, maybe you have better memory than me, but so that's my suggestion. You can start with GPS. Now, if you're like, ugh, I don't want to do GPS, you can start guessing the time. So you have to guess the time before you look at your watch, your phone, or your computer, right? And practice guessing the time, and you'll get really good at it. Those are two super easy, simple methods. So let's talk about your question. When you're thinking about questions, posing the question is important. So, oh, Katie, how much time do I have left?
About 6 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So you could ask, should I have chicken for dinner? That's a yes, no answer. Is the color yellow a good choice for me today? Will this outfit help me feel strong and confident? Is this document ready to be emailed? I can't tell you how many times that last one has saved my butt. And I'll go back and look at it to see where the typos are. I have so many typos all the time. It's terrible. And I'll find them. I'm like, oh, thank God I asked, Is this document ready to email? No. All right, go look at it again. So you can pick any kind of simple thing that you're doing all day long. That's why this is such a playful thing. It doesn't have to be all structured and regimented. Just make it playful in the day. All right. That's a great way to reduce the stress of seeking answers, because you don't have to take yourself so seriously. And you don't want to wait to use your intuition when you're under so much stress and you have to have an answer and you have to make a decision. You'll get there when you can really rely on it, but start small with little things and then you can build your way up. So another method is the traffic light. And this is really simple. The traffic light, you pick your yes, no question. And then we're just going to use, should I have chicken for dinner? And then you relax. You breathe in and out. Maybe you do that slowly 5 times just to relax your body and just relax and get your brain to shut up for a minute. And then visualize the traffic light and see, is it green or is it red? Now, if you get a yellow, that'll just mean you don't have enough information or it doesn't really matter. You could have chicken, you could have fish. Your body doesn't care. It's okay. So that's what the yellow would mean. But generally people will see red or green. Now, do not ask again. Do not question the green you got or the red you got. This is one of the most important things, and I'm going to skip ahead on how to build trust. All right. This is essential. Simple, though simple. Okay. First of all, you only ask your question one time. Now, I don't know if you've ever done this, but I used to do this. I'd pick my tarot card, ask my question, pick my tarot card. I didn't like it. I picked another one. I'd pick another one. I'd pick another one. I picked a card until I got one I liked or that felt right to me or whatever. What is that nonsense? No. You pick a card, that's your card. You get an answer, that's your answer. If you keep asking, you're letting your inner self, your higher self, the universe know you're not serious. Number 2, write your answers down. Keep track of your answers, keep track of your intuition. It doesn't have to be every single thing you do all day, but when you're really working on this, you want a track record that gives you the evidence you need to trust. Number 3, before you even start the process, ask yourself if you're going to follow through. So if you get an answer that, yes, apply for that job. And then you sit on your butt and you don't do it and you're not sure and whatever, And hey, we all do this stuff, but you're not following through. You're not using the information. Once again, you're showing your higher self, you're showing the universe, you're not serious. And that can get in the way of your process and your progress as well. So those are the 3 things that'll really build trust like nothing else. So let me just say them really quick one more time. Only ask one question. I only asked a question once. Now you could say, should I apply for this job? And then you feel like you need a little more clarity. Then you could say, is this the right job for me? At least that's a little bit different. But don't keep asking the same question. Then write your answers down and promise to follow through. Okay. Why your intuition gives you an edge. Why the stopping and the overthinking and trusting your gut gives you an edge. All right. Because when you get good at this, or when you get better at it, and as you're starting to use it and rely on it, then you can think on your feet. You can think faster. You can trust yourself. You'll know you probably will make the right decision because you have a track record and you've been keeping a record of your experiences and you've seen how you've progressed. And that gives you an edge so that in the moment when you have to make a choice, you can jump ahead of your competitors or anyone because you can just make that decision and go for it because you trust yourself. And you're not dithering and dilly-dallying like some other people might be doing. Right? So like only 3 spots left in that retreat. Don't dilly-dally, right? If you know it's for you, go for it, right? That's what you want to do. Because I've missed out on things because I was like, I don't know. If you know, don't lie to yourself. Go and do it. So I just want to encourage you to trust your gut. Do it from practice. Build that trust. Be good to yourself. If you struggle a little at the beginning or whatever, do not berate yourself because your intuition is there. It will come forward. Be kind to yourself and practice. It's really important. And if you, you can always ask the universe for a sign. I suggest you pick the sign and pick the timing. Don't leave it up to, don't wait 20 months to see if something's going to happen, right? So there you have it. That's how to trust your gut, how to stop overthinking, and how to use your intuition, which is yours by birthright anyway. And chances are you might be using it and not even acknowledging it. So I don't know if there's time for any questions or if anybody has any questions, but that's my presentation for today. And it's been a pleasure sharing it with you. And thank you for showing me your smiling faces. That felt really good to see you engaging. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And you're staying for the VIP at the end? Okay, awesome. So that'll be the perfect time to dive into this a bit more with Ronnie. If this is something that you want to talk about, you want to, pick her brain a bit. Again, this is why we have this special time at the end because otherwise we would never get through the entire presentation if we answered everybody's questions while we're live. So if you haven't upgraded to VIP yet, make sure you do that. And Ronnie, what is your VIP gift that you are generously providing?
A 30-minute session with me to talk business or life, intuition, yours or mine.
I love it. Amazing. Thank you so much. When a speaker gives their time, that's powerful. Those are the best gifts in my opinion. I always do that when I speak on other people's events because that's that personal, intimate connection. So definitely take advantage of that, guys. I'm so happy that I've seen all the VIP numbers go up throughout the day. I'm so excited for everyone to have these incredible gifts in their life. Get excited. You'll have them in your inbox tomorrow. And in about 30 minutes, all of us VIPs, we're going to hop into that special section. Even if you're feeling tired right now, trust me, you get really energized in this VIP session because it's a different energy where you get to speak and you get to unmute and you get to be part of the conversation. It's really cool. It will reignite you if you're feeling a little, there's been a long day. I'm just saying, don't get intimidated by the extra hour at the end. And that's why I'm saying that. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ronnie, and we'll see you soon in that session. So, all right, guys, before we move on to the VIPs, we have one more awesome speaker. We're going to bring Lisa up right now. She's our grand finale for the general session today.
I'm here. Hey, everyone.
Hello. Hello. Well, Versant's just, I guess, finding you, and she'll bring you up next to me in just 1 second so we can see. There you go. Hey.
Hey.
So good to see you. Look beautiful.
Thank you. I've like jumped out of workout meet into speaker meet, just like that.
I love it. You know, you're that's what it takes sometimes in order to get everything in a day. So thank you so much for being here and being our finale speaker. So before, I know.
I'm so excited. Katie and I did a promotion for this, and we're all like on LinkedIn Live, like dancing. So you guys, why don't you get up and dance if you're getting tired? Let's all like just shake your thing a little bit. Make this fun. Come on, let me see some of your moves here. I want to talk about confidence, but for me, as Mel Robbins says, confidence is a decision to try. And every week I'm out here dancing and trying and just doing my best. So let's bring some energy back into the room. Who's excited? This is it. This is the last speaker of the day. So I'm going to jump into it. I'm not going to waste all your time, but I want you guys to be as excited as I am to be here. So I have some fun stuff prepared for you. So let's just get ready, get excited, and we'll jump right in. So I'm Lisa G, your high performance executive coach. I'm coming at you live from Kennewick, Washington. So drop a comment so I know, you guys, where are you tuning in from? What is it like there? It's nice here, but we're supposed to have a bomb exploding. I'll tell you about that later on. They're planning to bomb in front of me. So today we're talking confidence, and not just any confidence, total confidence. The kind of confidence that allows you to achieve your biggest goals and live your best life. So let me know if you're excited about that in the comments. I know what it's like to lack confidence. I've been there, but I'm also living proof that it's possible to rebuild your confidence and achieve anything you set your mind to achieve. In this talk, I'm going to share 3 proven confidence boosting steps that helped me bounce back from COVID and achieve huge goals like getting married in April. So today we're talking about confidence. So take some notes, grab a notepad, because like many of you, COVID crushed my confidence and my coaching business declined overnight. Did anybody else feel some lack of confidence around COVID? But I rebuilt my confidence. I started a podcast interviewing top leaders like our amazing host, Katie. And now I'm on a mission to boost your confidence. 250 interviews later, by the way. So if you don't already have one out, grab a pen and paper for 3 proven confidence boosting steps to finish this year strong together. I want to know, put a comment. Are you with me? So let's jump into the first step. Step 1 is to take imperfect action. Like Mel Robbins says, confidence is a decision to try. Michael Jordan became a legend through constant practice, not by being perfect. Studies show that action builds confidence 30% faster than waiting for the ideal moment. Does anyone else agree? Drop a comment. So what's one imperfect action you can take today to boost your confidence? I don't know, maybe it's reaching out to somebody you admire and asking for a coffee chat. That's how I got a lot of big influencers on my podcast. I just did it anyway. Or maybe it's signing up for a class that's outside of your comfort zone. Confidence comes from a decision to try and pushing outside of your comfort zone. Whatever it is, commit to taking one imperfect action this week. And remember, confidence comes from practice and a decision to try. And step number 2, reduce self-consciousness. This is important. Tom Brady, when he was playing, he still got nervous before the game, but he redirects that energy into extreme preparation. Like Brady, fully immerse yourself in your work. Self-doubt fades as you focus on performing your best. Have you guys experienced that? Let me know. One way to reduce self-consciousness is just practice your craft regularly. That's what I do. The more you practice, the more confident you'll become in your abilities. So who agrees with me on that one? Another way to reduce self-consciousness is to focus on your audience. What can you do to help them? What value can you provide? I used to be petrified of public speaking, but I decided to go so far outside of my comfort zone and speak imperfectly every week for the last 6 years. When you're focused on your audience, you forget about yourself and your insecurities. That is what helped me. And step 3 is start each day powering up with incantations and meditation. This is one of my secret things. Let me know if you do this already. Incantations are positive affirmations that you repeat to yourself to boost your confidence and motivation. Olympians report a 27% increase in performance after using incantations. I've been doing Tony Robbins priming meditation daily since 2020. When I did UPW, and I've achieved huge goals, like I said, getting married this April, I'm telling you, this stuff works. How about you guys? Do you have a morning routine? Confidence comes from consistency, consistently focusing on what you do want and taking imperfect action. So every morning I focus on my top 3 goals that I want to achieve as if I've already done it. And here's a sample for you that you can try. I am confident, I'm capable, I am unstoppable. Repeat this incantation to yourself every morning. This you do before you start your day when your mind is most easily influenced, and watch your confidence soar. And for extra credit, do it again at night, right before you go to bed. Now I'm going to ask you to participate in a little exercise. Think of one imperfect action that you can take this week to boost your confidence. Now, once you have your action in mind, raise your hand in Zoom here. I'm going to hold you accountable because I know Katie holds people accountable, as do I. So if you have raised your hand, if you're brave, if you're bold, if you're willing to do this, let's go around and share our actions at the end of this talk. I'm doing it really quick. I know I'm the last one. Let's hold each other accountable for our actions. And I'm going to want you guys to be brave and take imperfect action. I'm so inspired by your commitment to growth and development. You showed up today. So give yourself a little pat on the back for showing up. I know what you're thinking. This all sounds great, but I'm not sure if I can really do it. Nobody was ever sure, but we all decided to do it anyhow. Let me tell you a secret. I'm not perfect either. So I want to know who wants to join in and make this a little Q&A at the end, because I'm here for you guys. And remember, Michael Jordan wasn't good in the beginning. He just became a legend through constant practice, not being perfect. And studies show that action builds confidence 30% faster than waiting for the ideal moment. So my challenge, I'm throwing this down to you guys today. Commit to one imperfect, scary action this week that's outside of your comfort zone, and confidence comes from practice. So I'll leave you with this. What is one small step you can try today to reduce self-consciousness, be confident, be consistent, take action now? And I'm going to open it up for Q&A in the comments. And just, I don't want to just talk at you guys. I want to talk to you guys. I want to be here for you. And really, I'm grateful so much right now to Katie for like all the hard work. I have put these events on before. It's been a while, and it takes so much work. It takes your kind of cheerleader ability to keep reminding us, the speakers to show up. So if anybody is brave enough to talk to me and Katie in this confidence masterclass, we took a chance on you guys. We're showing up for you. I want to know who is willing to try.
I'll speak.
Thank you.
Pay, well, I'll just say, I owe Katie money, so I'm gonna pay her this week on Sunday, and then paying another agreement, and it's all about it's all about up leveling myself to live the best incredible vibrant life ever. And I've known Katie for years. I'm Candace, by the way.
Candace, thank you for sharing. It's only that vulnerability that you have been brave enough to share that connects. I can talk to you guys from a stage, but if I'm really here, if I'm really willing to get raw and real about how hard the last 3 years has been for me and all of us, that's what pushed me outside of my comfort zone. So is any other brave souls out here want to share with us any stories, let's do it. Jump on in, unmute yourself.
Misha.
Hi everyone, I'm Namisha.
Hi Namisha.
I'm feeling very nervous right now, but I will share tomorrow at a wedding I'm going to with people I don't know about my business.
Oh, that is so wonderful. You know what? It's like when you guys like Candace and Namisha show up and share the real stuff, you know what it does for other people? It inspires them to be brave too. And by being your authentic self, people are going to be like, yeah, that happened to me too. And I applaud you for being real, taking the mic. Anybody else want to jump in with what's your big action plan? We have, I'd say, about 100 days or less left in this year. And it's not time to coast and be like, I'm gonna make my New Year's resolution in January. This year is not over. Let's do this. What is one step? Anybody else that is brave enough, just unmute yourself and shout it out. I want to know who's taking action.
I'm Melissa. I'm gonna just take some action to take some exercise and discipline myself, because I haven't for a long time, and I realize so much in just being here all day with you guys. Like, wow, it's amazing. But that's where I need to start for sure. That will help build me some confidence to probably, think clearer and even tap into my intuition better. So that's my plan right now.
I applaud you for that. Katie and I are both super into exercise. And I know for me, I'm an anxious type of nervous person. I always wake up tired, then I have too much coffee, then I'm jumping around like a chihuahua. You got to peel me off the ceiling. So there's been one constant in all the trauma and stress and changes that I have been through in my life, and that's been exercise, because all leadership starts with self-leadership. And other people notice, like whoever you're leading, if it's your husband, your family, your company, a team, when you show up for yourself, people will do the same. And it's just a way of self-love. It's like, because I love myself, I'm going to eat the healthy things. Because once you start exercising, maybe you also decide to not eat the things in the box, and maybe then you'll eat the things that are the vegetables and the fruits and the things on the outside of the aisle. Perimeter food, real food. So Melissa, thank you so much for being brave enough to commit to all of us today, because accountability is the cornerstone of any success. Don't you agree, Katie?
Oh, absolutely. This is what we share our goals every week in the coaching for this exact reason in our public WhatsApp group, or our private WhatsApp group, because otherwise, if we're left to just ourselves, remember I talked about earlier about it being an idea? It's like, oh, that's that thing. But when we have that pressure, I think so many people think of pressure as like the thing that they're trying to avoid the most in the world. And it's actually the greatest gift, is to create some pressure around your goals so that you actually show up, and it's healthy. It's healthy, and it's actually really, really necessary. So, and I also saw there was a bunch of people that were posting in the chat as well, sharing some of their awesome commitments and how they're going to take action this week. To that, it might be uncomfortable. It might be something that you're not used to doing. And I love that. I love wrapping up this class with a specific action item that you get to do, like today, tonight.
And also set a consequence. I would add to that. I like have my clients sometimes set a reward and a consequence, and you'd have to tell people. You have to you don't have to put it on Facebook or whatever, but pick one person, be like, I'm going to do this. If I don't do this, I'm going to do 100 burpees every day, or make something ridiculous. I'm going to shave my head. Or if I do it, it doesn't have to be that bad. I'm kidding. But I like to joke around. I think none of this stuff of personal development has to be that serious. I mean, that's just who I am. I like to have fun. But basically, what is the one thing that you really want, but because you love yourself, you'll buy it if you stick to the exercise commitment for 5 days, or if you reach out to someone and take that brave step, or if you are more authentic and bold in your actions, or if you commit to the thing. Does anyone else have a thing in the comments that they want to share that Katie can read? Because I'm focused on you guys.
Yeah, I'll read a couple.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm going to make a checklist. Business manager coach. I think someone had a couple of typos, but they're going to make a checklist to get a coach for finances, I think is what that ended up saying. And then I saw someone above said that they're going to, Antigone's going to rock the new job. And she's going to, this has stuff, dive deep into AI as well, because that's part of what she's going to be stepping into. Action in bed by 11 p.m. every day this week. That's a big one.
Huge. That's like self-love too. It's like a big part of health. Don't you agree, Katie?
Oh yeah, totally. You know, if we're not, I see some people, we're not like yawning.
Yeah, it's just, because I love myself, I'm going to take this bold action. I'm going to do the thing. I'm going to take consistent action. I'm going to hold myself accountable. I'm going to find accountability buddy. I'm going to set a consequence and a reward. And AI is awesome too. I love that comment. It's just like, if you're not on the cutting edge, you get left behind. So all of us are always forward. We're failing forward. We take one perfect action, imperfect action. It doesn't work. Try something else. Keep going. And you got to stay on the cutting edge. Anything else in the comments there?
Sarah said, I will post about a new program or service that I'm offering, even though I'm not 100% ready. Yes.
Right. You don't have to be 100% ready. It's a decision to try.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love that. So those are the main ones I'm seeing so far. Oh, yeah, I think so. Affirmation. Melissa has a new affirmation of today. It's not too late. I have a good heart, and I can and will reclaim my true nature of love. I am coming home to myself. Ooh, I love
that. That's powerful stuff. Affirmations work. Does anybody else have a morning routine they want to share in the comments? Because I am 100% so committed to my morning routine. Even since 2020, I will get up early. I'll listen to meditation because that helps guide my crazy monkey mind, and I'll exercise. Even in the last 8 months, I moved to a whole new place. Gratitude is so important. It's like when you focus on what you do have, it's just so much more powerful than what you don't have and always wanting more. It's like I always want more, but I'm always grateful for what I have. and I'll do my meditation. I get up in the morning at 4:30 or 5 or 6, whatever time I have to do yoga for 20 minutes. I'll exercise. Like, I'll do the hard things, because doing the hard things are required to really hit those big, dream big goals. Anything else on the comments there that we can inspire our audience with?
Kate said, I have a great business idea and I've been procrastinating starting it, so I'm going to start it. And then Emily said, I do morning pages first thing. I grab a notebook and I write 3 full pages in the morning. I love that too. Awesome. Okay, we got some awesome. And then Andres just said, I commit to start my journey as a coach. Yes, in spite of my limitations on my country in South America. Absolutely. We're not going to buy into that story that it's not possible.
Are you like in France or something like that?
Me right now? Yeah. It's like 10 o'clock at night over here.
There's no excuses, because that's what holds us back. So in the end of the day, you have a choice. It's like excuses or results. You can say why you can't do things and why it's hard, but Zoom is leveling the playing field. I can be here in the middle of nowhere where they're about to bomb all new lots down here, the lawnmowers out here. It's not quiet, but I have a message to share, and that I want you guys to, take that home with you about, just make it not about you if you want to speak. That's how I get it up there and do it every week. I know I'm not perfect. I know I'm going to mess it up, but I just want to share this message with you guys of just be confident. Don't be self-conscious. Don't be thinking about yourself at all in the way you show up. It's about, who can I help today? Who can I serve?
Yeah, make it about something bigger than you. And that helps us move through our own emotions that come up when we get scared to take action and to put ourselves out there. That's super powerful. So Lisa, thank you so much. This was such a great way to end this powerful day, just allowing some people to step into their power and acknowledge what they get to really do after this. And what is your powerful VIP gift that you're offering?
Well, I want to help anybody who is brave enough to try, because I know the last 3 years have been the most trying on our mental health since like the Great Depression. It's not like just hard for me. It's not just hard for you. It's hard for everyone. So if anybody's serious about leveling up, I'm going to offer you a 15-minute coffee chat with me.
Awesome.
Normally, that would be about $200, because it would be about $350 for 45 minutes. So I'm going to offer that to you guys, and I mean it, but you got to show up. I don't like no shows.
Nobody likes no shows. No. And that's part of staying in integrity with your commitments, right? Which is another thing that we've talked about. And like when you make an appointment and it's in the calendar and it's blocked off, it creates a healthy little pressure to show up, even when you don't feel like it, even if the situation isn't perfect, even if the hair is not done, it's like showing up, you'll still move forward, whether you versus if you don't, right? Doesn't have to.
You got to show up for yourself, and show up by keeping your word to yourself and keeping your word to others, because that's integrity, that's values, that's just showing up.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazing. Well, thank you so much. And
we'll see you for having me, Katie.
You're welcome. We'll see you in the VIP room in just a second, guys. So there we go. We're wrapping this up. I want to, before everyone logs off, don't log off yet, right? There's a couple of things really quick. So first, if you want to upgrade to VIP, this is the last opportunity to do it before we move into the VIP room. Okay, the VIP room, I didn't create another Zoom link. It's going to be this room. And I'm going to ask that everyone's in integrity with logging out if you're not a VIP, and just like, paying the 67 if you are, to stay in the room. I'm not going to be like bashing people about it. I'm going to expect everybody to step into their integrity and their leadership after having these kinds of powerful conversations today with that, just to make it simple to have the transition. And I really hope that you guys take advantage of that. If you want to take advantage of it later, just know the price over the weekend is going to be $87. And why are we waiting? You know, like, I feel like that's such a theme that we've heard throughout this entire class today is like, hey, like, step into your power, step into your life, be in integrity with your commitments to yourself, trust your gut, trust your intuition, like Ronnie just talked about before this conversation. And if you know that you get to connect more with me and the speakers and just have this extra time and have these resources for you, really just let it be an easy choice and an easy decision. Stop overthinking and just do it. So I'm just gonna bring that back. And before you guys go, I also want to know, like, and I'm gonna announce the 5K winners right now too. Okay. But first, in the comments, because I love to know feedback. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, like, how would you rate today? How would you rate today? Like, what are some comments about your experience today? Like, how much money would you have paid to come to this? I want to know feedback. And awesome. Thank you, Candace. If you could let me know, like what did you get out of today? Like, what was your biggest takeaway? How would you rate this experience for yourself? You know, how much money would you have paid to spend a whole day with these people, with these speakers? Who was your favorite speaker, right? Like, who was your favorite speaker? Who was like your most like powerful conversation that resonated with you? I want to know, and I know the speakers, they're all coming back because they're about to hop on the VIP session. So I know that they want to know too, like, what landed, what resonated, because they're so passionate about what they do. I hope you guys got that today. Like, they're not showing up for no reason. They're showing up because they love what they do. And their mission is to serve other people in the world. Awesome. All right, guys. There we go. So keep them coming. I want to know what you guys got out of this before you log off. So keep posted in there, because I go back and I look through the comments after this, and I just see everything. And if you're a VIP, can you put VIP in the chat? Can you put VIP in the chat? I just want to see, who are my VIPs? Put VIP in the chat if you're a VIP. If you're not, what are you waiting on? And actually, I had a good friend of mine, Raymond, who's in the background here, and I'm going to throw this in for the 2 5K winners, and I'm going to throw this in the VIP room. So I want you guys to hear what I'm about to say, because I was literally not going to do this, and I'm going to do this because it just is an opportunity that just showed up in my chat box, and I'm going to do this. So my friend Raymond owns an AI teaching company, artificial intelligence. He has an incredible course that's going to take people through how to use AI next week. That is a paid, very like high level course. He just offered me 5 free seats for you guys, 5 free seats. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give 2 of them to the 5K winners, and I'm going to pick in the VIP room who gets the other ones. So if you haven't upgraded to VIP yet, how much easier can I have it be for you to literally just say yes? I wasn't planning on doing this. He just sent me a private message like 20 minutes ago about it. And I'm going to just like use that as some leverage to make this a little bit of an easier decision for you guys to get into this VIP room with us. You're going to get a whole other free gift from one of my incredible friends that are on here that didn't even speak today as well, like super generous. And if you are running a business and you want to understand AI, you've got to get into this course with him. He's a master. He's a genius. And if you can master that, guess what? Your success is going to be so much easier, because you're not going to work as hard when you understand how to use these tools that are available to us to just make our lives as entrepreneurs this more enjoyable process, where we're more so connecting with the people that we want to connect with versus doing all the little things and the tasks in the background. All right. That's what drains our energy, period, as an entrepreneur. So take advantage of that. And okay, the 5K winners, are we ready? Are we excited? Is that why we're still on? I gotta know you're still here and you're still alive. I'm still here. It's 10 o'clock at night over here. I'm still cranking it. I haven't sat down. Okay. So the first winner, and there's been a lot. So I want you guys to know, like, when you come and join my challenge, please, Versant, let's post the challenge one more time, link for people to sign up. When you come and join the challenge on October 2nd, I'm going to pick 2 more winners. So if you weren't picked this time and you showed up the whole time, I'm going to do this again in the challenge. So please show up in the challenge, because there's been so many people that have been on and just so amazing. So this wasn't an easy choice, but the first one is Melissa with 1 L. You are the first winner. So let's go get Melissa with 1 L. You can unmute. I'm looking right at you. It looks like you're in a
me?
Oh, it's you.
Awesome. So 1 L, 1 S. Okay. Yay. Thank you so much. Wow.
You're welcome. Congratulations. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Verson here. She's going to privately message you. Okay. She's going to get your information, your email, your phone number, all of that stuff. So I can email you the details of that. Okay. So just Verson, can you privately message her? You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. Way to show up vulnerable. Melissa's been on the whole time and she was really like expressing herself in the chat. And that's why she was picked by my team and me as one of these amazing winners. And as I said, there's been so many awesome people on here. So I'm just looking. So I want to make sure the last person, okay, are you ready? The next one? And again, there's going to be an opportunity in my challenge. So don't forget to sign up for that. Okay. The next winner, this was hard. So many good people. Okay. Emily now. You're the winner. You're going to mute yourself for a second. Oh, you're so muted. Congratulations. Congratulations. So same thing, I know you're like, I've seen you here the whole time.
Thank you.
Oh,
man, this is a big deal. I so appreciate it, Katie. And this has been a tapestry today, a tapestry. It just going upstairs and like Mary was saying, it's like that valley of forgetting, and then there's the mountain of being. It's so rich. Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate that so much, and congratulations, and way to show up. And Verson's, don't sign off yet because Verson's going to send you a private DM as well to get your information. Okay. I want to acknowledge everyone for showing up today. Everyone's a freaking winner. Everyone's A team here. I really hope that you guys are VIP and you're getting in the VIP room with us in just about 2 minutes. And we want to continue building this relationship. And I still want to see you guys in the challenge that's going to happen in a week too, because we get. Okay, guys.
Thank you. Awesome.
Congratulations. All right, guys. So that's it. Let's give it up for our speakers. Let's give them a big hand. They're all back on. They're ready to do this VIP session with us right now. I want you to check your email tonight. Okay, I'm going to send you one more. I'm going to send you one more email today. And I'm going to send you, I think, just one email tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm not going to keep sending you like 7 emails a day. But I'm going to send you your replay tomorrow, and also resend the survey if you didn't do that. And then I'm going to send you an official invitation to join the challenge if you haven't yet, I think on Monday. So you just kind of understand what's coming for you. But your VIP gifts, if you're a VIP, and your replay and all of that, you're going to receive in your inbox tomorrow. It just takes a long time for this recording to process because it's a long one. It's a big one. And I really, really am just so excited to have been with you guys today. I hope that you got so much out of this. I hope that I'll be seeing you again in the VIP room and in the challenge that's going to be in about a week. And just know, like, really take this information that you heard today and step into the next level of yourself by choosing one thing to take action into, like Lisa started to say. That will make the biggest difference in your life. It starts with one small shift. And that's what creates that ripple effect to that big result that I know everybody here is searching and seeking for. And the first part is to take that little baby step and to get the confidence and trust in yourself that you can do it. And each and every one of you, you get to go exactly where you want to go in your life, and you get to be exactly who you want to be. And I want you to know that you have me and all of the speakers and everybody in this room to support you, and you're not going through this alone. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And if you're a VIP, please stay on. Please stay on. Don't log off. And if you are not a VIP, you can still purchase it and join. But I'm going to move into the room with the VIPs. And I said, just please be in integrity with logging off. I know we don't have 55 VIPs. I think we're at 30 something right now. So that means some of us get to log off so that the VIPs can come on in. All right. And Verson, can we start to set the room up for VIPs? Which means that we're going to spotlight all of the speakers together, and we're all going to come and be spotlighted so that it'll be really easy for us to interact with everybody who's in the room. Okay, guys, we're going to just move that on over. So who's my VIPs? Put VIP in the chat. VIP in the chat. I want to see who y'all are. It also help us understand who gets to stay. I'm finally sitting down.
Like, I'm gonna take a seat right now. I'm gonna stop